Today, we're sending two teams to fight in the finals for the final remaining slot to go to the Atlanta Major. Welcome to semifinals on day 3 of the Brazil LCQ. I'm your host, Jeannie, and I'm joined on the desk once again by our analyst guy, CDAPS.
Yeah, I guess
analyst?
I guess so. And you're like a host, I guess. You know, it's just by...
Yeah, it's just about. All right, how are we feeling about yesterday? Because I'm going to say something, and it might actually sound like I'm coming from an alternate universe, but Liquid is out. They're no longer in contention for the Atlanta Major, and Black Dragons also lost against Keystars Academy yesterday.
And E1 lost to Netshoes Miners. I think that's the craziest one, to be honest. That one was a bit mind-blowing to see, and not only did all of those upsets occur, they all occurred at 2-0s. We did not see a single third map in all of the quarterfinals, and typically what we saw last stage in the LCQ was the pro teams came and kind of beat down on some of the T2 rosters. That's unfortunately what happened to Achulizado team as they played against Vivo Keystars, but then Vivo Keystars Academy came out and beat the tier 1 team in the form of Black Dragons quite handedly.
Yeah, Netshoes Miners as well had such a great improvement yesterday. I mean, they got 7-0 by E1 Sports, so it was a little bit of a personal one. They took it personally, and they did come out on top. But you're absolutely right. We're yet to see a 3-1, and that might change today because we are covering the semifinals where we have Vivo Stars going up against Los, and then we have Stars Academy going up against Netshoes Miners. Winner of both of these games will head into the grand finals, and then again, there is no lower bracket, so you don't have a chance really today to make it to the Atlanta Major. This is it. This is genuinely do or die for the 4 remaining teams. But in general, how excited are we about today? Because I'm going to be completely honest, this was not the semifinals lineup that I did expected.
No, down below that bottom half of the bracket, I went 0 for 2 on. I did not expect Netshoes Miners to beat E1 or even the Vivo Stars Academy upset on Black Dragons. But overall, on the top side of the bracket, I think is slightly stronger because of how Vivo Stars main roster has looked. And Los even fixing a lot of their issues to take down Liquid has been impressive. And I think that game's going to be amazing.
All right, brings the question whether or not Los is going to be able to keep that momentum going, or whether we've seen last time was just a one-time thing. I think that's something that's going to be answered today in that first game that we're going to be looking at. So UK Stars against Los. I think this really highlights the two different teams in terms of how they've been performing. Los had a very unfortunate regular season, whereas Vivo Stars has not done amazingly, but they've done well enough to kind of put their names forward, put their names out there, and then they come to the LCQ. They're doing well so far. I feel like they're genuinely the team.
Yeah, I think Vivo Stars are in a very good place in the fact that they're beating the teams they're supposed to, and they're kind of losing to the teams that they're quote-unquote supposed to. Their losses against teams like FaZe, against W7M, against the hard hitters in the top of this region, and now as they come back down, they're really solidifying themselves into like that 4th place, and they're going to try to gatekeep a roster like Los, pushing themselves into the deciders. Sure, as you look at that defensive win rate on the side of Vivo Stars, it doesn't necessarily look the best. Only a 56% defensive win rate in a defender-sided region does ring a little bit of alarm bells, but a lot of those defensive losses were against a lot stronger teams, and that skews the number down, in my opinion.
Yeah, also when we're looking at the likes of Vivo Stars, something that we haven't really seen from them during the regular stage, but here has really shined through in the LCQ, is the fact that it's no longer just 1 or 2 members in the form of Hades or in the form of Hornetow. It feels like every single individual on this roster has been stepping up. They've genuinely felt much more like they're playing as a team, as a collective, and that's something that we wanted to see maybe a little bit early on, but at the end of the day, they're still here and they're still in the race. They still got a chance.
Yeah, and especially with what we've seen with Hates, just stepping up to the plate and joining in Hornetow. Right here are his stats of stage 1 on the left, so just a little bit earlier this year, versus stage 2 now. That is absolutely massive character progression as he went on like an anime level training arc to go absolutely massive. Having over 100 more kills in this stage, still with potentially 2 BO3s left to go, is crazy. It's mind-blowing. Also, having 25 and 18 plus 7 on entry is one of the highest overall engagement rates of the entirety of Brazil, where he's getting involved so heavily on those entry engagements. And Hornetow, he's left alive more often for the later half of the round. That allows this Vivo Stars roster to look so much more lethal.
Yeah, and talk about having a glow up, right? Going from the regular stage to a 1.12 rating. I mean, I can't do maths that quickly. I think that's like a 0.4, which is pretty impressive, actually. If my maths is right, if my maths is wrong, just ignore what I said, and that's also perfectly fine. But when we're looking at Vivo Stars, I think at the end of the day, there are still a couple of cracks here and there that Los could potentially exploit. And from what we've seen from Los over the last couple of days, especially when it comes to something that we said was the fact that IGLing in terms of cameraman was something that we wanted to see more of, something that we felt was lackluster. And then yesterday, they genuinely gave us a run for our money.
Exactly, because Los had a couple of things that you could directly point and say, hey, there is an IGL issue. There was a lack of a single recovery round on the defense. Not a single round until yesterday had been won on the defensive side for Los where they did not get the opening kill. That for me was a fundamental issue of not being able to adapt and go to a sort of plan B or plan C on a defensive round when the strat fell apart, as well as the attacking win rate being so incredibly low. But Los came out yesterday against a strong Liquid team that sure was underperforming for their metrics, but still a good team nonetheless, and being able to just still look good on both sides of the ball was very impressive to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether or not that's going to be the case today, we're going to have to wait and see, because first things first is we need to look at the maps and which team is going to choose their most comforting one. I think, again, when you're in a matchup like this and a lot is on the line, you kind of want to go to your comfort picks. And, you know, we've seen Consulate yesterday. I know it was a 1-5 for Los, but then what happened, CDAPS?
You know, Los decided to come back on the defensive side. However, at the bottom of that pick, Los on the attack, it does worry me just a little because, like you said, 16.67% attacking win rate. You know, that's 1-5, not looking too good. The next map pick of Bank is once again a solid choice for both of these rosters. However, Vivo Keydstars on paper look a little bit worse on it with an 0-2 record as opposed to 2-2 for Los, with the asterisk next to it for Vivo Keydstars taking a team like W7M on Bank to maximum overtime before losing. Still, you got to give Los a little bit of strength going to Bank. As well, we're going to a Chalet that both these teams are pretty dang good at, pretty comfortable, and leading to an overall great series of equally balanced maps. I don't think either team got that much of an edge here in the map pool, and it could lead to kind of an exciting overall pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see what these maps showing up, especially Consulate for me being that first one, and the fact that it's picked by Vivo Key. Now, Los won this map against Liquid, and it's something to genuinely keep in mind. We highlighted already the fact that the attacking side from the side of Los is not the strongest, and they were really able to make that return on the defense. But to me, that means that when Vivo Key feel comfortable enough to pick this map against an opponent like Los, they must have seen something yesterday in their gameplay CDAPs that they think they're able to exploit, something that Liquid was not able to capitalize off of.
I mean, Liquid should have been able to capitalize off of a 1-5 split. 5 defenses. It definitely should have been, and Vivo Keydstars are probably very confident in the fact that, you know, they're not going to blow a 5-1 lead because they're a little bit more just overall better team right now performance-wise. So as you sort of transition into that, hey, we saw something in the Los defenses or in the attacks that we really do want to exploit. It is really evident by the fact that, you know, Vivo Keydstars haven't played this map. They're at about a 50% ban versus opponent ban, where just overall it's, hey, they're banning it just as much as teams are banning it against them. They doesn't seem to be in their pool that much, but they might be pulling out all the stops today.
It might be, and we're going to be heading over to our casters who are going to be covering all the action on this first map of Consulate. We got Jonah and Flynn on the mic, so guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. It is good to be here for the Brazil Last Chance Qualifier semis and finals. That's all happening this weekend. And Flynn, as always, it is a pleasure to be here with you to do it. We've got Vivo Keyed. We've got Los, the first two teams cracking things open today in semifinal number 1.
Yeah, man, it's good to be rounding out the stage with you here for the Brazilian LCQ. There's still 2 spots available for the Atlanta Major. It is this Last Chance Qualifier for Brazil and the Japanese Last Chance Qualifier, which will be taking place simultaneously to the Brazilian finals tomorrow. So 2 spots will be decided, and then, of course, as was announced today, we'll have the drawing show for the groups in Atlanta. But to get there, we have to get through 3 more games here, at least in Brazil. Both the semifinals today and the finals tomorrow, Vivo Keydstars trying to take their path from the top of the bracket all the way to Atlanta. And Los won with maybe... This entire bracket so far has been a lot of upsets, but maybe the biggest one of all yesterday against Liquid.
I mean, it's hard to say. There were so many unexpected results, and all of that happening within this LCQ bracket. We had 3 teams coming in that earned their spot directly from the closed league play. Keydstars, one of them. We've got them in front of us now. Black Dragons and E1 Esports were the other 2. Both of those teams, Black Dragons and E1, already eliminated. Liquid, done. What has happened in this bracket, Flynn? It's been chaos, and it's been so fun to watch, but what that means is that there's just so many unanswered questions about what we might see today and tomorrow in this final round of play. We're only sending one of these remaining teams to the major. Everyone has to play their absolute best. Single elimination, like Ginny said a moment ago. You do not have any second chances. I guess this is their second chance. Don't want to squander it. We're here on Consulate, our first map of this series. And Keyed, what's going to be interesting to see from them is how they fare playing this map for the first time this stage.
Yeah, we saw Los One play against Liquid yesterday on Consulate, so we have a little bit of an idea of what that looks like, and obviously their ability to come back in games that Connor and Judy talked on the desk about. This very impressive showing from Los yesterday on Consulate, and I don't really think they're too worried about having it picked against them. And now for Vivo Keydstars, like you said, first time this stage playing on Consulate and coming into a map that's a little unfamiliar, it will at least get to start on the defense.
Should be a bit comforting, considering that on every new map, every time we see something like this thrown into Siege, you're going to see these maps typically lean defender-sided while attacking teams are still figuring it out, still trying to get their feet under them and get a good approach to an otherwise daunting map, right? Consulate, as has been talked about plenty of times, isn't a completely new map. The bones and the overall structure of this new Consulate are much similar to the old, but there has been a lot of change. There has been a lot of these rooms added, a lot of dynamic play now that you can pull off if you do it right. You see Maya really trying to make a move early, really trying to stay dynamic, stay active early in this first round, and that has given Los the chance to get this diffuser down. And now 35 seconds for Vivo to try to go for this retake. A 3v3, 30 seconds. Los playing this retake patiently as they wait outside on the rappel. You've got cameraman there on the coverage. But Keyd, they're in need to make a move here. The smokes, that's not going to be enough. This diffuser placed perfectly that Los can just sit back, wait, and cover this from afar. Hates will go down. Daffodil will fall too. And Hornetow, the only one who can try to stop this, but the smoke from his own teammate delaying him, and he is out of time. Los start off Consulate with a bang.
I think we saw a lot of this yesterday from attacking teams between Los and Liquid, and we've seen it a couple times previously in this stage in other regions on Consulate. Yellow Stairs being a focal point of the attacking towards CEO. Difference maker this time around is the Amaru, Maya. Gets an SMG kill downstairs, and then Amaru's up the hatch into connector, right beside CEO, and able to facilitate the blitz coming up yellow, and the Yana straight behind, so a rather explosive round there, as it looked like a lot of rappel was getting done for Los in the attack, but not a lot of progress in towards the building, and then it all comes in one flash. And like the first round of that post plant, I think we've seen now that plant, as soon as he gets down in front of the CEO window, it's lights out. There's just, unless you're the attacking team making some grave error, and you misstep completely and horrendously, as soon as you get that bomb down in front of the window, you are in a good spot to play a post plant for the last 45 seconds. So, good start here for Los. Starting things off better than they did yesterday against Liquid, but honestly, I think for Vivo Keydstars there, just a lesson in being guns up on the bomb site and being prepared for just about any wildcard strategy that Los could bring out.
Well, Los, they do have the advantage of having played this map once before, right? And I'm sure Keyd have scrimmed this map plenty of times, Flynn. We all know that, but it's just about game day reps. This is going to be the first one for Keyd. Clearly taken aback a bit by that first round, and we're going to see them try to maybe up the aggression a little bit here. You just saw Lenda going for a little bit of a peek out that front door, seeing if instead of letting Los walk in and kind of set the tone, set the pace for the round, to see if they can do it first instead. Same thing goes for Hates on the cap can, making a couple of these quick little peeks to see what they can do. I mean, as far as these teams go, both of these teams are willing to play that aggressive game, are willing to play that frag-heavy game, but Los, as far as their plant statistics are concerned, the amount of times they actually get the diffuser down, they have a 32% chance, 32% success rate at getting that diffuser on the ground. That is extremely high, especially in a region like Brazil that is often so aggressive and so frag-focused. And I think we saw that same style in round one, a perfect example of how Los has been able to find so much success this stage.
Well, aggression's the name of the game, but it's not actually working out here for Vivo Keydstars. Cameraman will collect the finality onto Hates there as he was downed upstairs inside of admin, and both nitro cells from Hates and Daffodil went soaring into a single point of damage. Actually, the first damage done to Los will be from that EDD. So from the grave, Hates still having an impact on the round. Cameraman dropped to just about 50 health. But for Los, once again, the beginning of the attack looking strong, even stronger than the previous round. It will again all come in that sudden burst towards the bomb site. doesn't appear that much breaching has gone down towards the garage panels. Oh, yeah, actually, the ace charges have been able to take off the garage panels. So this is a good spot to be in if you're Los. Being able to utilize some of this soft breach topside, displace some of the anchors. The only thing you're worried about here is Gomez and Daffodil going for a flank.
Yeah, Keed seeing if they can maybe try to make a move from behind. Stall out this attack by springing in and surprising them. Daffodil looking for the opening. Has a bit of info to work with and will get a chance to take care of Lobin, at least one. Cameraman, though, around the other side is now going to be much more cautious about where he moves in from. Will drop down, turning his attention towards these players down below, but Gomez was lying in wait. He missed his chance, though, and now Maya's going to look to shut him down. A pre-fire will eventually land. Cameraman onto Hornetow, too. That means it is just Los now with the advantage in this 3v2. Daffodil trying to make a move again, but getting shut down. And once again, here is Dash trying to get this diffuser on the floor. Long range there for Cameraman. Good shot on to Lenda. And that's 2 in a row for Los.
Man, credit to Los on the attack. Once again, signaling and noticing that it was the flank from Daffodil that seemed to be the game changer for them. As soon as they knew that the flank was coming from Daffodil through the lobby, towards Spiral Stairs, everyone hit the gas, went towards the bomb site, and they won their fights. A lot of 1v1s and an impressive turn here onto Daffodil as well in the replay from Maya, who's having an excellent start to the game so far. I think for Los as well, the attacks, they look strong and they look very sudden. They look very energetic towards the last minute of the round. As soon as they have what they need, they explode in towards the bomb site as a unit, which is really impressive to see. It's, honestly, I think this is serving them a lot better than their attacks yesterday against Liquid. This seems to be a much more coordinated Los attack on Consulate. I think for Vivo Keedstars, 2 rounds in a row here on the defense on Consulate, where we would typically expect to see the defense be a little more favored than the attack, based on how things have gone here in Stage 2. We're going to head out towards a Tellers and Server bomb site to try and get some side of momentum going here. This is quickly slipping away here from Vivo Keedstars. And we should mention as well, this is their map pick. So losing your map pick early on against Los, a team that has already toppled Liquid, and to be honest, it's had a pretty impressive calendar year of 2023. Their stage performance here in Stage 2 being the lowest mark of the calendar year.
Looking at map pick data here, it does look like Los is the one who picked Consulate. So I think that I was about to say, because I was very confused for a moment because I was looking at the data coming into this, and I was going to say Bank seems more like the Keedstars map, and that's why they ended up picking Bank as their second map. But it was Los who picked Consulate, and I think it's very clear why, right? Even though Keed has had a bit more success as a whole, as a team. I mean, they had 2 chances to go to the major. They played in the semis of that playoff bracket and in the 3rd place, 4th place match in that playoff bracket. Winning either of them would have given them a ticket to Atlanta, but they weren't able to do it. Los, of course, did not get that chance, finishing in that 7th, 8th place position right beside Liquid. And obviously, that's going to show in your overall, maybe if you're looking at these 2 teams playing a basic map or a map that everyone is familiar with. But here on Consulate, Los are looking to shake things up, and so far it's working.
Oh, the Nitro Cell in response to the Zofia stuns being launched out by Hornetow and getting the opener onto Maya. The collapse into Visa not going as expected here for Cameraman and Maya, unfortunately. The cardiac sensor out, but here comes Dots, dropping an Osa shield down and towards the bomb site with the diffuser in hand as well. This is seemingly inverted of what we would typically see. Usually you'd see the Pulse downstairs, but instead he's playing alone upstairs inside of Visa. Everyone else for Vivo Keedstars downstairs, trying to hold out into the server portion of this bomb site. Cameraman now spotting the sprinting Pulse towards his window. Hornetow taking the fight. Dots was initiating a plant, but the fight through the Visa window successful now. Hornetow drops Cameraman. Dash, though, with a response, and here comes the plant once again. Dots getting it down from the safety of behind the Osa shield. Lenda, though, cutting down Dash from the bottom of those server stairs, but the plant gets completed. So a 2v4 in the post plant, make it a 1v4 now. All Lobin alone as he drops Hornetow, but the diffuser is behind the shield, and he's got a secondary Osa shield to play behind. One impact and one nitrocell, but Loban will drop one. There goes the impact, so no more explosives to remove the shield. The flank coming from Visa. Loban wins out at one. He's got the Ocean Shield to support him in the second one, but he just narrowly loses. Loban nearly on the 1v4, but Hates will save the round and stop the clean sweep of attacks for Los.
Yeah, they make it happen in the end, and Hates on the Vigil will make it work. I mean, my goodness. Talk about a retake that really should not be likely. I mean, you've got the Osa shield set up. I mean, you've got everything, it appears, going your way for Los, and then Vivo Keyed, they just claw their way back. Of course, they started off that round well with that entry. They had two, in fact, to kick off the round, but then Los and Loban fought back in a big way. Again, getting that diffuser down, it's something that Los do so well, and they have a pretty high conversion rate while doing so. But if you get the diffuser down every single round, you're bound to lose one here or there. Hates proving that it's possible for Keyed to bring it back.
Crazy round there for Los again. Like I said, a little antithetical to what we're used to seeing, at least on this bomb site, with a pulse downstairs, being able to inform any of the defenders of a plant going down inside of tellers. Instead, the pulse playing in Visa, trying to get some cardiac sensor intel towards the exterior of Visa, which, you know, there were two attackers descending in towards the Visa double door and window. I think at the end of the day, though, like, it was a strategy that seemed to work pretty well in terms of repelling the entries in and around the bomb site, except for the Osa, who was able to get the plant down. Close one there for Logan. Millimeters away. Again, he had the Osa shield to dance around with and was able to prolong that 1v4 to a 1v1. I was very confused where those explosives went as well, and noted there was a impact and a C4, and I believe he shot the player with a C4. And the impact was utilized on the flank, so those Osa shields were going to stand the test of time. Loban could hit 3 shots, but he could not hit 4. So we move on to round number 4, with Vivo now around on the board, halfway to tying this thing up. Lots of windows getting punched up now, and you can see the presence of Finka will be rather serious as we move on with the update, with Finka getting the grenades back. We've seen the Finka LMG too, which is a little counter to what we've seen yesterday. A lot of Finka with a spear, but the LMG making its return.
Look out for Hates down below. That's what Los are going to have to be wary of. Do not want to allow themselves to be susceptible to these flanks. We saw how much damage Hates did in the last round. Of course, looking to do so again. Steady progress, though, for Los up top as they now get this catering wall opened up. A crux of almost every attack. If you want to attack that top floor or that ground floor. If top floor control is your objective, like it will be on this site, need to find a way to open that top floor up quickly. And about that minute 45 mark, we see that Los have done that. And then can move on in as a result. They've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Jackal, they've got the Finka. So much explosive power, so much speed potential here in terms of this simple operator selection. We'll see if they eventually do want to get involved quickly. At least Dash does. My God, stepping up so early. But Daffodil quickly shutting that down with a quick spray.
Daffodil loving the SMG-11 and the position inside of lobby here. Lounge able to hold out for a little bit longer. And the breach charges. Gomez having a C4 ripped in hand, prepared and ready to go. He's not going to let it rip as of yet. Sounds like he just did, but he'll miss wide left with the 2 attackers top side. So lots of verticality being established. All 3 nitro cells on the side of the defense now detonated as Gomez had pre-placed his, but none of them connect. Dash lost a lot of damage in a previous engagement, so nitro cells for Vivo Keystars in the defense, not having the success they would like. Now the collapse coming onto Dots as he vaults on in an immediate trade and a trade on back. Single fire weapons, the DMR and the TCSG ring out. It leaves Vivo Keystars in a powerful position here as 2 more will fall. The diffuser surrendered. It's just the 20 HP Dash, able to win out onto 1 with the SMG-12 and recover the diffuser, but Hates retakes the position topside with that soft destruction art being used and doing a little bit more himself. And just like that, a game that seemed to be spiraling out of control in favor of Los now gets tied up.
Yeah, 2-2 here as Vivo Keyed simply find their stride, and that one a lot more dominant than the previous one. Left to no doubt as Los really just were not able to find their footing in that round from the get-go. I mean, we saw little bit of poking and prodding. We saw that with Dash, who tried to get involved early, and then Daffodil, who said, hold up, back off, we're watching this. We saw Los try to just get a little bit more ground here and there, but Keed were ready. They've kind of seen that play style now, and as we get into that third, that fourth, and now the fifth round, we're going to start to see those adaptations. We're going to start to see in theory, the more experienced and a little bit more, I would say, coordinated team start to find a bit of their foothold on this map. And at least so far, they've made the comeback. They've tied us up, and we are back to square one. Round number 5. You look to see if Los can find that speed again. I mean, they're bringing out the Gridlock. Cameraman is going to get a bit active here. Now that Gridlock has those frag grenades, she can be a powerful weapon in the right hands.
Yeah, you can see the Iana's still coming out from Maya, and I think Iana's taking a little bit of a hit in terms of play rate, not having the frag grenades, but certainly Finka is back. And Gridlock, with those frag grenades as well, has seen quite an increase in play. Castle Barricades won't be long for the world as the X-Kairos launcher, a great tool. Be able to just use a couple pellets at a time. Cameraman taking damage, though. Only from the top side of one of these windows, it was Hates peeking out with a UMP, and he's gone downstairs now. We'll retreat back towards the bomb site, so for Los, once again, getting in position, but foregoing the Blitz and the Amaru. Seems much more of an admin-focused take coming out from Los as well on the attack, instead of just tunnel visioning towards the yellow stairs and making sure that CEO plant is effective. This time they'll be approaching the opposite side of the top floor, and it seems like Vivo Keedstars are in a good position to repel it.
Boots on the ground now. We see that Dots has made his way into admin, joined by Maya here in just a moment. Like you said, they positioned themselves well to get that rappel into the building and to start to actually pressure the site itself. Dots, of course, doing some good work with these X-Kairos pellets. That'll be the first step, opening up a couple of extra angles to work with, maybe force players like Hates to back off and not play quite as active. But I mean, this is Brazil. Hates is going to be playing as active as he leaves it. He's got a reinforcement. He still has a good bit of protection to work with. He's going to use that as best as he can to see if he can find an opening. He'll creep his way around the other side. However, he needs to be aware of some pressure down below. Just kidding. It's he who needs to be worried about. Los needs to keep an eye on that. Lobin will be the first to fall.
Yeah, Hates downstairs. Hornetile will be dropped by Dash, though, in response. So again, seems like Los getting the signal that the bomb site isn't as strong in terms of numbers as previously thought. And their attention towards the bomb site and kind of letting Cameraman just take this 1v1 with Hates downstairs. And the rest of this 3v3 will ensue, but Lenda will collect Dash as well. Dot's taking damage, but wins out the engagement, pushing towards the top of Spiral. Here comes the last frag grenade coming out from Cameraman, and it will not collect onto a target. Daffodil swinging, and he's just missing the purview of 2 attackers from Los. Trying to push their way into Projector. Now here comes Cameraman, not looking at the top of the stairs, and it will cost Maya his life. Now ascending the server stairs and towards the top of Visa. Now the drop shot from the Bearing 9 will drop Gomez. Now a 2v1 that Daffodil has to win out on. He hits a beautiful shot, and that will force the pull off of the plant from Dots on 1 HP. Daffodil just trying to win this out from behind his deployable shield, and he will. It's 3 rounds in a row for Vivo Keedstars.
Oh, Dots tried to make it happen there in the end. You saw that swing. I mean, so close too, but I mean, if you're Daffodil, you sit there behind the deployable shield, you just hold that angle, you know exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and you're not going to have much of an issue in shutting that down. But really, it was another case of Los not doing too bad at getting in the building, finding their footing early. They're making quick early progress on this map. You can see by the way they're playing it that they are comfortable on this map. But when it comes to transitioning that map control into that eventual execute, while Los were able to get that done in those first 3 rounds where they were quick, they were very, very efficient, and they were tunnel visioned on getting that diffuser on the floor, that's kind of slipped away in these last 2 rounds where Keed has been able to deny that. They've been able to start shifting the pace into their control. They've been able to really wrangle that Los attack and slow them down a bit. So far, so good for this key defense ever since they found their stride. After those first 2 Los rounds, seems like they've never looked back. 3-2.
Yeah, I think in this round as well, the roaming potential and the roaming effect on this map has been a lot more consequential against Los's attacks. First couple rounds, there wasn't really a whole lot of opportunity because of how perimeter-centric Los were being on their attacks, just staying outside the building, staying out of range of contact for as long as possible, and then descending onto the bomb side of the team. Now we dispatch a cameraman to try and deal with the flank downstairs, and you lose 1 member below, and then cameraman can't find Hates before he's able to collect Maya as well. So very unfortunate timing there for cameraman downstairs, who had quite a series to forget yesterday. So the troubles for cameraman continue here, unfortunately, and for Los, who got off to that hot start, working as a 5-man unit towards the bomb site. As they've separated, they've lost these rounds, and Evo Keystars is able to key in on the answer. Should get them a 4-2 split here. Garage to try and round out the first half and move over to the attacking side. And we did, after some scuffling back and forth, we have determined that this is Los's map pick. So we went back and forth on that one for a minute, but we do have it confirmed. This is Los's map pick. So Vivo Keystars winning 3 rounds in a row, trying to take a 4-2 half, which would be pretty standard on Consulate to start things off. But nonetheless, it would be Los starting hot, ending out a little bit cooler in the first half on their own map pick.
Well, one of their big worries now in this round at least, will have to be Hates on the Cav this time. The Vigil, the Cav, he plays the Castle too. He's clearly versatile, but he's looking to make his mark in a big way here. Instead, while he sits back, Ornitau will collect another. Gomez, now feeling the heat, will end up getting traded out, thankfully, by the Cav. That means that Keed, oh, they're sitting pretty. 4v2, now a 4v1. Cameraman in a crossfire gets absolutely decimated as he drops down below. And it is that 4-2 half that Vivo Keystars will secure.
Yeah, and again, just the roaming there for Vivo Keystars in the defense, able to occupy so much of the map. And unfortunately for Los, again, very separated. You can see a 2-man contingent trying to push their way in through server, dropping from the Visa hatches. And we didn't get to see where a lot of the rest of that attack was going, unfortunately, but they dropped like flies. And you can see it was just the Jackal of Cameraman remaining topside over by Piano, dropping into the middle of the bomb site, like you said. Middle of a crossfire. Not the most optimal positions. And like you said as well, that'll be 4 in a row for Vivo Keystars. Take a 4-2 half on Consulate. Now Los's opportunity to replicate slightly what they did yesterday. It was a 5-1 deficit, and today it's a 4-2 deficit, but nonetheless, they have some work to do in the second half of Consulate for the 2nd consecutive day. I think for Los as well, this should be a much more comfortable position to be in. You get those first 2 attacks, you're feeling okay. This isn't the end of the world for Los. I think realistically, this should be a better position to be in for them. And Vivo Keystars, like we said, they have not played on Consulate yet this stage, so we don't know what they look like on this map on the attacking side. We've seen their defense have some good responses to the corrections that were necessary to win them the rounds in the defense. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see more of the same from them in the attack.
Los at the same time, right? They can bring the speed. See if they can bring the aggression on this second half too. Cameraman looks very eager to do that. Rather than reinforcing that catering wall, it is wide open, and he is playing aggressive to shut down the rappel. He misses his chance though, and Daffodil is still alive. Oh my goodness, a kill that certainly would have stopped Keed in their tracks. Well, has now given them a bit of information about what they're working with here, and also is going to keep them on their toes for the remainder of this round. Daffodil is still feeling the pressure, but as soon as some support comes in from the rest of that attack, that pressure likely to be alleviated, and he can finally move on up safely. Near disaster, though, for Keed. They avoid it just barely.
Truly just astonishing, the obsession that Los seemed to have with the rappel there of Daffodil on towards the projector balcony. You saw 2 members engaged, and Cameraman just not relenting at all. Just sticking his face in the middle of that breach he fashioned for himself on the closet wall just for nearly a minute straight, doing battle with TCSG against a fully automatic AR-33 in the hands of the Daffodil. They troubling sequence to see, and even more troubling that really no one came away with any meaningful damage other than Cameraman now. Finka has been able to use 2 heals, push Daffodil back up towards full health. Maya, though, will collect onto Hornetow, trying to push his way into the bomb site, and Maya looking for even more. The quick peek around the corner does not elect to go for the re-engagement. Instead, will take his 1 and continue to prolong this attack from advancing any further. Hates now swinging the door frame, missing crucial shots onto the Wamaya dash. Is able to back away to freedom. Maya not looking the right way, but now will take the engagement, turns around to throw a goo down the stairwell, and Hates will collect on a trade to equalize in the man count. Lenda, though, with the diffuser, trying to push back into the bomb site. Daffodil will do so, collecting another one with the L85. The smokes will ring out, and Lenda taking a myriad of damage between goo mines and gas canisters and stray bullets. Daffodil nearly hitting the flick against the projector wall. Now there goes another smoke, and Daffodil is going to get dropped by the M590 in return. So it's a 1 HP Lenda trying to push his way into the bomb site, who's the last man standing as Hates will fall, and Dots holds out onto the bomb site. Los, it will stop the bleeding and bring us back within 1.
And they stopped the bleeding with so much information. That has to be the key of that round for them. We saw how helpful that Valkyrie was at giving them every single piece of information that they needed. We saw the cameras, we saw the pings. When Daffodil pushed on in and was stuck on the ground, there wasn't any uncertainty for Los about what was happening. They knew where they needed to throw the smoke, where they needed to swing. They knew when somebody was sitting in the site, how they could pressure him from below. When it gets dicey like that in that execute, we didn't see Los panic that somebody was in the site. They sat back, they stayed patient, and they fought those angles from afar and with utility. Why were they allowed to do that? Because they had so much information going for them. A textbook example of how those black eye cameras should be utilized and how you can play the late round if you're well informed about what's going on.
So we're seeing the same rotation coming out here for Los in the defense that we saw from Vivo Keed Stars. The only difference is that Los were able to win their first defense topside, as opposed to Vivo, who won it the second time around they went upstairs. And we're seeing the same rotation down towards the garage this time. So for Los, trying to equalize here in terms of the score line, trying to get it back to a 4-4 ball game. And once you're there, honestly, like we said, the defense should be the slightly more favored side on this map. It is Los's map pick, so back from a 4-2 deficit, just as they did yesterday against Liquid from a 5-1 deficit on this map, would be very impressive. You see Loban trying to go for a Kaid Claw trick. Hates will use the first EMP, but that should collect the Claw no problem. No second Claw coming out from Loban either, so there's the garage breach opened up pretty free. The second Claw was already utilized on the bathroom hatch. Here comes Hornetown now, sneakily making his way in through Electric. Gonna push his way into Server. Skeleton Key ready to breach open. You can see this defense amassing on the backside for Los, trying to repel any Server advances.
Now they're aware that there might be something happening from behind, but can they stop it? That's the question. Got Gomez and Hornetow grouped up. Spray through the wall. Will maybe hit Maya for 1-2 bullets there, but nothing else just yet. Los know what's happening. They now know there is a 2-pronged approach being put forth by Vivo Keed here. They just need to find a way to stop it. Look at that. Both Loban and Cameraman, they'll do just fine. Daffodil and Hates, the entire garage side pressure dismantled. Now it's just the Server you've got to worry about. You've got Hornetow looking to make a move here. The Cell Mills will go off and he'll look to take a gunfight. But in a 3v5, one of these 3 attackers remaining is a Monty without a gun up. Oh my!
Hello?
This is gonna get so close! Lenda, no! Missing an opportunity there through the wall, misses the head of one. Hornetow on 1 HP is taken care of from behind. And Vivo Keed, they may have given us a laugh there in the end, but no real hope at pulling that attacking round out for a victory. We are tied up, it's 4-4.
We really did need to see the replay of this. You gotta feel for him, man. It's gonna instigate attack timeout, back-to-back rounds, just like we started the first half, starting the second half here, victorious for Los. So you gotta feel good about their ability to win out on the defenses, but these attacks now on consecutive rounds for Vivo Keed Stars getting pretty slow. And while they are remaining unified, they are seemingly very close together beside one another. Their explosion into the bomb site isn't so much an explosion as it is a dribble, and it hasn't been as successful as we saw in those first 2 attacking rounds from Los. That explosion with the Blitz and the Amaru, the Monte not really serving much of a purpose on that round in terms of taking space. Just a lot of hurdles to overcome here for Vivo Keydstars, but like we said, in regards to the first half, they did drop the first 2 rounds pretty convincingly, nearly the third as well. They were able to make the adaptations. They were able to adjust later on. Once they got one look at it, they didn't lose again for the rest of the round. So for Vivo Keydstars, now is the time to make those adaptations. We're going to be heading to the tertiary bomb site. Instead of going to server and tellers, we're going to be going to piano. Try and get this as a clean sweep of defensive objectives for Los.
We'll see what they can make happen here. I mean, success on those first 2. Like you said, Flynn, so far so good for Los. Not too much to worry about. We've seen kind of a variety of approaches on this defensive half already. They showed us a lot of aggression in that opening round with Cameraman just wide open out on the balcony taking gunfights. But then we also saw a very restrained defense in that same round in those last few seconds where they didn't take gunfights, that they let their information and their utility do the talking. So clearly Los, they're proving that they're comfortable with a good bit of variation here on the defense, and that so far it's working. And maybe it's not giving Keyd a ton of trouble, but it's certainly giving them enough trouble that they've been unable to pull out these first 2 attacking rounds. That's tied us up, that's brought us back to even, and it's made Keyd, as we just saw, take that timeout to see what exactly they need to fix going into these next few.
The first time that Vivo Keydstars defended this bomb site, or not this bomb site, sorry, but the server and tellers bomb site, we saw so much focus on rejecting any entry into Visa from the Pulse inside of Vivo Keydstars. It's the Valkyrie this time for Los, but similar ideology coming in. Loban trying to make sure that Gomez has no free entry in towards Visa, be able to progress along the main floor on the same parallel plane as the bomb site. Lenda's got the window outside of the closet opened up as well towards Piano. Be another possible opportunistic plant position just around the corner and an entry point. You see Gomez, though, for that first minute, doing battle with Loban back and forth, and then ultimately having to surrender the position. He'll join the rest of his team topside. No entry here for Vivo Keydstars on the first floor.
Yeah, choosing to focus on this top floor for now. Trouble, though, as Hates will go down first. You've lost the Finca already. That can't be good. Another C4 will go up, but that's not going to find anything. But a good early start for Los nonetheless. That's another one. Dash takes care of Lenda, no problem. Hornetsow makes something work. Takes care of Dots there in the trade. But it's just Keyd falling apart. I mean, we're not necessarily clear where these kills are happening, but it's very obvious that Keyd are unable to really get much of a foothold on this map at all. Hornetsow trying to team up with Daffodil to get something done, and they will at least down and finish off Cameraman, but at what cost? Daffodil is now the only player remaining, a 1v3, with Los seconds away from taking the lead once again. The diffuser's out of pocket. Daffodil, 45 seconds, not a ton of time to operate solo. Has a drone, maybe some information to acquire here. But Los now, with the information that they have, they're not going to play aggressive. Look at them now, sitting back, staying patient, avoiding the watchful eye of Daffodil's drone, and making the Thatcher just do all the work himself. And that is something that is going to be too difficult to do with 20 seconds remaining. Dash will clean it up there with a headshot, and Los take the lead 5-4.
Well, like we said about Vivo Keydstars' run on the defense, it was 4 rounds in a row to end the first half. We now have 3 successful rounds in a row for Los on the defense. So, in a game that started out very attacker-sided with Los going up 2-0 on the attack, now had quite a string of defensive victories consecutively here. So we're going back to the top floor here to CEO and Projector for Los. They've already won 3 bomb sites. They could do it again and walk away with a nice little 7-4 on their own map pick that we have confirmed, and walk into bank up 1-0. 1 map away from setting themselves to the grand final of this last chance qualifier. And this is the second time now we're going to see the Montaigne coming out from Vivo Keydstars in the attack. Should lend to hold it for another 20 seconds. A lot of other changes coming out, but that Montaigne on the garage attack for Vivo Keydstars attack just inconsequential at the end of the day. There was that very funny moment where he's trying to hip fire through the wall onto a guy on cams. But other than that, there wasn't really a whole lot of ground being taken with the Montaigne. There wasn't a whole lot of progression. You know, he's got an enormous bulletproof shield that can be used to not only be a distraction, take some space, but also soak up some utility. None of that was really being accomplished. He was kind of just chilling down there with everyone else, waiting for someone on Los to swing. So hopefully we're going to see a little more effective use and some more efficient use coming out from Lenda with the Montaigne this time around for Vivo Keystar's sake. Losing 4 defensive rounds in a row to go on to match point would be a very tough scenario to try and work your way out of.
Oh boy. C4. Beautiful toss from Loban. Valkyrie doing what Valkyrie has done best since, I mean, the day she was introduced. You got information, you got a nitro cell. Use it to perfection, Loban. Look at that. Already take the lead here in round number 10, and I mean, Keed have yet to win a single attack on this map, and that is looking like that may stay the same unless they cannot put on, I mean, they gotta make something happen here. They've got Lenda on the Monty, a great resource to try to turn the tide in your favor, but at the same time, as this man count starts to dwindle, the chance of utilizing that Monty and making that brick wall of an operator really feel his full potential, those chances really do start to dwindle. So we'll have to see if they can pull that off. I mean, you know that Keed are really trying to force this. Hornetow is kind of on a solo mission here, trying to get something done from below with those nades, but 90 seconds, still so much work to do, down a man, and Los are playing confident. I don't know what they're supposed to do to make up this ground here, Flynn.
Seems like they got some intel in towards the bomb site. It's Maya, who might be naded out momentarily by Hornetow here, only loses about half of his life. He's able to duck away to safety behind the vending machines. You see all those goo mines being stacked around the bomb site. It's another obstacle that Lenda's going to have to overcome. Hates is holding flank for Loban, which is a good idea, but he's got Diffuser, which is a terrible idea. There's less than a minute in the round, and Loban, all he has to do is occupy Hates here, or Hates has to make the decision, as we see, of him leaving. So now the flank gets opened up as a possibility for Loban. So some interesting utilization moments here. Like I said, there's Hates, and that's the diffuser dropped at the yellow door. Lenda taking damage from the gas. So he tries to push his way into connector towards the bomb site, but they no longer have the bomb. Here comes the Gridlock now, moving his way down yellow stairs. Hornetow recollects the diffuser with the last 30 seconds ticking away against him. He'll throw even more tracks down, and there's Gomez in the basement. So it's just Lenda on 20 HP trying to push him to the bomb site, and the nitro cell will remove him from play. There goes Hornetow as well, dropping with the diffuser, so it's just Gomez, the last man standing. He's going to have to go point blank against a shotgun. The hip fire headshot. Quite a miraculous shot there onto the spear, but still 2 left to find. He'll be downed on the entry to connector. So barring a miraculous hip fire shot there, a 1v3 that went nowhere for Gomez. And suddenly, a 2-0 lead that went to a 4-2 deficit is a 6-4 lead for Los.
And it is now map point. I mean, they have a chance to take this one after a rocky mid-game there, and Keed come out to a 4-2 lead. Los have now taken 4 rounds in a row and have a chance to end it all right now. I mean, there's that C4 again, another one. I mean, look at the utility that Los were able to make work for them again. Even the hipfire headshot wasn't enough to bring Keed back into it, and I mean, they are now staring down a map point. Los, they may have had their issues. They just have not given us enough that they can bridge this gap. Like, they just have not been coordinated enough or close enough to winning any of these rounds that we can say with some confidence or make an educated guess that they might be able to make this comeback and send us to OT. It's looking like a Los map through and through. He just have not been able to group up, play together, and show us confident good attacks.
Listen, it's been the weekend of upsets, and I think if you just looked at the Stage 2 performances, you would say that this is maybe Los is the lower seed, not having as much favor as Vivo Keystars, based on the way that Stage 2 itself went. Look at the calendar year of 2023 with the core of Vivo Keystars being Magic Squad in Stage 1 and Los being Los +1 earlier in the year, both at SI, and then being one singular round away from making Copenhagen in the Stage 1 LCQ against NIP. I'd say that Los are proving themselves to be a very worthy adversary who just kind of had a moment in group stages, and they've certainly been making up for that fact here in this LCQ, because they have looked very good against Liquid, and they look to be shutting down Vivo Keystars on their attacks on Consulate now. This is a very different team than we saw in group play, and I think for Los, this is the rebound that might catch a lot of teams off guard, and for Vivo Keystars, now is the time to turn things around if you're going to, against a very impressive opponent. Seems to be turning up the heat at just the right time. Ash, though, an M590 looks to again reject the entry topside. The flashbangs will come in. The Jackal pings. Daffodil will grab one, but there goes Maya. The swings abound, but it equalizes at a 4v4 man count, and Dash still perseveres at the top of yellow stairs, rotating into the bathroom. Nobody from Vivo is going to be able to make their way in.
Yeah, just limiting this attack at its onset again. It is a 4v4 here, so at least something more promising for Keed. Hates an opportunity that he will take advantage of. Well done there. The Jackal giving him all the information he needs to get that kill. Maya goes down as well. Hornatau, 12 kills to his name. Looking to add a few more here. Dots and Dash, the only two that remain. About 60 seconds to go. You see all the information that Los have to play with downstairs. They've got the mirror window here that Dots can play off of pretty well. With a full minute and 4 bodies, Keed can kind of just throw bodies at this problem and try to play the trade game for the remainder of this one. They are taking their time here and getting some information before they push in. That'll allow Hates to get the kill onto Dots, as Dots really wanted to take that fight. So it's just Dash, the mute. C4 in hand, but the last player remaining against this Keed attack that maybe didn't look good initially, but has certainly recovered that. May very well be taking this round here. Hates, talk about a round number 11 for him. That's 3 on the round. 3 very impactful kills. That means that we are 1 round closer to seeing overtime here.
Well, it seems like Vivo Keystars taking a page out of the Los book in terms of recognizing the roam coming from the top side and ignoring it once you got your openers. They were able to track down a cameraman over towards Tellers with the help of that Inox tracker on Jackal from Hates. So very good use of the utility there, and once you're able to remove cameraman and the pick top side, you can leave that last roamer up there and just focus on the bomb site where you know you have the numbers advantage, and they trade out and make it all worthwhile. So they as well will stop the bleeding, they'll stop the run. This has been a very, very momentum-heavy map thus far, everyone getting on consecutive runs of winning rounds back to back to back. So for Vivo, they'll look to employ the same. Send us to overtime here. And Los, all it takes is 1 defensive victory here, though, to ice us on Consulate and head to bank up 1 map away from the grand finals. There's going to be a tack timeout coming from Los just to kind of break everything down and talk things out, try and decide where they want to go, what they want to do for their last defense. Looks like they're going to run it back downstairs.
And they're going to see if they can make Garage and Cafeteria work again. Obviously finding success here in that clean 1-2-3 rotation they had. I mean, they ended up taking 4 rounds in a row. So clearly they've won this site before. They know how to defend it. They could not stop the Keed onslaught in round number 11. But here on the final round of regulation, they're going to see if they can make it work here. A couple of changes. Loban is bringing out the Bandit this time. We're not going to see the Kaid brought out from this lineup at all. Maya as well, the Warden coming out too. So maybe wary of any smokes, any flashes coming in the late round. It is going to be pretty much the identical lineup, though, from Keed. They are aware of the information that Los is bringing out, hence the IQ. They're aware of the roaming presence and that they want to track down these extended defenders early. That's why the Jackal is here. That's why Gomez is bringing out the Dokkaebi. They've got all the instruments for success. We saw it work for them in the last round. See if they can pull that off once more.
Well, the inclusion of the Jackal last time around from Hates, honestly instrumental in winning the round, and Cameraman making some vert of his own. It seemed like the buck of Hornatau just was not aware of that. until the final moments where Cameraman was able to take some shots towards his head. Thankfully for the buck, misses coming out from Cameraman on that DMR. The Jackal will come out in full force, and that won't dissuade anyone on the side of Los from roaming, though. All those footsteps will be available, although it might have just been a front to start with. You can see multiple members of the Los defense now peeling back towards the bomb site as the Jackal pings come out from Hates. So, that's the top 2 floors isolated very early on here, and Vivo Keystars will have all the time in the world to utilize some of the soft destruction between the Ram and the Buck. Secondary shotgun on the Jackal, and Lenda's breach charges. So much soft destruction available. Try and displace these anchors and convert onto the bomb site successfully.
In order to get to that point, like you said, they still have a couple of these defenders to track down. Hates seeing if he can add to his tally here, avoiding the nitro cell as well. Lobin doing a bit more damage to himself than he did to anyone else on the attack. Still alive, though. He'll still be a threat for Keed to deal with. Lenda trying to make sure that all information that Los might have is dealt with prior to actually making an assault on this objective. Hornetow as well will be joining his teammate in that endeavor. You see Daffodil throwing out the Ram, throwing out the Boogie Drone. A lot of destruction there. Really speeds up the process that it would take the Skeleton Key of Hornetow to make work, or someone like the Sledge with a Breaching Hammer to make happen. Right now, it is just that transition, that mid-round, where Keed have this map control, and now they just have to transition it into an execute. They do have to be aware that as they take this time, there might just be a flank coming in from Dash.
Yeah, Hates turned around to jump on a drone after burning the Surreyite, and just that moment of time allowed the flank coming out from Dash. The plant is going down from Daffodil, though. Dash will be taken care of. The plant looks like it will be successful, but Daffodil is taking damage. Hates with 1, but he'll be dropped in return, so it's a 1 HP Daffodil who wins out on top of the diffuser momentarily. Dots will put him to sleep, so now Lenda with topside control will have to go against a 30 HP Lobin and a 100 HP Dots. So they'll both try and coalesce around the diffuser. They're practically on top of one another. Lenda holding for the flank to come as the ascension up the spiral stairs. They both go sprinting in towards the diffuser. A punch hole on the wall. Lenda won't take aim. He drops them both. Lenda with the clutch up from the top side, and the post plant will send us into overtime.
We are going the distance here, as one would expect. I mean, you saw Keed really bringing it back in those final 2 rounds after the tack timeout, sending us to OT on map number 1. They're not going to give this one up without a fight. We've talked about, the upset potential here from Los, and, it's there. It's certainly there, but Keed, they are going to at least prevent that from being a reality, at least for the time being. I know we've talked about this upset a little bit, but I do want to put this into perspective as we head into OT and eventually into map 2. If we're looking just at the group stage performances of both Keed and Los in the closed league, they both were technically 1 and 3 because the point system is a thing, and Keed ended up losing a game in OT. They got a point from that. 4 points. That's all they had in the group stage to Los's 3 points. Pretty much even keel in terms of their group stage standings. Now, the big difference is that Keed was able to make it into the playoffs with that 3rd place in their group. They were able to then upset Black Dragons 2-1 in that best-of-3 series out of the quarterfinals in that playoff bracket. They moved on to the semis and the 3rd place game, both of which they lost. But aside from that Black Dragons victory and 1 OT loss, the 4th to 7th, 8th place difference feels like a lot. But on paper, let's not forget that these 2 teams are not all that different. And that's why this match is maybe more competitive than you might have thought. Still have no idea who's taken Consulate here, but I wouldn't chalk up Bank to Vivo either. I would say that this is going to be as a nail-biter of a series as it comes.
Yeah, I think it's just a very interesting mirror image as well, the way this game has gone for both teams, but put it in the frame of reference of Los, winning the first 2 attacks, losing 4 attacks in a row, winning 4 defenses in a row, losing 2 defenses in a row. It's a very, very streaky game, and now we've got a match into overtime. So they will be flopping back and forth between the attack and the defense, so I don't imagine we're going to see anyone win both rounds, one on either side. to close this out. I think we're going to need all 15 the way this game has gone thus far. And it has been a very entertaining duel back and forth in terms of who can respond best and make the best adaptation in the middle of the game. Seems like both of these teams' first answers weren't all that successful, whether it be for Vivo Keedstar's defense or for Los's defenses. But the adaptations later on in the games have been successful. This has been a very, very compelling back and forth matchup that I think, like you said, on paper these teams are going to look very similar. I think the yearly performance for Los gives them a little bit of an edge considering their performance at SI and their performance in Stage 1. Hammerman is going to reinforce my point there and drop Lenda to open things up. A very good opener here for Los. And again, entering towards the end of the round, this top floor defense is looking very strong. I think right now the concentration again of the attack towards the bomb site is going to be very tough. The frag grenades coming out from down below. You can see Gomez and Hornetau both already using one grenade apiece. Haven't collected any damage onto the defenders of Los. I think right now for Daffodil, the man with the diffuser, gonna have to get with the rest of the team. He's very separated at the top of those yellow stairs. Everyone else kind of working their way up a stairwell. Aya trying to repel the entry towards the top spiral stairs. Hates trying to win out in the engagement. No such luck as, again, Maya will just peel on back, lay a trail of goo mines behind him. Gonna make it a nightmare for any of these defenders in the last 30 seconds. The re-peek unadvisable from Maya, and he will back off, allowing Hates to make his entry into the spiral lobby, and he's gonna spot Dash inside a projector, leveling up the man count. Gomez trying to work his way in, but there goes Loban, dropping Daffodil. One more diffuser in the hands of the attacking side of Vivo Keedstars. Hornetau and push his way in, but there goes Hates, and now it's just the last man standing of Gomez, but Loban will win out, and that will put Los again on map point.
Again, it's these attacks from Keed that are still leaving a little bit to be desired there. We saw 2 back-to-back rounds where they put it all together and they made it work. But for the most part, and that attack is another example, it's just a little bit too individualized. There just isn't quite enough of that coordination. They're not playing the trades. They're not playing off each other quite enough, and it's getting them into a little trouble. When you see the kill feed light up, Los. Maybe a couple of moments later, Los again. Maybe a couple of moments later, Los again. And you're not seeing Keed bringing it back and fighting it and finding those trades. It's a clear sign that there's a problem. It's a clear sign that there's just not enough of that unified push, of that 1, 2, 3 execute mentality that is not necessarily required on every map and every site and every team, but seems to be getting Keed into a little bit of trouble here. And again, as a result, Los now have map point.
Listen, I don't know if this is a troll. I don't know if this is serious. Hates with the Cav. Map point against you. You need to win this round to keep it going. Give yourself a chance to win this map. The Cav? That's a choice, man. That's a choice. We'll see if it's effective. If it is, sure, throw it back at me. I don't care. He's able to spot a couple drones that I don't think were active at that moment. His position, I imagine actually the Cav is in response to the Jackal that was so successful on the side of Hates. He's imagining very correctly that Cameraman or someone on the side of Los will bring it out in response. So the Cav could be devastating here. It's just not the most common pick you would see in such a crunch time situation. The EMPs coming out onto the garage wall will facilitate the exothermic. So the garage panel gets opened up early. The bad thing is here, having a Cav, having Lenda and Daffodil out on the roam, the immediate rush into the bomb site could be devastating here for Los. Should they identify once again, entertaining a roam clear is just not worth the time.
Yeah, Hates is going to punish them for that, that's for sure. I mean, Hates and Hornetau both have really found their stride here, both double digits. But everyone, as far as Vivo Keed is concerned, a lot of people putting up numbers right now. A lot of people putting up numbers. Los, they're going to have to match that. Of course, they have been so far. Equally powerful in terms of just a simple fragging game. This map, it's more than just that, as Hates may just be about to prove. If you leave a little gap in this information, if somebody's not actively watching your flank, you could get into a lot of trouble here. But Los, they don't seem to care. They are going very, very quick with this attack. Maya is already at the site door, pushing in. Keed, are they aware of this? Doesn't seem to be. Maya will collect an easy one onto Hornetau. Now Dash goes down. Daffodil trying to put up a fight here, but unless Hates can pull off a miracle, this map is over. The Cav sneaking around the other side. Missed an opportunity, though, onto Lobin, and the Hibana makes it work. Dots now gets this diffuser down. Lenda retreating back to the site is now the only one remaining. 1v3. He takes care of Lobin, but 3 left to find, and now it is a post plant with Lenda fighting against the world here. Not a lot of time. Choosing to go up the stairs the long way around. This one doesn't look good. So much physical distance to cover, let alone finding 3 kills in order to close this one out. Basically 5 seconds left to get on this diffuser, and this map is over. Los managed to take their map pick. They managed to silence Keyed on Consulate and take the victory to start off the series well.
Like I said, man, the Cav is a choice, and unfortunately the amount of roaming potential coming out of the defense for Vivo Keydstars afforded the opportunity for Los to identify that as a weak point and just send directly to the bomb site. So Los, like you said, win their map on Consulate. Next up is Bank.
Bank. That one's going to be interesting. We've got, of course, a good bit to look at, but also Consulate, Bank, those 2 maps. Definitely a pretty big difference there. We've got Bank, though, coming up for you in just a minute, and we've got Keyed in need of a response. We'll be back with map 2 in just a minute.
8-6, and Lowe's close another Consulate out, sending Vivo Stars in a bit of a spinny one, because at the end of the day, this was a map that they were at least hoping to secure themselves, but that has not been the case. Lowe's, however, CDAP's off to a bit of a rocky start, but definitely a better performance on the attack than yesterday.
Yes, definitely significantly more, and you could argue here that Vivo Stars, or it's not even an argument, it's a statement that they were infinitely better than Liquid against the Los defenses, because, you know, Liquid didn't get a single attacking round of Vivo Stars. They at least got a couple and pushed us into overtime. Definitely with how the side swap immediately gave so much momentum to Los, it shows that yes, their defenses are no joke on this map, and their attacks, they were passable. They were solid. Once again, this is probably the one matchup of the overall quarterfinals now into the LCQ that we saw solid, good attacking siege being played by both teams.
Yeah, it's also great to see that Lowe's has kind of got that attack as well under Lock and Key after what we've seen yesterday. We had a couple of questions going on to Consulate and how that's going to be performing, considering they started off on the attacking side. But you know what? I'm happy to see that improvement. I'm glad to see that in such a short period of time, they have been able to step up to the plates, which then makes it a little scary as well heading into that next map, because it feels like every single time we see Lowe's here, CDAPs, they've just getting better and better and better.
Yeah, especially when you realize on their attacking side that their focal point is getting that bomb down. It's their plant percentage. It's trying to just make sure that a post plant does occur, and more often than not here against Vivo Stars, they were able to break down the defense enough to get the bomb in, sneak it away, and definitely in the first 3 rounds, they got all 3 plants down, and you could argue here that Loban maybe should have won that 1v4 on the Osa shield while he was having the AK-12, and then we wouldn't have been going to overtime at all.
Yeah, I mean, that is, you know, hindsight. It's a beautiful thing. You look at it and you go, oh, I could have done that differently. But fortunately for Los, hindsight is not going to be their enemy this time around. It's in their favor. They do manage to secure this map. And when we're looking at the statistics overall, it has been an improvement time after time. We're looking at players. I think Hates was one of the players from the side of Vivo Stars that we highlighted, saying he has been improving, he has been doing quite well, and he's still this rating for this map better than the rating during the regular stage, but a little bit lackluster compared to what we've seen from him during the first day of the LCQ.
Yeah, and sure, you need Hornetow and Hates to both be popping off for this Vivo Stars team to be at their full potential, and 12-12, not bad from Hornetow, but it's not to the standard that we would expect him to. As well as with Hates, sure, 11-10 he went positive, but what's more worrying to me is that negative on entry, only 1-2, where we know he's involved in so many of the early engagements. All of a sudden, Los, who have struggled on entry throughout this entire stage, we're getting the better of Vivo Stars pretty much every round. This game was a really big tail of the tape where whoever got the opening kill did manage to win the round in all except one singular time. So getting those entry engagements, they're going to be really important as we go into Bank.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the next map that we're going to be heading into. And I think this one for Vivo Stars specifically is potentially going to be that map to get themselves back into the game and push it all the way to Chalet, which is going to be the decider, because at the end of the day, there is no lower bracket. So this is their map pick, and you expect them to win their map pick. I think as well, CDAP's looking at how close Consulate wins went, potentially Bank. Do we have faith for Vivo Stars?
I definitely do, because getting a 3-3 split against a team like W7M on your attacking side of Bank was really, really impressive last time we saw Vivo Stars go to this map up in that decider upper bracket. But as soon as they went to the defensive side, it was a little more rough for Vivo Stars, and I think that that's something a lot more easily fixed, because you're not going to have amazing players like Herds and KZ popping off for 3k clutches. For the side of Los, they still have potential. Loban has been playing phenomenally, is actually in a lot more of an aggressive role on the attacking side than we've traditionally seen throughout the stage, but the player like Loban still has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, the question as well remains in terms of Bank being a map that was picked by Vivo Stars. Is there anything that we've seen from Los? I mean, we've seen a lot from them over the last 2 days, but anything specific that you think will be transferable onto this map that you hope they hold on to and they don't let go of?
Well, with the way Los have been on their attacks, they've sped them up just a little bit enough where they were seeming really slow and lethargic during the regular stage. And now when you're going onto a map like Bank that is so big, it's so large, it is hard to have your time management proper, especially if you don't want to skip steps. And a team like Vivo Keystars, when you have players like Hornetel as well as Hates on the roam, will punish you if you skip steps. So overall, the trajectory wise of Los on how they're attacking, I think will transfer, but we also could see a regression.
Oh, gonna have to wait and see because we gotta take a little bit of a quick break and we'll be back with the second map of the series, Chalet, coming up next.
Map 2, Bank. Ginny may have really wanted to see Map 3. I know Chalet was on her mind, but we've got Bank first. And if we go to Map 3, if Chalet is in the cards, Vivo Keystars, we're going to have to see a better Bank from them than we did see a Consulate in map number 1. Of course, they brought it to overtime. They showed us a good bit of that strength, but they were not able to pull it out, and Los proved that they are something to be reckoned with here. And Bank, well, could be a similar story. Vivo Key, they're going to start off with that Monty ban on the attacking side to remove that option for Los on the attack.
Yeah. Based on the play that we saw from map number 1 on Consulate, I'm a little curious if that's Vivo Keystars banning the Monty away from themselves so they don't get tempted to use it, because that did not impress anyone. I think as well, leaving the Jackal open with how much success they had on it on Consulate, probably going to leave them open to taking it here again on Bank, being able to facilitate the roam clear a lot quicker. Jackal's really kind of fallen away from teams in professional play just because he doesn't bring anything else other than the Inox sensor. You can bring some smoke grenades, but there's nothing else to use with it. It's just not the most ideal of picks. But I think with how successful it was, we might see it later on. We're not going to see it at least initially here in reveal phase. So we're seeing Hates on the Ash instead of the Jackal. Downstairs defense coming out for Los to start things off as well. Not very unexpected. And the real question is how much CEO are we going to see today, as we've seen Tellers and Archives make a bit of a resurgence in Stage 2 and then fall off as we've made it to the playoffs and into the LCQs.
This map itself, I think, worth mentioning that it was in the middle to the upper of the pack in terms of how many times teams brought it out during the closed league portion of the Brazil Stage 2. We saw this 6 times. And as far as attacking and defensive split has gone, exactly 50-50. 28 rounds to 28 rounds. So we can talk as much as you want to mention about, is this map attacker-sided? Is it going to be defender-sided? We know, at least in this region, this stage, it has been completely even keel. So both of these teams will have a good bit to prove on both sides of the coin here as we start things out with Vivo Keystars. They will be on the attack and Los on the defense. As we can expect, we're going to see a lot of this roaming, a lot of this defensive pressure on this top floor, even though we are on that basement site down in lockers and CCTV. It does mean that Vivo Key have a decision to make. Do they want to clear out this entire map and really force these roamers to drop down or take care of them before they can? Or are we going to see something a bit more aggressive and a bit more direct? Just by the fact that we're seeing these drones in up above, though, I think we've got our answer.
I think Loban's going to bail out of here after killing about a minute on the clock, and honestly, just looking at the operator lineup coming out from Los, it seems like, wow, Maya's going to recastle the open area door, and Hates is going to catch dash topside. There goes the Goyo that was lingering in E3, and will not be long for this world. But I was going to say, with the operator lineup, with the Goyo canisters, with the smoke, in tandem with the Solus, seems like it's just a preventative measure. In case Loban dies out on the roam, you at least still have a lot of area denial, a lot of time denial, and make sure that the plant can't come down without you knowing it immediately. It will have to come down in those last 10 to 20 seconds, regardless, just because of the amount of utility that's on the bomb site. Castle Barricade is keeping everyone planted for now, and Hates will have to dispatch of it, but there goes the impact in turn. Maya swinging out in towards E2, but not catching anyone. He's going to drop out the hatch. Go for Los, they lose dash topside, but everyone else peels back to the bomb site. They'll try and hold out from downstairs in a 4v5, a little over 70 seconds on the clock.
And they'll see what they can do with 4 bodies remaining. This isn't going to be too hard. I mean, you do have a chance to, well, I would say anchor down, sit back, and hold these angles. But as Loban exposes himself to the main stairs, Keed will take advantage and swing this even further in their favor. Hates will take a bit of damage here as well. But as they try to open these hatches and get ready for this execute, it is Los on the back foot without question. Cameraman, a sliver of HP remaining now. A nade rolling into lockers will not catch him out just yet. But Dots with 2 smokes, breaking these Vulcan canisters, just hoping that this utility is enough to slow this attack down. It's not looking great, however. As with 25 seconds, Keed are looking to make this drop. The final bit of the delay. The utility comes out. Maya will shut down 1, but through the smoke, here comes Daffodil. Looking to get this diffuser down. Dots has the pings, the shots, cannot land. The C4 does, however. Gomez dropped down. Lenda, now the last player standing. Los, what a comeback. Shutting down the execute and taking round number 1.
Man, there was still a Goyo canister up on the wall there. All that utility in the bomb site, just a maze and a labyrinth to work through for Vivo Keedstars. A 2-man advantage and Cameraman on literally 1 HP remaining. Not enough. It's not enough of an advantage when you can't get into the bomb site, having to deal with the smoke canisters and the Goyo canisters, just so much area denial and intel as well in the bomb site to be able to know where the plant was going down. It was a bit of a mess in terms of the shotgun trying to connect onto the planter through the smoke, but the Nitro Cell did the job for him, and then the shotgun followed up. So again, good teamwork, and like you said, a 3v5 in which Cameraman was basically 1 foot in the grave. Very impressive there for Los to win out on their defense downstairs, and now they'll head to open area and kitchen to try and string some success in a row, much like we saw on the Consulate with a number of successive rounds that we saw back to back to back for teams on Consulate, both teams, but Los really liking going on a run and garnering some momentum early on in the games.
It seems like that's the Los style. Early momentum, early success. Saw it on Consulate, now we're seeing it here on Bank. A good start, at least in terms of the overall result. Maybe not in the way that round necessarily transpired, as Keed were really having their way of it until the very end. I love that Los stayed patient, they stayed disciplined, and maybe they were chaotic and maybe the comms were a mess, but it didn't look like it. It looked like they said, we've got the utility we need, we've got some smokes, we've got this fire from the Vulcan canisters, why not use it? We're gonna have to, we're down the man count in the 3v5, we're gonna have to use it. And that they did. Dash, though, it's not utility he wants this time. It is aggressive. It's gunfights. He'll take a couple, lose it in the end. But here on the site, it is, well, Vivo Keed rolling into mixed results. Daffodil will take care of another, but a nice impact from Cameraman will down the last. A 1v1 here for Loban as Daffodil is finished off. Hates downed. Loban turned his back. Watch it. Gomez from behind. A quick round 2. Keed tie us up.
What a round. Back and forth we go. And I just want to give Vivo Keedstars the credit they deserve. They got 6 kills on the round. There was a TK. And then they killed all 5 defenders of Los as well to win the round. Quite a fascinating scenario that arose in the last little bit there is it was a 1v3 technically brought down to a 1v1 really, with Yamaru being down behind the printer reinforcement, and then the last remaining attacker, the Ram, outside the building after everyone tried to rush their way into the bomb site for Vivo Keedstars. Good response back and forth. It was just a 1v1 that went the side of the R4C, which is a sentence we've all said many, many a time in our lives, and that will dissuade Los from trying to run back staff in open area, and instead they will be heading topside to CEO, try and get back on track here after quite the chaotic and somewhat confusing round.
I mean, talk about chaotic. I mean, dude, we just got out of the previous round and all of a sudden there were 50 gunfights unfolding in the middle of the objective. What was that? I mean, that is, I suppose, that Brazil style of Siege at its finest, that aggressive, in-your-face play. But it still surprises you. It still catches you off guard, especially from a team that shows it so infrequently. When they bring it out like that, I mean, it just catches you off guard. It really does. It clearly caught Los off guard a bit. They were able to put up some fight, just not as much of a fight as they were hoping. So it's the top floor, like you said, Flynn, where we will see next as Los try to lock this down and prevent any sort of early execute from Vivo Keed. Thankfully, there is no easy way to just jump in and walk into the site. It's not on the ground floor. You do have to rappel up, break a window, send some utility in before eventually hopping through. You've got someone like Lobin that is looking to stop even that.
It's quite the awkward engagement, trying to go prone with an SMG-12 and hit a headshot. Especially onto a 3 armor, you're going to want a headshot. But Redlock of Fornatau able to persevere. Lobin?
What?
You know there's a frag grenade beside you, right?
He didn't move.
It just kind of sat there and accepted his fate. So, the rappels are working out very well for Vivo Keedstars in the beginning of this round, and I think the confusion from round 2 is bleeding over here into round number 3 as the E3 walls have been opened up as well from Daffodil, so a lot of purview down the long hallway. Dash trying to contend with this, but already off the rappel is the ace of Daffodil, and he's going to repeal back towards the roof and try and join up with the rest of the team, as realistically, in a 5v3, just play this with trades towards the bomb site. You're still in a good position to win, but as I say that, Cameraman will aggress towards the rappels. Dash will get traded out, though, and Dots, turning away the most inopportune moment, will take his attention towards Marble Stairs. Miss an entire magazine, but he's the last one standing. In response, it's a nasty shot onto Hates. He's the only one remaining for his team in a 1v3 now. He's still got to contend with the member on Marble Stairs, and Daffodil will shut him down. Dots, a whiff, and then a nice shot, and then a whiff, and it's Vivo Keedstars with 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Daffodil did a nice job there of kind of forcing the issue. You saw the swing, and the Wamai clearly prepared for the head glitch angle, right? Just the head peeking up from that stair landing. Instead, Daffodil was up in the face, so that crosshair was on the toes of the ace instead, and so a kill that Daffodil was easily able to find. But that one, Flynn, I mean, we talked about the chaos of the previous round and how much Keed were forcing the issue and getting up in Los's face. That one, it honestly felt similar but different. Rather than Keed being the ones to say, we want to take these fights early and we're going to just jump on in, Los kind of took those fights. They were the ones, like we saw underneath the CEO rappel. Like what was that? Like, you're trying to take those fights. Lobin was trying to get involved. That's just one example. And Keed took advantage of those openings rather than trying to make those openings themselves, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think there's been some interesting circumstances and some interesting engagements to start things off on Bank, and I think for Los, just trying to return to a little bit of a slower tempo, a little bit of normalcy here. They will still be roaming here on their basement defense, but they were able to prove last time that even if they sustain casualties on the roam, or even then in the fallback towards the bomb site, they can win out. There's so much utility onto the bomb site, and once again, the attacking side in terms of utility being brought out for Vivo Keedstars, not quite bringing enough utility specifically designed to deal with those of Goyo canisters specifically, although you can just continue taking the Goyo off the board as the first pick, as Dash has yet to show up in the game, and there goes Lobin trying to hang in and fight on Marble Stairs as well. The 2 corpses for Los will rest on Marble Stairs, and unfortunately for them, they find themselves in the exact same situation they were last time around on this bomb site. which is a 3v5. Difference seemingly is that Maya's going to reinforce himself into open area and try and play his life, and he'll do so at least for one pick. He'll grab Lendo.
Feels like Los are trying to play the same Consulate style of defense, sit around every corner, play the close quarters map that it is, and try to exploit a disjointed attack. But we're seeing a very different Keed, and this is a very different map. You cannot afford to play that same defensive style, at least quite the same way, on Bank like you would on Consulate. And Keed, they're also not quite as sporadic with how they're moving in. They're playing a lot more unified, and it's been getting them a lot of these early kills, and it's working out for them well. Of course, Los were able to work at least one kill back in this round thanks to Maya, but it is still a 4v3 advantage. It is still Keed with the momentum here in round number 4 as they begin to take what map control they have and turn their attention to the site below.
EMP's coming out to disable the electrical onto the server hatch. So again, we're pushing our way towards server, trying to get a walk into CCTV to the server door with about 50 seconds on the clock. And that's a very problematic situation to be in for how long those Goyo canisters will remain burning on the floor of the bomb site, and the toxic canisters as well. Dotsla has 3 with 40 seconds left in the round. It's a good spot to be in. You still have the Nitro for Cameraman as well. He's turning his attention towards main stairs for the moment, but in the nick of time can turn around and get a C4 anywhere inside of CCTV. Once again, for this Vivo Keedstars attack, a good setup, a good first 2 minutes, but this execute onto the bomb site is going to be hectic. Going to require avoiding a lot of the utility that is pre-placed and maneuverable here for Los on the defense. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Here comes Daffodil rushing in. He's going to try and go for the plant on top of the desk, but he's being choked out by the smoke on about 25 HP now up against the wall. Maya will drop Gomez, and there goes the Nitro cell. The plant's still going down from Daffodil, though. In the Russian for Hornatow, he's all alone now on the Finka. The 1v2, the OV2. Dots once again point blank with an M590, and it's yet again another 3v5 on the basement for Los.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Los Lockers defense, it's just different. It's just simply better. And Keed found themselves making the same mistake again. Utility was the problem. That late push was the problem. And the fact that Los had so much of that plant denial ability remaining in those last 15 seconds was the problem. It's a simple adjustment that Keys have to make here. You need to pressure the site just a bit earlier, tease the execute just a bit earlier to force Los to waste that utility. Force them to pop the Vulcan canisters. Force them to send that smoke out earlier than they'd like. If you can accomplish that, then when 20 seconds rolls around, all of a sudden, it is so much easier. You've got so much less on your plate. You don't have to worry about the fire. You don't have to worry about the smokes or a C4 coming out of nowhere and surprising you. But because Keedstars waited until the last possible moment to go for the execute, and they hadn't teased it or baited that out enough before then, the exact same problem as round number 1, it bit them in the back, and Los will tie us up because of it. Let's be very clear, it is a masterclass of a basement defense for Los, but given the advantages that Vivo Keed have had going into the execute in both round 1 and round 4, you gotta put a little blame on them as well.
Well, I said the Teller's Archives had made a bit of a resurgence in Stage 2 and then fallen off in the playoffs in the LCQs. Well, it's come back. We're going to get all 4 bomb sites here for Los, which is fair, like you said, considering their performance off of the basement defense. Anywhere else has been a loss. They've won twice downstairs. And now, right now, for Vivo Keedstars, looking to continue that run of success off of attacking towards CCTV and lockers. Dash, like I said last round, yet to get himself on the board, has been opening death on that Goyo topside on both of those basement defenses. So, been a rough run of form for him for the last 4 rounds. And he'll look to change things up here, trying to get aggressive on the Oryx towards the CEO windows. Loban looking skyward as well from the stock windows. And you can see Vivo Keedstars luckily not in a position to engage with any of those gunfights. Instead, it would be Cameraman inside of the main floor elevator with a deployable shield at his disposal. Loban will get droned out, and right behind it is Lenda and the Yana. So the entries coming in for Vivo Keedstars able to weather the storm of the aggression, but misdroning Dash. He'll get one to jump into the game, and another one with the Bailiff. The impacts for support coming out onto the CEO walls, but they won't be necessary. And I'm not quite sure, but I think, yeah, Dash did go for the vault out the CEO windows. He's going to make it into the dirt tunnel to safety. I spoke too soon. Hates, we'll cut him off, but it's still a 4v3 advantage for Los.
Okay. Interesting. You
having
got
fun
the 2
yet?
kills up top. You did the job. You're good. You're alive. Jumps out the window, dies. Probably tried to find somebody on the rappel. Hoped that maybe there was somebody else to jump on and basically guarantee the round for you. Guarantee the round for Los, but instead that advantage, while not given up just yet, is of course lessened. Hates. Feeling a bit of pressure here though from Cafeteria. Waiting for a bit of support as well. When he gets it, he takes advantage. Maya and Loban both gone. Dots and Cameraman, now they're the only 2 remaining, and this is after Dash found 2 openers, established the momentum for Los, and now it has all come crumbling to pieces. It's 3 for Hates. Dots alone. Lenda shuts it down. Ends round number 5 with a bang. What a roller coaster from start to finish.
Man, the other 2 defenses that were not in the basement for Los were just kind of trade fest fireworks shows that were very, I don't know, they just did not look like they were ever firmly in the control of Los. That was the first round that wasn't, actually, that was the first round on defense for the entirety of the bank. That looked like it was firmly in the control of Los, like you said, with the 5v3 advantage, Dash showing up inside of CEO, and then it all fell apart. And you really got to give it to Lenda and I think it was Hates and Lenda pushing in towards open area and staff room, being able to collect onto those 2 picks, trying to dislodge anyone playing on the far side with those rotates opened up in towards Tellers and Archives. So good response there. It was a 3v4 to work out of after the collection of Dash trying to rush towards the dirt tunnel. Good response round for Vivo Keydstars, and they continue their run of success off of attacking the basement. As long as they're attacking a bomb site that doesn't have a CCTV or a lockers in it, they're in a good spot. So we're going to round out the first half here for Los in open area, in kitchen. Going to lock things down and at least tie us up. Like you said, the successive win rate so far in Brazil in Stage 2 is exactly 50-50 on bank in terms of who has the advantage. There isn't. Los will try to replicate that storyline here at the end of the first half.
Man, this has been a crazy back and forth, not only between rounds, but within them. I mean, just when you think one team has basically done enough to almost guarantee them the round, it all gets spun on its head and completely changes. We saw that in round 1, we saw that in round 4, and round 5. Probably missing 1 or 2 in there as well. Could have been every single round for all I know. It's been chaos, that's the point. And right now, we've seen both teams have their moments where they've thrived in that chaos and where maybe they've slipped up or just fell short. We'll see how Los are able to make something happen here. Again, it's a calm start, at least through the first 60 seconds. Los are going for a bit of a roam, a bit of early pressure here. You see Loban trying to find the scoreboard a bit more. Dash, who was so successful in the early round in round number 5, however, will not find the same success in round number 6. The Oryx, the first to fall.
Loban prepping a nitro cell, and just in case anyone strays towards the CEO floor, trying to dislodge him from his power position over inside of Archives. But Hates opting to just take the heads-up gunfight instead through the doorway and the window, and not going to spot Loban. Thankfully for the Cap Can, he will be able to maneuver his way back into the depths of Archives with his C4 well intact and not have to worry for now. And this amount of top floor control coming out from Vivo Keydstars. A little over a minute remaining on the clock, but so much soft destruction at their disposal and so much time with so much ability to make sure that there's no one playing safe on the bomb site. Other than very obvious power positions basically directly under Daffodil right now. It's the last place you can really stand on this bomb site with any kind of comfort, because there's no soft destruction directly above. Everywhere else, though, will get opened up here. You can see even more breach charges coming out. 8's going for the rotate to the printer window. This is going to be one massive tsunami of attackers trying to rush their way into the bomb site. It really seems like it's just going to be Maya to try and hold things out. As there goes Dots, there goes Loban. It's just Maya's TMR. Sat on the hatch and he'll fall out, so now it's just Cameraman trying to weather the storm as everyone will approach onto the bomb site and make it a flawless round for Vivo Keydstars. So as long as they weren't attacking the basement, they come away victorious.
Yeah, well done there. They made it work on every single site except for lockers and CCTV. And, well, Los, well, the opposite can be said for them. They managed to figure out the perfect recipe for success on that basement site, but could not find a way to weather the storm elsewhere. As a result, it's a 4-2 half for Keyd, and a very good place to be, considering, as we've said, this map generally being that 50-50 split. Keyd are set up well for their second half, on the defensive half, on their own map pick here. They're clearly getting a bit more comfortable. They're clearly starting to heat up, and they just need to ride that wave to a map win if they can. Again, it is their backs who are against the wall right now. They need to win bank if they want to survive and send us to map 3 of Chalet.
That's the thing. Los getting the first map pick out of the way, taking Consulate and winning it 8-6, and seen Los with some good recovery rounds in the basement. And outside of that, maybe a couple rounds that were close, but Vivo Keydstars able to edge away from Los. So 4-2 half now with Vivo heading towards the defense. We'll see what the terms and conditions are on success on this map for both of these teams, as it really was the basement or die for Los. We'll see if Vivo, as they start out on CEO defense, and extend their lead to a 5-2 advantage and also show that they can win on another bomb site. Gomez starting out topside inside of E3 with a TCSG, trying to take aim towards any of the windows as well. Saw this coming out from Los with very little success. A lot of aggression towards these window repels, a lot of trying to quell any kind of entry from getting in towards the building, and yet they just started dropping bodies for it. It seems like this time around for Vivo Keydstars, they're playing it a little bit safer. They'll take the engagement when it presents itself. Other than that, not trying to put their face in a window or lay prone on top of a frag grenade anytime soon.
Good drone here from Dash in the middle of the site. Have some information about what's there and, well, in this case, what's not there. Turns out as he tried to step up, though, Hates was ready anyway. Early pick here for Vivo Keyd. Tough luck for Dash, who has been on the receiving end of so many of these opening engagements so far on this map alone. 2-7. Not the player you want to die first. You've lost your Hibana. You still have the ace. You still have some of that hard breach to rely on. But it is going to be a bit harder to get this execute done, at least from both sides. You now may have to rely on a bit more of that window pressure that Dots is trying to maintain as the OSA. At the same time, this pressure starting to build up in the hallway. Lenda, though, holding his own. Worried about stock, worried about top square, handling them both to perfection. 4v2, this Cameraman will find one back, but a minute to work with here for Los. This is not looking too good.
No, Gomez able to drop Cameraman, the repel in from Dots out of nearly desperation. He will get one just to kind of pad the stats slightly with that 5.56, but Daffodil will end the round, and an exclamation point being shown here for Vivo Keydstars, demonstrating that they can win on a bomb site that isn't in the basement. We'll see if they go there now after being successful, and they currently have it selected if my Portuguese isn't below failing grade. And I think right now for Los, it's a very tough situation to be in. Having some success downstairs on the defense, but not really look like you're able to hang in terms of these gunfights and the chaos that Vivo Keydstars were bringing out and employing for the rest of the first half. Now Vivo Keydstars seem to just be dominating the kill feed, and honestly, that collapsing towards the hallway just outside of stock is a perfect example of where a team just does not seem to be on the same page together. The collapse from outside of the janitor hallway and the stock vault should be done in tandem, but that quick peek from Lenda was enough to dissuade the person top square from pushing all the way in and joining in the fight. And it left the attacker inside of stock all alone, so it effectively gave him 2 1v1s. Lenda will take that all day and all night, and now 2 rounds away from sending us to Chalet.
Keyd looking like they want to put this one away now. tired of this back and forth that we've already talked so much about. Down below, Lockers and CCTV for their second defense here in round number 8. And like we saw from Los on their defensive half, we're likely to see a good bit of this presence on these top 2 floors. Now, we don't see quite the same operator selection, however. We do see a group of operators a bit more attuned to only extending up one floor instead of all the way roaming in CEO or in executive or top square. We see a lineup more geared for that turtle hold. Maybe we'll see somebody in open area. Maybe we'll see somebody on those marble stairs. But as soon as that pressure comes in, likely to see Vivo keyed back off. And this has been a good read from them, because Los are looking to do the same thing. It's not the full clear. It is a direct approach that they're going to try to get done. Cameraman sneaking around the back. He'll catch Hornetow unaware. And back into a 4v4 we go.
Yeah, Loban tried to sneak his way. I think we've talked enough about Dash. Loban as well at 1 and 8. Tried to sneak his way on knock into the garage and unsuccessful in doing so. Like I said, Cameraman able to sneakily as well make his way into server, grab the pick on the blue stairs onto Hornetow. Smoke is still standing. Typically you'd see a Smoke playing those server stairs, but instead it's Daffodil on the Smoke playing more towards the bomb site instead of Lockers right now. Instead, it was the Warden of Hornetow playing on the blue stairs, so not the biggest casualty to have surrendered. Gomez the only Nitro cell remaining on the side of Vivo Keydstars in the defense, but you can see these Goyo canisters. They're going to be annoying. The only difference between that and the rounds that Los were playing this objective on the defense is that Cameraman on the attack has brought out a Twitch, and they do have some ranged soft destruction, although they've already used Sophia Lifeline. Trying to get rid of those canisters as early as possible so the fire isn't as devastating when you go in for the collapse onto the bomb site. Dot's now getting the plant down, and the Smokes are not in the correct position. Although, as I say that, Dots was just trying to tank it, and he will drop nearly inches away from getting the diffuser down. And like I said, here comes the pouring of the smoke, here comes the fire. There's no chance now as Dash is in the midst of the bomb site. Hasn't picked up the diffuser as of yet and gets swung into the hallway. Maya drops in, drops Gomez, but still in a 1v3 to work out of and standing in front of a mirror window. He's not long for this world, and suddenly Vivo Keydstars putting us on map point.
It's the same problem for Los, the same problem that Vivo Keyed had to deal with on their attacks. That is a very tough approach to make, even when you make it as early as Los tried to, right? There was still so much utility to try to deny, and with the angles that Vivo Keyed had already set up, they were so ready for that execute, shutting it down one player at a time. That'll prompt the tack timeout for Los as they now stare against a map point and a 4-round deficit that they would have to work their way back through if they just want to send this one to OT. It does really feel like map 3 is coming up, but Los trying to delay that reality as long as they possibly can. If they want to do it, though, we're going to have to see a bit better than that in terms of their attacking prowess. And if something isn't working, like they probably should have picked up on about midway through that round, need to see them make some sort of active adaptations. Maybe work your way around, try to approach from the other side, try to get something else working for you instead of just kind of going straight for one bomb site, overly tunnel visioned and getting yourself in trouble like that.
It is a dangerous strategy to bring out with, the consequence of not being successful on it being that you're now going to have match point against you and need to win 4 consecutive rounds to send it just to overtime, let alone winning the map as a whole and finishing off this series in a 2-0. Just trying, like you said, get direct to the bomb site as sneakily and quickly as possible and try and suffocate the defense and utilize that utility as much as possible. Make sure that those Goyo canisters and the smoke grenades get popped or used as quickly as possible into the round so you have more time to work with into the execute. They went 1 for 1 on their approach in towards the rush to go direct towards the bomb site, and unfortunately just still so much utility to work with there. Oil canisters strewn across CCTV, and the mirror window still in play as well inside of lockers. That really never got addressed. It was a very tough situation to be in for Los's attack, much like they were putting Vivo Keydstars in on the attacks in the first half of this map. So Dots with the diffuser on the Ram. You've got the Amaru coming out from Maya as well, at Dokkaebi from Cameraman. So it looks like Los, having not been successful on trying to quicken up the tempo last round, are going to try and run it back. A little faster of a tempo here as well, and Either we're quickly going to Chalet, or maybe Los is starting to come back.
Maya readying. Gara hook in hand, looking to spring in and get something done. Hornets out. Staying prone here and might be kept protected by this castle barricade, but here comes Maya anyway. Up through the window, working his way around towards the balcony, denied from behind. No support at all. Dots was too late. That was the problem. Now he's there in time to find the trade at least and get the equalizing blow. But what could have been a very explosive start, a successful start for Los, initially slowed down. Another trade. Dots takes care of Lenda, but then gets taken care of right back. A 3v3 as Los again try to make something happen early with a mixed success. Hates though. The next player tucked away, isolated for Vivo Keyed, alone and vulnerable.
Well, if Los have a chance, they're going to need the 2 attackers remaining with a combined KD of 3 and 16 to show up. As Loban's taking damage, there goes Cameraman, so it's just those 2 remaining. Hates on a rampage. There goes Dash, now able to drop it from a 1v3 to a 1v2, but not before Hates with a UMP topside. Mercilessly wrecked through the last remaining attackers besides himself. The Dash turning his attention back towards the bomb site. I have to get all 3 remaining defenders, the 2 remaining still standing in a 1v3, be able to prolong us here on Bank, or we are going to Chalet after a very close and back and forth matchup on Consulate. This has been a pretty one-sided Bank so far. Dash able, I believe, to hack out that camera, but nonetheless, he gets shot out anyway. So Dash dropping down the stairs with the diffuser and slowly pushes his way in and isolates some 1v1s in this engagement. Refire will not dislodge Gomez from his position on top of the desk inside of open area. And there it is. Vivo Keyed Stars win their own map pick 7-2. So we will need Chalet to decide this.
Consulate was close. We saw overtime there. The same cannot be said for Bank. 7-2. Vivo Keyed leaving no doubt there, even with the timeout and even with a couple of moments where we thought Los might be able to bring it back. They just could not claw back the insane lead that Vivo Keyed had mounted to that point. A great place to be heading into Chalet. They've got a good bit of momentum now, and they're playing with a good bit of confidence. We'll see. Chalet, I mean, it is anyone's game when we get that far. Both of these teams playing for a chance at the major. Only one of them we'll move on to the final of the last chance qualifier. We'll figure out who that's going to be in just a few minutes.
Bank goes in favor of Vivo Stars with a convincing 7-2, bringing themselves back into this competition, keeping the hopes alive of going to that Atlanta Major, going to that finals tomorrow. But most importantly, I wasn't lying when I said Chalet coming up next.
Yeah, it was definitely a speed run map, and you said convincingly, I would say more so dominantly taken by Vivo Stars. Starting on the attacking side, getting a 4-2 split, and not even skipping a beat as they move to their defensive side. It was a very good game from Vivo Stars, and this is what we expected on Consulate. It didn't quite come to fruition enough. They went all the way to overtime and were almost able to steal the map choice, but now that they're in more of a home territory of Bank, they were definitely able to show they were the better team.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I mean, looking even at the statistics, everything going their way, their cost in comparison, 78%, incredible with 8 entries to match it. I don't really know what else to say in terms of Vivo Stars just dominated this map pick. They chose it for a reason. And a bit of questions in regards to Los and how they're going to be coming back from this, because so far CDAPS, they've had a really dominant performance, but it felt like now that they're finding a little bit of a pushback, they struggled to adapt.
Yeah, with how Vivo Stars actually started shooting and they were fighting back, especially in the early round. You saw the entries, you touched on it, 8-1. That is ridiculous, especially because we saw Los win the entry engagements on Consulate by a significant margin. When you have Hates, Daffodil, and Gomez all going flawless on entry, the only person, Dash, being able to get one singular opening engagement to go the way of Los is just not a great position to be in. Sure, Cameraman, he is finally shooting once again. He's not bottom of the scoreline like what we saw during the regular stage, but you would have expected for just a little bit that Cameraman on Bank would have been able to bring something to the Los table, considering his fabled history on this map with his old FaZe Clan roster, but nothing really happened.
Nothing happened. I mean, 2 rounds happened. You gotta give it to them. You can't say nothing because they do manage to get 2, but unfortunately, that's about it. That's all they're gonna be able to get. So then it brings Chalet next into the picture as well, because that is a decider to see which one of these teams will actually be going into the finals tomorrow. And with what we've seen so far from Vivo Stars, are you comfortable saying that potentially Consulate was just a warm-up map?
Yes, I am willing to say that, especially because yeah, it was a warm-up map. You know, they just said they had to wait a little bit, because I definitely believe Chalet is a better Vivo Star map. Right now, they're rocking an 84% attacking win rate and still getting that 50% defensive win rate, which is even more impressive because of how hard that map is to defend. Entry engagements, they're still looking just as good statistically. And for the side of Los, we haven't seen them this stage really on Chalet. Both times they played the map, sure, they won, but it was against Homeless and Advogatos on Chalet in the open bracket. So not necessarily the most pedigreed opponents for them to face on this map. Meanwhile, we saw Vivo Stars start off the stage on Chalet with an absolutely dominant win against MIBR. They're going to be looking to do the same.
Yeah, it's a little scary now if you're a Los fan. They've been able to make it this far, so will they be able to continue? That is something that we're going to have to find out at some point today. I think, as well as you already highlighted a little bit, the fact that Chalet is a map that is more heavily in favor of Vivo Stars statistically, and also seeing how they've just come out of this with a 7-2 win. It's not just a one map, it's a 7-2 W at that, and they must be in such a great place mentally, and they must really have that momentum in their favor right now. So I'm a little worried about Los.
Yeah, I definitely am too, because sure, they won their own map choice, but it was by the skin of their teeth. And that's an overtime victory is not one you're really going to be sitting like, yeah, oh my gosh, we're confident. As opposed to Vivo Stars on their own map choice winning 7-2. That's a little bit more confidence inspiring in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And that confidence is something that you need when it is genuinely down to the wire this time around. This is also going to be the first best of 3 that we're going to be seeing going all the way to that decider. This is the furthest either one of these teams has been pushed so far. And without that safety cushion of having that lower bracket to fall into, it's just so much pressure amounting into one game, which we can just look at a BO1. And we've been looking at Los and how they have been performing in the best of 1s during the regular stage. That has not been the best.
Yeah, they definitely had their struggles. There's a reason they had to go through open qualifiers. Meanwhile, you had Vivo Stars that got to go to the deciders and play with the big boys up in those BO3s. So sure, Los are more impressive in the fact that they were able to kind of pick themselves up and redefine themselves as they moved through. But once again, it was against weaker competition. Meanwhile, Vivo Stars still had some strong performances against the likes of W7M and some of the strong teams.
Are you calling Liquid weak pedigree?
This stage, yes. This stage, yes, I am.
Yeah, you gotta be political. This stage only, Liquid. Yeah, I think that's something that really probably as well boosted the confidence from Los coming off of that win, not just having to go to the decider, but closing it out with a 2-0 against a team like Liquid, bringing it back 1-5 on Consulate. That was definitely the confidence boost that they needed, and it felt like that kind of went the other way when we saw them playing earlier today on Consulate and it going 8-6. So a lot of questions remain as to how they are feeling mentally and how they'll be approaching Chalet. Is there a mistake specifically though on Bank that you think when we're looking at Los, you're saying, I don't want to see that ever again?
I think the way that they set up a lot of their entry engagements were very isolated positions, and you even saw upstairs where they were trying to establish the just vertical pressure inside of office and allowing somebody like Hornetow to just be crouch walking around and shoot Maya in the back is something that for Los they cannot have happen once again on Chalet, especially when statistically the stats for Vivo Keedstar when they get that opening pick on a map like Chalet is absolutely massive. If you have these isolated roams on the defensive side for Los, if that doesn't work and you have the opening death, right now that seems like a lead that Vivo Keedstars do not want to relinquish. Currently 100% conversion rate through 6 opening engagements is definitely not something you want to scoff at.
67% as well, the community voting in favor of Vivo Keedstars. Do you think these people are going to be going home happy today, securing some of those Twitch gambas?
I think so, because sure, you can say, yeah, Los came out swinging and they looked pretty good. They had a good mid-run on Consulate, but Vivo Keedstar started to wake up. They kept that map that wasn't even on the cards for them to win, in their opinion, kept it so incredibly close. Now they go into the 2 maps that they expect to win, their map plus the decider, and so far they've looked so incredibly dominant. I don't know if Los are going to be able to bounce back enough.
Ooh, good. If they'll be able to bounce back. Well, we're going to be heading into the game, and I guess that means we're going to be finding out exactly whether or not Los has what it takes. The final map here in the semifinals to decide who goes to finals. Let's head over to Chalet with Jonah and Flynn.
We are here for the final map of our first semifinal, and it is Los in need of that spark again. Map 2 definitely was not their territory, that's for sure. But Chalet needs to be. You could say both of these teams have their backs against the wall, though, because Vivo Keed unable to win map number 1. They come into Chalet with the momentum and with the high hopes. But Flynn, the question is, can they close it out?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think right now for both of these teams, like the Desk touched on as well, and just treat this as a BO1 to decide whether or not your season ends here or you still have a chance to make it to Atlanta. Winner of this series will move on to face the winner of the Vivo Keedstars Academy versus Miners GG, which will be our second semifinal today. The winner of that series, and whoever wins on Chalet, will be playing it out for a spot in Atlanta. The Ying taken off the board, no shock there. The Flores, similarly, maybe less of a ban rate these days, but then the Mute and the Solus, so sticking to some norms. I think there's a couple operators that have had some pretty poignant success so far on this map, still available to both sides. I think the Jackal and the Montaigne are still up on the attacking side, and on the defensive side, we've seen the Goya with so much effect on Bank, and it'll be brought here from Cameraman to start things off. And again, if my Portuguese is not horrendous, I believe we're heading downstairs, Snowmobile and Wine, to start things off for Los on the defense. So, hopefully for Los, like we said, that performance on Bank isn't just a true indication of where they are, and that the performance on Consulate is more indicative of where they are competitively stacking up against Vivo Keedstars. We do want map number 3 to not be as much of a blowout as we just saw on Bank. And with so much on the line, I imagine both of these teams will be swinging for the fences.
Oh, you've got to believe that we're going to see both of these teams pulling out all the stops. But, I mean, in terms of the tricks we know that both of these teams have up their sleeves, I mean, clearly they both have quite a bit in store for us. I mean, we saw explosive, fast-paced attacks. We saw aggressive roams, but we also saw incredibly patient play on both sides. Chalet is a map that you often see resort to that more aggressive, more explosive style, but can absolutely find some success with the former, with something a bit more disciplined and a bit more utility-focused. This basement site, for example, you've got to be able to get that garage wall open. You've got to deal with whatever hard breach denial the defense is bringing out. And Vivo Keedstars, right? If they're bringing out the Amaru, if they're trying to get a bit aggressive, a bit cheeky that way, you're going to have to deal with the roam that lies up above. Gomez at least has a pretty good eye on what that might look like, sees the feet of Dash there, knows there's somebody working their way around that kitchen, that trophy area. Let's see who steps up to deal with it first.
Claymore's being placed to make sure that the flank can't come down through the trophy hatch, and Dash still unaware of the drone. This flank, you would think, would be devastating, but all red here. Not as well, getting rid of some drones on the bomb site. I don't think he spotted the clutch drone, though. Lenda will grab one, but Cameraman with the trade. So he's able to go for the flank all the way up and around. Maya will fall on the bomb site, though, so your two anchors on the objective falling. Maya bleeding out on the floor. Hates, though, has the diffuser backside. So all this work done towards the snowmobile. There goes Cameraman. The flanker taken out of play. Orenthal cleans up Maya, so still a 2v4 to work with. There's a guns remaining. Lenda taking a whack full of damage at the back, and Dash will be down and finished off on Pillar. It's just Loban at the base of main stairs, now fighting out the snowmobile breach. Able to drop Daffodil and rotate into Connector, but into the waiting arms of Hates he will run, and that is a perfect execute onto the attack to start things off.
And they made quick work of round number one. I mean, that Los defense, it had a couple of things going for it, right? They were relying on that anchor presence and on the ability of maybe the Electro Claws from the Kaid to slow down that on-site pressure, and also using someone like Dash up above to deny that top-down clear. Clearly, he did not have a problem with either of those defensive power positions, right? They quickly spotted Dash and knew how they needed to either work their way towards him, or in this case, avoid him. They could easily get those Selma charges down on that wine cellar wall, pop that open, get some pressure going from the back, and at the same time, with the attention of those players on the site diverted, they could get that garage wall opened as well. That's why bringing the Maverick out can be such a nice addition to the team. Don't have to worry about that electricity that might be in your way. A good start down below on the basement for that attack. So Los go now to Bar and Games in order to see if they can find some defensive success.
I think for Los here on the defense, it really is just about trying to make sure these rounds are as close as possible, trying to make sure they're not feeling too out of it early, as that was quite the convincing round from Vivo Keedstars to start things off. Again, this roam potential being picked apart by the amount of intel that Vivo Keedstars are able to gather. Nobody's really able to go for a flank for free. Nobody's able to sit in a position off the bomb site without being discovered. See this for Loban as well, trying to rotate through Master. He's going to rotate directly onto a drone. A pre-fire from Dokkaebi of Gomez. Do a little bit of damage, but it won't find the lethal blow. And now Loban, like, ring around the Rosie in towards Solar, and he's looking down the Solar stairs. He's going to rotate into the bathroom and sprinting into the G8. Lenda will collect Loban. So the roam clear again, starting off well here for Vivo Keedstars. It leaves Maya, the last man standing topside. It's the only other Los defender up here playing in towards Library. You can see the rotation coming out from Dash now. Occupy that shield playing at the top of Blue. At least he'll join his friend. They'll have two 1.5s. Only one now, as there goes Dash. So, no Blue Stairs control now. It's just Maya, the last man standing. He's able to down Hates and pick off Lenda. He's able to clean up the bleeding out Ash. This might actually be an even man count. But again, waiting for the approach from the remaining attackers. And as he turns his attention away from the approach from Piano, Hornetal will drop him. Gomez downstairs leaves Dots as the last man standing. Once again in a 1v3. Pretty tough and precarious position to work out of, rotating back into Library. There's a member of the attack from Vivo on the blue stairs. Trying to make sure there's no rotations coming back from Dots. I don't think they know where Dots is, though. Looking down the stairwell, Dots is going to have a freebie here onto Hornetow. At least it's down to the 1v2, so a good position to work out of here for Dots and Los' defense.
Looks like there was a drone, or there should have been a drone on Dots' position. He was still able to get the kill on the blue stairs anyway, but Gomez, of course, able to finish him off from below. Another very good attack from Vivo Keed. They start things off strong. It was Lenda again who was able to get the opening kill. Now 2 rounds in a row where we've seen Lenda get involved first and be successful in that endeavor. Maya did whatever they could to work that back, right? We saw getting Hates down and then finishing off Lenda up above, but it just wasn't enough. The pressure from Keed was good enough so that once they knew that the top floor might be trouble and that Los were still diverting a lot of resources into that position, they did slide some pressure down below. They got some action going on the site. It was Gomez who kind of slipped in from behind and did the job there. So 2 in a row here for Keed. Good start.
Very good start on the attacking side on Chalet, and a position that would statistically be slightly favored. But like I said, it's about Los' ability to keep rounds close, and they're a bit of a comeback being attempted from the Azami of Dots at the end of the round. But again, another 3v1 to try and work out of. Just very troublesome positions that Los find themselves in. Like you said as well, a valiant effort from Maya topside trying to hold out, but he really was just the only one there that was able to fight back. Everyone else getting picked apart topside, whether it be on the roam or behind the blue stair shield. So not a lot of support for Maya, unfortunately. I think that's where Vivo Keed Stars are excelling right now, is being able to get the opening pick and make sure that separation for Los means that there's no opportunity for a trade. They actually have the man number count advantage on every engagement that they're in. Very impressive to see the resilience and the comeback here for Vivo Keed Stars in terms of their attacking approach, in stark contrast to what we saw on Consulate, which was just very bad attacks for the most part. Instead, Vivo Keed Stars able to look very prominent on the attacks on Bank, and now starting out on Chalet. This has been a very good run of form for them to try and put themselves in the grand finals of the LCQ to make it to Atlanta.
Cameraman maybe trying to turn the tide here by getting a bit more aggressive himself. To the Frost getting quite active down below. Eventually retreating towards the safety of the site, even throwing a little barricade up for good measure. So no early action for him, at least on that game's side of things. On the other hand, Vivo Keed, they will be approaching from that direction, just maybe a bit later than Cameraman was hoping. They've got control of Library up above, and they're likely to start leveraging this and turning this over towards this Office and Master side. You've got Dots. He's going to be heading up the defense there, maybe even tempting a swing out towards the balcony, but you've got Keed ready and waiting for something like that. They don't have maybe as many hard breach options as they'd like. I mean, they do have only one dedicated hard breach operator for that, being Daffodil on the Thermite. Lenda, of course, with those secondary can openers will be a nice added bonus if they need it. But this Office wall will open up regardless without much issue. They dealt with the Electro Claw and they popped it open just like that. About that 90-second mark, a pretty good place to be.
And Dots, there we go. He's finally able to spot the drone. He's just sitting on the thing forever, trying to swing out towards the Office balcony door while being pinged and called out. Hornetow with the bearing 9 on the glass will get one. Tries to aggress for the second, but Dots will win out. An immediate trade from Hates, so there's top floor control partially established. There's one more defender, Maya, creeping his way up, trying to get behind the piano shield, make sure that nobody's able to push their way into Office and make use of that top floor control. Is the last man standing up there, though. Actually, no. One more defender topside. I believe it was Cameraman. So it's Dash alone on the bomb site getting ripped to shreds. Now Daffodil able to make his way into breach, open the wall, get into kitchen. Maya trying to swing out, and he does have top control with these holes that were made. No one right now for Vivo Keed aware of the positioning. But as I say that, getting shot up through the floorboards. Hates turns his attention skyward and is successful. So it's just Cameraman once again in a harrowing 1vx situation to try and work his way out of as he aggresses towards the breach, towards lobby. He's got one attacker on either side of him, swings for one and grabs it, and is able to drop the second. Daffodil and Hates both go down. That's the diffuser as well, and Cameraman scurries his way back into bars. The timer will tick down. Both attackers try to coalesce and get back to the bomb site, but Cameraman goes huge in a 1v4 and will keep Los alive.
What a clutch from Cameraman. Oh my goodness. Someone who was eager for action early in the round didn't find it, but it was the late round where he thrived. It was the first onto Daffodil. Then it was Hates next. Gomez to fall, and Lenda the last to end the hopes of Keed in that round. Should Los have needed a play like that? Probably not. But did they need it? Oh boy, did they ever. Cameraman, 4 kills on the round, 5 total overall now. And they're going to take a tack timeout after an incredible clutch that's got to be having them riding high.
Definitely. I mean, you're happy that you were able to win the clutch. That's for sure. Props to Cameraman. I think right now, just again, it's 3 consecutive rounds where you've had, you know, a 1v4 or a 1v3 to try and fight out of. And that was the first time they were successful in doing so. Again, props to Cameraman, an incredible individual play, but it's 3 rounds in a row where Vivo Keedstars have dominated the kill feed, dominated the trades. This is a very troubling spot for Los, and while that individual play was very impressive from Cameraman, like you said, Jonah, it's not one they should be expecting to be able to recreate over and over again. It's not a replicable recipe for success. So now heading into Bar to try and run this one back for Los. See if they can put up more of a fight on this roam and trying to quell the aggression and the tempo that Vivo have brought out. Just incredible trades and incredible show of force every time they enter a position on the map.
Well, Keed probably reeling from that one. But they can take solace in the fact that they looked so good until the very, very end of that round. They had set themselves up for success so early round, much like we're going to see here from Lenda again. The opening kill for Lenda, something that's happened now 3 out of the 4 rounds. This time, though, it is quickly traded. So that will go answer this time, rather than unanswered like it has so many rounds previously. Maybe dangerous early for Los, but they managed to equalize, and that will put them into fighting position for the remainder of this 4th round, where they try to put together another Barn Games defense if they can, using this office side as a bit of this pressure as well. Not the most common thing when you see this setup. It means that instead of just pushing library and dealing with top mezzanine from that side, now Keed have to worry about pressuring from the back. They've got to worry about both angles at once.
And Dot's getting assaulted by flashbangs here and goes spraying towards multiple window angles, but won't connect onto anything. I think in terms of that trade, I didn't clock how many of the friend mirrors that Dash was able to activate before dying, as he quite literally went 6 feet under 2 seconds into the round. Trading out Fenrir's that were already activated for low, but now getting 2, especially dropping the Finka of Lenda with the only frag grenades on the roster in the response to that unfortunate event inside of Solarium. Now you've got the man advantage as well. You're still in a good spot here for Los, able to fight back, able to provide some staying power on the roam, able not to be decimated so simply on their top floor positions when defending a bomb site below. This is a very impressive round so far for Los in terms of responding to Vivo Keed's success in 3 consecutive rounds, to be honest. Like I said, Cameraman had that clutch. Really, again, it was another example of the man advantage and the push into the bomb site. The trades there, but Maya still successful. Leaves Gomez alone in a 1v3. Make it a 1v2, so maybe we turn the tables here as Gomez, now on 1 HP, pushes his way behind the mirror inside of stock. Now instead works his way out and starts to go for the plant. Neither Dots nor Loban are pushing into the bomb site, so the plant will be completed here, but it's a 1 HP Dovi for Gomez. Wow, the hatch is reinforced, that it limits the rotating opportunities. Gomez playing inside a stock, just crouches away at the wrong moment. The SMG-12 as well, the recoil not favorable. He's going to flash himself in the engagement. Probably did flash the mirror as well. He gets one, but as he stands up, Loban jumps in with the deagle. And Los, again, they will escape around, and they will tie things up.
I mean, yeah, talk about riding the high from the previous round. Los are not going to give up that momentum. They're going to keep things firing, and they do it successfully on Bar and Games. That is well done, and played that 2v1 well in the end, I will say. It's like you've got that awkward 1v1 happening in Bar with the flash. That's going to be awkward no matter how you slice it, but as long as you have the other teammate working your way in from the other side to ensure that the trade is found no matter what, I mean, there was only so much Gomez could do, especially on 1 HP. But even if he had 100, I mean, that's not a situation that you're going to be winning most times, at least. 2-2, though, that ties us up and gives Los a lot more to work with here. A game that easily could have been 4-0 at this point, with Keed in the lead. Instead, it is 2-2, and it is anyone's game.
Definitely. I think right now, the way that Vivo Keedstar started this map, it was looking a lot like Bank did, where there just was not enough ground being held for Los, and unfortunately, they were kind of getting walked over. And yet, response, you need Cameraman to clutch up. It instigates a much better round in round number 4 in terms of being able to hold map control for a prolonged period of time. So, head downstairs where we started things off on this map. Los trying to string 3 in a row here. Again, we're maybe 15 seconds away from ending round number 3, and it looked like it was going to be a 3-0 in favor of Vivo Keedstars. Only at that exact moment that we might be at a 3-2 lead for Los. I never would have believed you. Now, Dash trying to jump into the fray early. Had the identical scoreline on Bank to start things off, but then had a massive 2K in a round that unfortunately Los ended up throwing away. A 5v3 advantage on Bank. But he'd do it again here. 2-4 and then jump into the game with 2 quick kills. Cameraman descending down the solar stairs, trying to get into the fight as well. See the aggression coming out from Los again. Trying to get in the face of Vivo Keedstar, make them think twice about stepping 1 foot farther than where they know is absolutely 100% under their control.
The other side of the wall, Dash doesn't know, gets shot in the back there. Good, well done from Gomez. Good awareness to know that the Valkyrie was sneaking up. That's good information from Keed. Clearly they had something going there. Hornital, though, will lose his life, and so what could have been a nice early advantage is quickly removed for Keed. Hate's now feeling the pressure from multiple angles, a bit of a run out as well from downstairs, and there goes Cameraman on the swing. That's 2 for Cameraman up top. Daffodil not in a position to go for the refrag. Los now 4v2. They hold the advantage with 90 seconds left.
Man, Cameraman, he does not want to go down without a fight here. This is his map. He had a strong performance on Consulate. Not the strongest performance on Bank, but then again, no one on his team really did. I think right now on Chalet, he's putting his foot down and trying to take control of this game, trying to take control of the lob. Cameraman is low on HP, and as I say that, Gomez will wallbang and drop him. Now a 2v4 drop to a 2v3. Gomez will bring up a Twitch drone as well, try to gather some intel, but should be repeated. The bomb site is in the basement. The majority of the fighting in this round is taking place 2 floors above that, top side. Mirror windows could be tough to contend with, but you do still have Gomez's Twitch drone to be able to use. Try and pop the mirror windows as the Selma heads out onto the wall. Impact trick will be coming out though. Sloban pocketing an impact late into the round. 35 seconds left, and he's still able to stop the Selma, opening up as much purview as he would have wanted. There goes the second one onto the wall nonetheless. The drop to keep a barricade. The Twitch drone comes pouring into the bomb sites. They'll have a little bit of intel, but there goes Maya. Daffodil with the walk into the bomb site, though. We'll at least trade out dots. So a 1v2 once again. Daffodil. Oh, so many 1vx's in this map so far, but Daffodil's turning the wrong way with the diffuser, and Maya will cut him down from the opposite side of his Mira. There it is. The defense for Los getting on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, talk about riding that high from Cameraman. Again, I'll say it. It's a map that was looking so heavily favoring Keed and has now gone completely the other way. Los have really found their stride now on the defense and don't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. 3 rounds in a row. Cameraman goes from 1-5 to, rather 1-3 to 8-4. That is a very, very good place to be. So, looking to keep doing that, I suppose, here as they go to their final defensive round. Kitchen and dining will be their site of choice, where it all began for them just a few rounds ago. Keed, I'm surprised we haven't seen them take their tack timeout. We saw the tack timeout for Los, but we have not seen Keed do the same. I think maybe hoping that when they go to defense, if they have any issues to address there, that the tack timeout can be used on the back half rather than here in an attempt to secure their final attacking round win. I mean, if they look at the past round results, at least their attacking success on this site until the last 10 seconds and the clutch by Cameraman, I mean, they were sitting pretty. They clearly know how to approach this site. They just need to avoid those individual plays from Los that seem to be really propelling Los into the upper hand.
Maybe a question as well is if this aggression that Los have brought early in the round, trying to get in the face of Vivo Keed Stars early in the rounds, is sustainable. Cameraman was going for a run out there, but instead just pulling down the mudroom door barricade. So he has some flexibility and most likely can hear anyone jumping in there as well. The frag grenade comes in. Loban once again does not get out of the way of the frag grenade in time. So the entry into Solarium here, successful for Vivo. They pick one off, but Maya on the trade will drop the Yana, and now Dots on the return through jungle, trying to get his way back towards Piano. Turns attention back towards Blue Stairs. Hornetown holding from the office balcony. Won't have anyone's rotations cut, unfortunately, as Legion's able to make his way back to the Blue Stairs. And Maya will try and perform his magic trick from top mezzanine once again.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if Keed can get a read on this and try to group up and take care of Maya, this shouldn't be too bad, but it seems like they're trying to maybe sneak around the other side instead. I mean, you've got Lenda and Daffodil both looking like they're ready to go on that trophy Solarium side. Daffodil will find some success there, taking care of Dash. You see that Maya now feels the pressure like he's got to step up, and that's exactly why Hornetown was providing the cutoff. Daffodil now gets the diffuser down with that momentary distraction, and even though Dots begins a strong retake from above, we're going to have to see a lot more than that. There's a good second kill. Third kill can't be found below, though, for Cameraman, so it's all on the Legion. We're going to have to see the quad kill and the clutch if Los want to win this round. But his position is known. He's got some info to work with. He knows there's only one on the site, but full flashed as he works his way in, completely blind. Somehow he takes care of Daffodil. Now he's got to long arm this. Hope that Hornetown can't get back in time. He's got to stick this, though. The pressure from above, it is just too much. Dots came so close, but could not quite get it done. 3-3. Keed tie it up.
Man, so close there for, again, Cameraman and Dots in a 2v4 in a post plant, nonetheless. Trying to bring that one back from the depths of defeat, and boy, do they nearly get it down to the 1v1. Like you said, that full blind kill from Dots, absolutely outrageous in the attempted retake into the bomb site. Unfortunately, Cameraman gets cut down trying to come back from the kitchen or the bar side into kitchen. Very unfortunate there. You said a 3-3 scoreline. Okay, we walk away from the first half. Basically a wash. We stand at 3-3. We'll see if either team can get the upper hand on their opposite side in what they just played for 6 rounds. And try and end this series in regulation. Should we have a repeat of what we just saw, we're going to overtime. Once again, like we did on Consulate, we're gonna need a best of 3 rounds to decide who goes to the final of the LCQ and whose season ends here. We're halfway done. Chalet, map number 3 in this series. Quite a convincing performance for the first 3 rounds, really, for Vivo Keed Stars in the attack. Los come back with 3 rounds on their own, with some very instrumental and impressive individual play coming out from Cameraman. Vivo able to level out in the scoreline in the last round of the first half, and now on their defensive side, they'll try to have a little more success in terms of those early round engagements, much like Los were able to provide later in the first half.
First round here of this Los attack. We'll see if they want to bring out some of that Consulate pace. Some of that absolutely rapid-fire attacking speed that we know they've got in their arsenal. Question is this a map where they want to utilize that? Dash is in really fast, and he has been spotted. But a drone at his feet has told him generally that he's clear up to a certain spot. He will have to worry about what lies in wait above and below, but at the moment, the sledge has made some steady progress. Just about the only player, though, in the building actually making that kind of move. Right now, most of Los just waiting on their chance to strike. Sending some drones in, grouping up in library, before they eventually make their first move.
It seemed like Los wanted to up the tempo slightly. Don's going to start by opening up the Master Double Castle Barricade. Oh, Dash. The time to get on the board would be right now. The Nitro Cell goes soaring from Daffodil as well, but it won't collect. So a lot of feints being thrown back and forth, but nothing actually collecting here. Very unfortunate there for Dash. Like I said, being able to peer through the bathroom window, able to drop hates would have been a very good operator to take off the board, but with Warden's decrease in mobility, he was able to scurry on aside, now being a 3 armor 1 speed, able to make it away out of the purview of hates. So got some destruction done onto the office wall and down onto the kitchen wall as well. 60 seconds left ticking away against Los. They're going to have to get a move on after getting into the building early. They've stagnated a little bit. They have not been able to dissuade any member for Vivo Keystars from playing topside.
Watch the nade. Hornetsau takes it, goes down as a result. Los take the early lead here and now begin to progress through this top floor. Lobin, there's another for him. Gomez, the next player to feel the heat. Daffodil can barely support from below. He's got to worry about what lies in wait on that first floor. Same thing goes for Hates. 25 seconds. Los do need to begin to make some progress now. Cameraman, he won't be able to move in from the back, but in front, that's where Los are finding their success. Daffodil dropped. Hates cannot land the shots, and Los take a definitive round 7.
Man, I don't know what's going on with grenades today, but people are just sitting on them. They don't move away from the grenades. I don't know if they're just so dialed in they're not seeing the indicator or what is going on, but I think it's the third instance we've seen in 3 maps of someone having a grenade just in front of them for a very long time. On the observer, we can see the indicator is very, very red, which means you're gonna die, and people just sitting on it. And that kind of starts the domino effect of everyone tumbling topside there. I said with about 45 seconds left, Vivo Keystars still had their entire arsenal, their entire roster topside. No one had been pushed off the power position, so even though the site wall had been breached, the entry was very unlikely because of that top control, still being able to look down through the floorboards, and then in a matter of 15 seconds, that all turned on its head, and Los were able to absolutely avalanche into the bomb site and take everyone's name with them. Start things off with a very good attacking round that it took its time, had a very quick tempo to begin things, and then took its moment to find its stride, but in the end, successful, and they'll take the lead here, 3 rounds away from icing this. And we'll have to see the response come out from Vivo Keystars now. We'll head downstairs towards the basement to try and get on the board.
They're definitely in need of a reset, though. Have not had as much steady success since those first few rounds. Still waiting for their moment to kind of reestablish themselves in this map. And Los, of course, doing anything they can to prevent that from happening. We saw the early progress. I like the word you use, Flynn, the feints, those kind of early moves that Los was making, kind of maybe making it seem like they were going one way when in fact they were going another, or at least trying something out. Dash going in early on the sledge and taking a lot of space quickly. While we didn't see that actually work and there were no gunfights taking place in that first minute, it showed Keed what Los were capable of, and it means that if there was an opportunity, that Dash would have been there to capitalize. So Los clearly have got something figured out here, and they're trying to make that work again here in round number 8. Again, you've got a lot of drone work early, and with that, that's when Maya's going to step up. And that, at around the 90-second mark, is when the first kill is going to be found. So not a lot of physical distance covered by Los here at the start of round number 8, but a good kill on the board, that's going to free them up.
Yeah, you can see everyone now for Los pouring into the map. As, like you said, they were staying on the periphery, weren't trying to expose themselves too early on, and yet, as soon as they get that opener onto Gomez, everyone floods into the building because they're aware of how much control they have left. A little over a minute remaining, and you can see Daffodil trying to hard hold Trench on the Smoke and Hornetail, going for a flank topside through Bathroom and Solar. That could be devastating if no one on Los is aware. The smoke grenades coming out, just prolonging the entry from Los and towards Trench. Eight's trying to contend with the Hibana breach onto the wine cellar wall as well, but the frag grenade coming out from Maya in towards Trench is going to force Daffodil to walk on up. The shotgun, while he's blinded, will grab dots, and the second one as he hits the deck, looking for even more as no one else dare try and collapse onto him. But off screen, Loban will drop Hornetow, so it's a 3v3. And like just pinged out, Daffodil has the diffuser at the Trench door with a shotgun in point-blank range. Hate's trying to hold the progression from Maya, the gridlock from West Main. The drop down the hatch as well. Loban taking damage, but not finished off as of yet. A back and forth that ends with Daffodil collecting one more and a fourth. They're looking for the ace on the round. Cameraman will be dropped by Hates, but nonetheless, Vivo Keydstars with a response of their own.
You just saw a perfect example of how the diffuser being downed can reshape the entire round. Of course, Daffodil getting those 2 kills reshaped it plenty, but the fact that the diffuser was downed right there at the Trench door completely sent Los spiraling. They had to find a way to regroup, and with what little time they had remaining, they could not afford to rotate somebody outside and try to pressure the Trench door from the exterior. They had to work their way from within. You had someone on the west main stairs. You had someone on that dining hatch. The only way they could try to recover that diffuser? Run some kind of distraction, try to coordinate a push, deal with the crossfire, and get the case recovered. Impossible against a shotgun, and impossible against Hates, who had been perfectly positioned to deny something like that. As you can see, we do have a bit of a tech issue, and you're going to see us back in the lobby for a moment as we try to get this rehost underway. But the point is, Los made it work. And Keyd, God, it was just so back and forth. And right, you saw Los had the success in the previous round, and Keyd had the success once Daffodil dropped the diffuser. Just back and forth and a bit all over the place.
Yeah, and like you said, we're having a tech problem, so nobody's tack gets burned here. Everyone's just gonna slowly initiate the rehost process, which, honestly, I don't want to jinx it. This is the first one. So, at least we're at the end of this map, halfway done the day, and we've only had one such occurrence. Knowing that I just said that, though, we're probably in for a lot more later because I said anything. I think right now for both of these teams, a breather is not what you want. This is a slugfest going back and forth. This is a very close map, just like we saw about Consulate. And I think for both of these teams right now, the last thing you want is to kill the momentum. The last thing you want is to stop that energy flowing, because you could see, individual rounds like you saw from Cameraman in round number 3, and like you just saw from Daffodil there. Those are big hype building moments, and I think for Cameraman, that was one born out of necessity more than excellence, but it was a very excellent round nonetheless. But I think for Daffodil, that's a round there where it wasn't in a 1vx. He was just dominating the round with the shotgun playing in Trench, and no one could trifle with him, and no one could come and dislodge him from his territory. That's a hype-building moment. That's a confidence-building moment for the team. So the last thing you want here is a pause to kind of slow down that momentum, and you can see everyone leaning back in the chair and kind of just relaxing, and it's going to lose you some of that energy. It's going to lose you some of that fire that you built up in the last 8 rounds. We're getting closer to crunch time here. This is the final map of the best of 3, and again, the stakes are such that either you win this map and you move on to the grand finals of the LCQ tomorrow against the winner of our second series today, or your season is pretty much done for the calendar year of 2023. There's so much on the line between these two teams. The last thing you want is this, leaned back, arms in the air behind your head, staring at the sky, just not able to progress in this series.
They got to do what they can to harness that last round energy as they eventually get back into this one. Of course, back and forth series, a back and forth map so far. Just when you think that one team has got the momentum, the other one comes out and absolutely snatches it right back. It was Daffodil who really started off that round hot for Vivo in the last round, and well, for Keys, if they want to keep doing that, just gotta see how they can ride that high, right? That we saw them take that timeout. They had that time to regroup, and now they have that extended timeout as we go into the tech pause. So only can hope that they are able to maintain some of that momentum, but frankly, Flynn, it feels like we might be hitting that reset button for both teams now. Not only are we all tied up, not only are we back to even, but we are in a position where they've each had a few minutes to sit down, not say anything to each other during the tech, and it's just a matter of who can get to 3 first. 0-0, play into 3. It's as simple as that.
That's the thing during the tech pause as well, is that you could see everyone's microphones were up, especially in a LAN environment that's going to be policed very heavily. You can't talk to anyone. They suck. Tech timeouts are quite literally you just sit there and you wait for it to get resolved and you wait to get back underway. So it's not like, oh, it's a free timeout for both of these teams and they can strategize and talk about what they want. No, there's none of that. You can't talk to anyone. Your microphone is flipped up and it's unusable. You can't use it in that situation. But for both of these teams, like you said, Jonah, just kind of a mental reset. Lose some of that momentum that was gathered from the previous 2 rounds. A big win for Los, and then a big response from Vivo Keydstars on the defense. Unfortunate situation. Here we are. 4-4. Someone is going to take the lead once again after the conclusion of this round. Vivo Keydstars want it to be them off the success of their top floor defense. That's done a very good job in terms of being able to hold out on a roam so far in this map. This time around, their only real roaming possibility is going to be towards library or underneath. This is a very different paradigm that they find themselves in terms of their map control.
Up top, that's where Los will look to begin, at least on this library side. If they want to clear their way over towards that master and office side as well, they're going to have to start as soon as they can, because, as always, Vivo Keyed, they've got a good bit of utility set up to deny it. Maya tried to get very aggressive early. Hold on. Able to pop out of the bear trap, only to get denied by Daffodil. I was about to say, how could Maya have gotten out of that position with somebody right around the corner? But Daffodil, just baiting it, knew it was coming and shut it down. So within the first 40 seconds, Los do what they keep trying to do, and that is push in early, get insanely aggressive, catch everyone off guard. And this time, Keyed were more than prepared for it. Hornetow's been down, but Cameraman alone in a 1v3, not looking too good, Flynn.
No, and like you said, trying to up the tempo, especially coming out of that tech timeout, or the tech timeout, sorry, not a tactical. Cameraman here, just trying to get anyone else. You can see 2 defenders from the side of Vivo Keydstars kind of give their position away, try and close things out with a flawless round, and weren't successful in doing so. So it gives Cameraman an opportunity on about 30 health here, but I was just trying to take advantage of the downtime and spring into action with some aggression. Again, set the tempo, and nothing really goes their way. It was a 5v1, so no one really having success on that quick entry. It's Cameraman who's been in the 1v5 to the 1v4, and now officially 1v3 as Hornetow will bleed out behind the B chassis. No diffuser control here. I think right now for Cameraman, please shoot it. Please. It's driving me crazy. I can't imagine how it's annoying him, and it looks like he finally has. The Cameraman will jump into the bomb site. Like I said, that's the diffuser waiting for him, and it seems like all 3 remaining defenders on the side of Vivo Keydstars are staring at the diffuser, just waiting for Cameraman to make his approach towards it. Kiva barriers as well are going to have to be punched down. They're big audio cues, and even more being brought out, turning the corner, and Lendo will drop Cameraman. 2 rounds away now. We get closer and closer to a potential finish to this series. Vivo Keydstars able to weather the aggression.
Yeah, and a wild round number 10, but one that Vivo Keydstars will take regardless. Los, they had a little bit of time there to think things over at least, and they choose to go with that fast-paced surprise, we gotcha strategy. And, well, I think this time it's Keedstar saying, surprise, we gotcha. They were ready for it. And they shut it down the entire way through. They had the frost mats. Even those stopped and slowed down Los from doing what they wanted to do. And they just were not able to find their footing. So Vivo Key, they'll take the lead. 5-4. And they look to be the first team in a while to maybe hold this lead and not look back if they can. Only 2 more rounds. That's all they need to book themselves a ticket to the final of this LCQ and have a chance, their 3rd chance, potentially, to play to go to the major.
We'll see what Los decide to do here, whether they try to replicate the immediacy of their previous attack, or if they try and slow things down a bit, try to take things a little more methodically. And it does seem right now they will slow things down. That was a one-off. They're not going to run face first into a brick wall here and end their season. They will try and slow things down and use some logic and some reason to try and work their way through the map, across the map, dismantle the roam coming out from Vivo Keedstars, and then set their sights towards the bomb site. It's a bar gaming defense coming out from Vivo, try and put themselves on match and series point. You can see again the collapse coming from low. Seems like everyone's on their own little angle, on their own little island. And take a 1v1 in terms of their entry into the building. Aya not wasting any time checking for a frost mat this time around. Does not want to get caught off guard. But no such trap awaits him on the bathroom window this time. Hates as well, leading a flurry of Legion mines down below, but the phone call in tandem with Maya sprinting on in just narrowly misses the retreat of Hates, and I imagine Hates got out of there in a hurry because of the phone call and potentially a call coming out. The collapse was en masse.
Setting up here a very strong library hold. You see both Hornetow and Gomez in position. Kiba barriers will my magnets combine to form just a lethal net of control up above. But a net right now that Los do not seem inclined to get snagged in. At least up until now, they've really avoided putting any pressure on that library side. Rather unusual, considering we usually see attackers pressure that position right away. Instead, they've waited. And while I would say that should be a bad thing for them, and that could get them into a lot of trouble, they've already managed to down and finish off Gomez. Dash, working his way up blue, will totally blindside Lenda. Hornetow, a little more pressure, a little more success up above, but not much. A 3v2 as Los have managed to quickly turn a stagnant round into a successful one. With 30 seconds left, the only thing left to do, turn their attention towards the site. Hates and Daffodil, the only 2 that remain.
See Hates doing a little bit of damage to those impacts towards the top of blue stairs, and he's still got a Goon Mine in the pocket to drop down, most likely underneath the hatch, and Daffodil will throw out his last Toxic Babe, but the SMG-12, he's tap firing and missing on a Daffodil, pushing into the bomb site now. Dash will try and get the plant down, but Hates will turn the corner, and he's waiting till the last possible second. The timer ticks away. Hates gets 2, and Loban is left top side. It's Vivo Keedstars in a 3v2, unable to push into the bomb site, get the plant or the kills they need. And it somehow, in a round that looked very strong for Los, we find ourselves on match point and series point for Vivo Keedstars.
Los almost looked like they were trying to play too hard for the post plan. So much focused on what would happen after the diffuser went down that they failed to take the proper steps to ensure that the diffuser would actually go down. I mean, what happened? Where was the coverage? You had 3v2 man advantage, 15 seconds left, and the planter is by themselves, typing away on the keyboard with no one protecting them. How is that supposed to happen? How is that supposed to work? I get the importance of maintaining that top floor control. I mean, you've got to do it. You maybe want to have somebody upstairs keeping an eye on those holes through the floor, keeping an eye on that hatch. That'll be a critical component to deny the retake. But you gotta remember, you gotta walk before you can run. You gotta catch the ball before you can turn and run for the touchdown. It's the same idea here. You gotta get the diffuser on the ground before you actually play for the late round. And that's what got Los into too much trouble there. And that now has Keyed Stars, instead of being 5-5, 12 rounds guaranteed, it's now 6-4, match and series point.
Just devastating. It really looked like Los had it all figured out. The perfect timing down below with the Dokkaebi able to maneuver his way through blue, able to evade. I think it was Hates on the Legion at the bottom of the snowmobile stairs as well. Pushes his way up blue. Stronghold position gets cleared out, and now there goes Hates again on the roam. Mile will collect onto Lenda, so here comes Los, stopping the aggression from Vivo Keyed Stars. Horntau trying to walk his way onto the office balcony in response. Bring one back in terms of the man count disadvantage that he's in, and Horntau still aggressively swinging and will drop dots, looking for even more towards the main stairs, but Dash ready and waiting, jumping into action after the rehost at a 2-2. I believe he was 0-6 at the time of the rehost. Gomez now trying to aggress beyond Piano, and again trying to level up the man count. It's the 2v4 for him and Daffodil to fight out of.
Checking the corner, quick peeking. Gomez wants that. Same thing goes for Daffodil. They know the situation is dire, and they know they need to be active here to try to change that. Nothing yet, though. Los are not giving them the opportunities. They're taking their time here, sending out a few drones, seeing if they can track down these defenders before eventually moving in. Daffodil is going to start to feel the heat here in a moment, though, and with 3 of those toxic babes in pocket, you gotta think those are going to come out soon. Problem is, 3 grenades for Los still, so much utility. Oh, and even a Claymore will do it. Not even the nades were needed. It's just Gomez up above, pretty much trapped in a corner in Solarium. Don't think his position is known, but it really doesn't matter. He's got no way to deny anything on the dining side, but Los don't even bother to go for the plant. They'll just clear him out. Face checking each angle, angle by angle, they will take care of that final player. And they will, in fact, send us to the final round of regulation.
And Vivo Keyed Stars try to end things in a hurry, a little ahead of themselves, and that's also going to prompt them to take their tactical timeout. We head into the last round of regulation. Again, catching the aggression being brought out by Vivo Keyed Stars was Los on the attack. 2 early picks, and they played the trade game all the way to the end, including Cameraman's Claymore. It really was the finishing blow. Got that down to a 2v3, and had a smoke and the castle topside of Gomez. That might have been doable. That could have been the series, but once Gomez is alone, just hiding inside a Solarium, there was not a whole lot left to be done. I think right now for Vivo Keyed Stars, it's about finding a bomb site that works for you. I think the bar and gaming site that you were successful on is the only one that's locked out as of this moment. So for now, you got the option to head downstairs, and it looks like instead we're going to be heading topside. So a master defense? No, at the last second, they'll swap to a basement, as I imagined we'd go in the first time to try and close things out and end this thing.
I just scrubbed back through the VOD to see exactly if I was right or not about this being the second tack timeout for Vivo Keyed. It appeared to be the second tack timeout. They did take one before the rehost not too long ago, but most likely that previous tack timeout wasn't a real one. That was probably just something they threw in there while they were getting those tech issues sorted, so they wouldn't have to close down the lobby and actually rehost it. Either way, it is 6-5. This one was the real tack timeout for Vivo Keyed Stars. And so after having a little bit of time to regroup, think things over, they're going to see if they can close this one out in regulation. Because if this goes to OT, I mean, at that point, it is anyone's game. And you cannot count Los out of this fight. They are going to bring out the Monty, though, here on this final round of Chalet regulation to see if they can make it work this way. And this really could all come down to a very early push as... What just happened there?
It's like an invisible hitbox outside the map that will eat your drone if you try and throw it through it. It's nice. A thing. Hornets now playing the top of mezzanine here is unaware of the attacker pushing his way in through the double window, but he will persevere. On about 60 HP, but he's being masked from every single angle, and there goes Maya. Looks like Los have no intentions of ending this thing in regulation. They want to send this all the way to overtime. A fight back from the 6-4 deficit they found themselves in not too long ago. Daffodil, though, still on the bomb site with a nitro cell. Try and quell any advance through the snowmobile garage that has been partially opened up. See Dots with a diffuser as well downstairs, outside of the snowmobile garage on the Montaigne. It'd be very difficult to deal with given the utility still left on the side of Vivo Keydstars. It really is just Gomez's impacts, Daffodil's nitro cell, and not a whole lot else other than some goo mines if you could get Gomez to stack them all by the breach. Could at least prolong the advance for the Montaigne, but really this is a tough position to be in for the Vivo Keydstars defense, trying to hold out against the Montaigne, and the amount of soft breach is going to come out from the Ram of Maya as well above them.
Yeah, they're going to really feel the heat soon. See the Boogie drone already doing a lot of work above. Gonna make it so much more difficult for Keyd to try to aggress on that breach and shut down the Monty as he pushes his way on in. This is gonna be key for Daffodil. Knows there's somebody there, but he cannot connect. 1 HP now, turns to the shotgun, close range, could save him here. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Los will win it out anyway. Maya has been dropped, but it's a 3v2 for now. Maya recovered, make it a 4v2. Los in the advantage.
Gomez hasn't used any of those goo mines as of yet, but the flashbangs come in the turn as Dots will be going for the plant, but the flashbangs have the cover. Hates needs to swing out of blue, dislodge the lion from the blue stairs. Dash will take down Gomez, though, in the process. So it's just Hates alone in the post plant. The Montaigne of Dots will get right in his face. Better make sure this is near impossible for Hates to accomplish. With the TCSG, plenty of ammo in it. The vault out the window topside, he's able to get one onto Maya, so he's only got one member on the attacking side of Dash with a gun who's playing inside of Bar for the moment. Walking over towards the diffuser, and he's going to have to contend with Dots constantly on ADSing. But there goes Dash, dropping him from above using the kill holes, and we are going to need overtime.
Man, that was a quick transition for the Monty from that hip-fired shot to the shield up. He was very ready to just bait that last touch of the diffuser and then, well, hop right back into that brick wall mode. You see Hates tried to do whatever he could to make something happen, but a 1v3 when one of those attackers in the retake is a Monty, I'm sorry, friend, you are never, ever gonna win a situation like that. So it is overtime, Flynn. We have to go all the way here on our third map of the series to decide this first semifinal, which, you know, some would say feel a lot like the final, with these two teams being favored compared to the other two in our next semifinal. Of course, a long way to go before we eventually decide which of these teams is going to the major, but at least to figure out who's going to have a chance to fight for it, these next 2 or 3 rounds will give us the answer.
A lot of people standing still right now, and it's terrifying.
Yeah, this is definitely not happening this round.
Sure doesn't look like it. I'm not exactly buying that this is real. I'll just talk about what I was... Okay, people are moving. No, people are not moving. Okay. No, we're looking at the studio. Okay. What I was going to say there is that the operator being brought out once again, that had me a little nervous in terms of the response from the defense, was Los bringing out the Montaigne for back-to-back rounds. After seeing how successful it was in round number 12, why not bring it out in round number 13? And again, we're seeing the absence of a smoke. We're seeing the absence of maybe even something like a Maestro, or really those goo mines never really even got used towards the breach either from Gomez last round. So there's not a lot of utility being brought to deal with a Montaigne specifically. It was a tough position to be in. So I think bring that out again. Why not if you're Los? You got 3 rounds here in overtime. Try and send yourself to the grand finals of the LCQ.
Unfortunate. Into OT. I mean, at least it's not on a map point. I mean, we're tied up here, so it's not like one team is in theory going to be more affected than the other, but As you can see, this is not fun for anybody. Everyone itching to get back into this fight. And yeah, whatever tech issue it may be. Delaying the inevitable. A conclusion to Chalet that we are just itching to see. It's going to have to wait a little bit longer as we get our lobby remade here.
Well, I think for Los being on the attack for 2 rounds into overtime, as we saw them starting there on attack, continuing on that momentum that they had in the second half of Chalet, good spot to be in. I think all you have to do is win 1 attack and then win your defense that you'll have on your favorite site, as every site will be open up to Los when they swap over. I'd say that Los have the very slight advantage right now, and you can see even admins pulling up the microphone, making sure that no mics are being used in the midst of a tech timeout. So, like I said earlier, these teams unable to coordinate, unable to kind of mediate what they want to do in this round. And I think right now for Los, the ability to head in onto the Los on the defense now. So that might actually be why we were rehosting. We did have them on the attack previously, but there we go.
All right, so on the correct sides this time then.
Yes.
With Vivo keyed not starting on the defense, they will be on the attack. And they'll have a chance to try to lock this one down. I mean, this has been as back and forth of a series of a map as it really ever gets. And Los, I mean, they were the ones riding the high of these last few rounds. They had taken 2 in a row to take it from 4-6 to 6-6. Now we switch sides. So Vivo, they're going to look to go back to their first half attacks and try to channel some of the success they were able to find early. Doing it with the Maverick again, as that gave them a good bit of success last time they attacked the basement. But now that they realize they're attacking bar and games, reasonably so, they're going to make that adjustment, Lenda over to the Finca instead.
Listen, man. You're 2 round wins away from making it to the finals of the LCQ, and you're double spawn peeking the office balcony double window. I love it. You know, we saw the Cav from Vivo Keyed Stars on the defense in overtime on Consulate. It didn't work out. Listen, the last thing you want to be is a team that gets scared when there's everything on the line. I like that. I like that. Just swing for the fences. Play your same game style no matter what the round count is, or the map count, or what's on the line. Whether it's a BO1 in group stage or overtime of map 3 of the semifinals of the LCQ. Play your game. Hates is trying to play his game and spot the member of the defensive side of Los playing behind the top blue shield, which is Lobin. Should have some magnets there to help him as well. You can see the collapse into the objective or into the map itself. Hornetow. Grab, dash. Tried to rotate away from kitchen through to main lobby, and it's the opener for Vivo Keyed Stars to start things off on overtime on a strong footing.
This long angle here for Dots. He's got some protection from the Kiva barrier. Needs to worry about any pressure from above. For now, knows he's protected. Thankful to his teammate Lobin, who is positioned on this deployable shield at the top of these blue stairs. A lot of Wamai magnets to bolster that position as well. Hates, you see him keeping an eye on it, but not going to try to take that solo. He's going to wait for Lenda, going to wait for Hornetow, going to wait for the rest of his team to begin to make the move. For now, that means Dots is safe, but he will have to keep an eye on this pressure from up top. But there are 3 defenders, because you've also got Maya here, really committing to this top floor hold. So the next maybe 30, 45 seconds, this is really where it is all going to come down to. Dots, he's already dropped though, dying much earlier than he would have hoped, than both Lobin and Maya would have hoped. And now they're gonna have to be a lot more careful about what they do next.
And Maya's still winning out here though. He's exposed himself multiple times to that half roof outside of the top blue window, and there goes the EOD to hold him in place. He won't be bouncing around any longer, but there goes Lobin from blue stairs with 2, Maya with 1, Hornetow, but there's Maya for 3, and suddenly the 5v3 advantage turns into a 1v2 that Gomez has to try and fight his way out of with a DMR against 2 automatic weapons. Trying to head topside to deal with Maya, and cameraman ducking away in towards Stock. Flashbang unintentionally flash himself, supposed to make it into the depths of supply like he wanted. Now doing a dance with the hatch, trying to make sure there's no one peeking from above, but with 10 seconds ticking away, he has to make his advance. Cameraman will move, but with no diffuser in hand, he cannot initiate the plant. Loban doesn't know this, though, and he's going to have to take the fight, and no, the time will expire! The shots ring out, but not enough for a lethal blow, and Los will now put us on match point and series point.
He wins that round if he didn't spend about a second and a half going back and forth deciding which angle he should push from. If he had committed to that fight, the bar stock door onto a player stuck in the corner and you know where he is, you win that fight. We saw him land a couple of shots. Had he had a single, I would say, 10th of a second more, I think that round goes to Keed. That is what Siege is like. And that's the beauty and the most frustrating part about this game. A 10th of a second. Even if it was just a half a second, even a single second, all of that time, at any moment during the round, had you sped up a single thing, had you maybe cleared an angle on your first time instead of having to double check it, had your first nade landed instead of your second nade, that time would have been made up, and that round may have well been won. So close for Keed there, but not able to take the round win. It is Los instead who managed to take it with an insanely powerful top floor hold. They put all their eggs in that basket, and that ended up working just fine. It is now series point for Los, one round away from going to the LCQ final.
Like you said, that's one of those moments that you'll look back on in the VOD review, and you will kick yourself many, many times throughout watching that round. One way to prevent yourself from kicking yourself too hard, though, is win the next 2 rounds and make it to the final, and therefore it won't be your last performance in 2023. And for Los here on the attacking side, trying to make sure that regret lays in wait and honestly haunts souls of Vivo Keedstars. There goes Loban with a frag grenade in, but Gomez will impact away from the track stingers. Were dropped in through the drone hole. Ash, though, has made his way up. He's trying to collapse in towards Games. Now Gomez held in place by the EOD. He's going to spring into action against the window, but he's unaware of the collapse coming, taking so much damage from inside of Bar. The vault in through the double window inside of Games, but here comes the swing for the trade, and no! Los with a 5v3 advantage as Loban goes huge. Maya will now grab Lenda. It's a 2v5 for Daffodil and Hornetow to try and keep themselves alive.
Los are swinging for the fences, and so far, it's been working. Maya, finally the first player for Los to go down. What a beautiful nade, and Loban onto Hornetow leaves Daffodil in a 1v4 situation to keep Keed alive. Sprays down one, nearly the second. Loban still up, though, so Daffodil backing off. Somebody on the other side, though, positioned, waiting for his retreat. Cameraman around the other side, back turned, quick headshot for Daffodil. 2 more left. One in piano, the other in office, working their way around. Diffuser hitting the floor, Daffodil on the swing, close right, Loban does it. Los take the win. It is their series, and the Los fans erupt, supporting this team all the way to the final of the last chance qualifier. What a win for them.
Man, it has been a weekend of upsets, and in terms of stage 2 performance, in terms of the way the seeds broke down, you can definitely say that as well for Vivo Keedstar being the top seed in this LCQ, and taken out by Los, who seem to be the giant killers of this Brazilian LCQ. They topple Liquid. They topple Vivo Keedstars. They have a date with the winner of the Vivo Keedstars Academy and Netshoes Miners, which will be the semifinal after this one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a win for Los. That's one they're going to be feeling for a while, but they're not going to have too much time before they have to come right back into a lobby and go for it all. That's tomorrow. You'll see them again. We got to figure out who they're playing, and so that's our next semifinal on the docket today. For now, though, we're going to send it back to the desk to break this one down. just a bit further.
All right, Los have done it. We had a lot of questions, a lot of doubters, CDAPs. But you know what? They are now secured in the finals of the LCQ and only one BO3 series away from going to the Atlanta Major.
And wow, oh wow, was I wrong, because I definitely thought Vivo Keystars had this one in the bag, but it was because I wasn't a believer as much into the overall development of Los. But there's more and more evidence coming right into my eyeballs of saying, hey, Los are a reformed team. It was just a little bit of a stage issue, a little bit of too much time required for cameraman's IGLing to merge into this roster, and all of a sudden, it's merged.
It's merged indeed, and Los coming out on top. They've shown some incredible resilience. We were so worried about them having that 7-2 loss on the side of on Chalet. No, that was Bank. I called it Chalet, but it was Bank to give Vivo Keystars. And I think the fact that we're just seeing them improve time and time again, and even these wins that they had were so important because of the fact that it's continuously going to overtime. They are continuously improving with every single round. They're adapting, and that's what we wanted to see. That's what we were hoping to see from teams that are able to make it this far into that LCQ, and they're ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, and for Lobin, map 1, phenomenal work. Map 2 was forgettable. We will say it was forgettable. We're going to pretend that that never happened.
Yeah.
But map 3, all of a sudden, he bounces back, and on his role, on his position, he was absolutely lethal. For the side of Vivo Keystars, they still did manage to win the entry battle, which I thought was going to be the most important thing for this game. But at the end of the day, you can get the entry, but all of a sudden, when you have players on the side of Los that were able to make those mid-round plays, make those hero plays, make those strong stances, all of a sudden, the opening kill gets just diminished.
Yeah, and instead the cost and the rating and kills in general, everything going in the side of Los, and they're able to close it out 8-6, having players step up to the plate. Surprisingly, only when we're looking at Maya did they go positive in those entries 2-0, but when we're looking at the rating for the majority of their players, it has been incredible.
It has been absolutely phenomenal. One thing I don't want to gloss over is Linda playing entry was a little bit interesting on the attacking side. Sure, he was getting his picks, but more so as soon as like that first minute went by, I think his effectiveness was sort of diminished in comparison to all of the players on Los. Maya having a phenomenal game. Lobin, once again, already mentioned, he played amazing, and Cameraman once again being solid across all 3 maps of the series was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And nothing to take away from Los. I think they have had a phenomenal run so far in this LCQ. And Vivo Keystars, just alike, this was a team that we were very nervous about, a team that we had a lot of questions about, that we thought, okay, potentially something needs to change. And they step up here in this LCQ. They make it all the way to the semifinals. They had a formidable performance. Their ratings, their kills, their entries, everything has been on top. But still, at the end of the day, Los is going to be the better team. They get pushed to their limits, but they managed to close it out.
Yeah, and Vivo Keystars actually won more rounds in this series. However, Los managed to win more maps, and that's what's more important. Even though it was by the skin of their teeth, those overtime wins were impressive, especially on Chalet. Being able to just quell the momentum that Vivo Keystars were able to start rolling after such a dominant Bank performance also just speaks to the mentality of Los that we are seeing time and time again. Not only able to come back from a map deficit where they just got stomped, even within maps against Liquid, they were down 5-1 and they came back and won in regulation. This team doesn't know how to quit.
No, absolutely not. In Grand Finals, they're going to have a team that needs to join them. It will either be Keystars Academy or Netshoes Miners, depending on how the semi-final that's coming up next will go. It's another BO3 coming your way, and this one will unfortunately be sending another one home, but another team to join Los in those finals. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We have a little break coming up, and then we'll be back with the second series of the day. Esports are confirmed in the finals, but who will join them? Will it be Netshoe Miners, or is it going to be Vivo Keat Stars Academy? Now, Vivo Keat Stars Academy here, they want to take some of that revenge off their main roster, but we're going to have to wait and see because first, CDAPs, they need to go up against Netshoe's Miners.
Yeah, and usually we would say, yeah, that's an easy game. Netshoe's Miners, they're a little bit rough, but don't let these stats that are currently on the screen just sway your opinion anyways, because this is a completely new Netshoe's Miners, completely reinvented themselves in a very similar vein to what we've seen with Los. That's just, you can't let stage 2, the earlier part of this season, cloud your judgment. These teams are here now, and they're here to impress.
Absolutely, and impressing us is indeed what they have done, especially when we're looking at Netshoe's Miners, and as you said, they have been on the up and up. We're then looking at Vivo Keat Stars Academy, and I think that was one of the teams that coming into the LCQ, I didn't really know what to expect from. But they have genuinely blown those expectations away. They're now in those semifinals, and they could even potentially be going to the Atlanta Major, depending how this goes.
And that would be such a crazy story for the first T2 team to crack into a major through these LCQs, but it is still going to be an uphill battle for this Keat Stars Academy roster. Sure, there are some great players on this team that have already made a name for themselves, and I would not be surprised if they land on one of the more traditional T1 teams come next season, but at the end of the day, it is still very impressive statistically for them to have absolutely dominated Black Dragons yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. 80% as well on the defensive side is absolutely incredible to see from them. They have been doing really, really well. They've been playing as a cohesive unit, and the fact that that against Black Dragons yesterday, it just looked so easy and it looked so flawless, and that is what's worrying me, because we're talking about the likes of Netshoe's Miners, and we're like saying, yes, they have reinvented themselves, they have improved, they have done this, they have done that, but at the end of the day, this is kind of their test, right? To prove themselves. You're now going up against Vivo Keat Stars Academy, a roster that's just come out of nowhere and have done so incredibly well. Can you go up against them? Have you reinvented yourself enough to be able to go to the finals?
Yeah, and once again, the defensive win rate, it doesn't do justice to what we've seen with Netshoe's Miner, who were hovering around a 30-ish% defensive win rate until they played against E1 yesterday and barely lost a single defensive round. The biggest weakness on this team is seemingly fixed, and that is more so making them into a scary, formidable roster, because all the other pieces are there. On the attacking side, their attacking win percentage is pretty dang solid for this region, especially when you factor in their entry capabilities. All of a sudden, once they fix those defenses, they're almost a complete team that has a chance.
Yeah, and to refresh your memory a little bit, to see what we've seen from Netshoe's Miners over the last couple of stages, their performance so far, as we said, has been on the up and up, and that is just something that we need to keep in mind. So I think as well, when you said some of their biggest flaws have been ironed out, what exactly would that have been?
Mainly, once again, that defensive win rate. They just weren't able to buy defensive rounds. And sure, even on a map choice, if they're starting on the more perceived strong defensive side, they were getting 2 forward, they were getting 1-5, and they weren't able to claw back on the attacking side, no matter if that was their slightly stronger side. They just dug too much of a hole that they were not able to overcome.
Yeah, and we're not going to see whether or not that's something that they can replicate on multiple maps, because again, this is going to be a BO3. Yes, they've gotten here through the BO3 yesterday, but it's still something you need to replicate today. So when it comes to both of these roster CLAPs and their depth of their map pools, is there something particularly that you're looking at?
Overall, the ability for Skyscraper to still be up is, yes, very strong for Netshoe's Miner, but also a little bit of an overlap with what we saw Vivo Keat Stars Academy able to do on that map just a few days ago. So should be a very, very good matchup as well with the Chalet that Netshoe's Miners also likes. Once again, these two teams have very, very similar map pools overall, and the ability for both of them to kind of go to where they're comfortable means that we're going to be going to almost a neutral situation where not advantage either way, and you fall back onto the fundamentals of the game, and there you have to almost give the edge to Netshoe's Miners because they've been a team for longer. They've had a little bit more success in harder opponents that they've played in throughout the entirety of the year. But with a Clubhouse Decider being a true equalizer map in all definitions, it means that things can get really crazy really easily.
Yeah, we haven't seen Club in a while, so excited to see that as a decider. Who knows, we might be heading on to there. But let's start off with dissecting the first two picks, specifically starting off with Skyscraper being the map that Netshu Miners is going to be going for. When we're looking at Skyscrapers, and as you already said it, the way that this veto has been approached is through more of an equalization. Does that mean that this is genuinely a 50-50 chance? Is it going to be getting back to basics, starting off with the fundamentals?
It very well could be, but overall, with how Netshoes Miners came out swinging so hard on Skyscraper against a solid E1 team, I have to give them the edge here. Vivo Keystars were good enough to beat Black Dragons on this same map as well, but not by nearly as dominant of a margin and starting on the disadvantageous side like we're seeing today.
All right, picture this, right? Paint a picture. You're at home, comfy. You have the stream open. You have your channel points that you invested so much time into. You got your snack. You're watching the best league in the world. You had to put down a Gamba. Based off of these map picks, who would it be?
You know, I'm a big roller. I've got a lot of channel points. So
how many are we talking about?
Like 3.5 mil.
Yo, okay.
I'm rolling in it. But you know, I'm dropping a 250k on Netshoes Miners here. That's the max bet.
You gotta
that's the max bet you can do. See, you're not even cultured enough in the Gamba.
Can you not make two accounts? Like, you can't share points.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You put
250k on Netshoes to take this map.
All right, you heard it here first. Don't take Gamba advice from Seed Apps. We're going to be back after the break. We're going to be bringing you the first map of the series, Skyscraper, coming up next with VOK Stars Academy against Netshoes Miners.
we've got one more team to send to the final of this LCQ. And it's going to be one of these two that we have in front of us now. It's either going to be Netshoes Miners or the Keyed Academy roster that is in this LCQ bracket. This is our second semi-final of the day, and this one is going to be on pretty familiar territory, Flynn. We're going to Skyscraper first, Chalet second. Both of these teams played both of these maps in their quarterfinal.
Yep, both of these teams played both of these maps in the quarterfinal, won them both, and played them in the exact same order. Only difference being that the Vivo Keydstars Academy got a lot of work done starting on the defense, and instead, Netshoes Miners showed 3 very proficient attacking rounds on Skyscraper. So, I would say with Netshoes picking this map and starting on the attacking side, as that would obviously give the Keydstars Academy the opportunity to pick the starting side, this is looking pretty solid of a choice of a map for Netshoes Miners to start things off. And like you said, these are two teams that I imagine are entering in on some pretty level footing between each other. But this entire last chance qualifier, we've seen the likes of Black Dragons and Liquid and E1 and now the Vivo Keydstar main roster all be eliminated from contention. These are not the two teams that I think many would have pegged to have had in the semifinals, and I don't think either of these teams would have been a team that would be ending up in the finals in most fans' brackets. But here we stand. One of these teams will be going to the final to face Los tomorrow for a spot in Atlanta, and one of these teams will end their season here, the semifinal. The only difference is being that we have the decider being Chalet. In both of those series, in the quarterfinals for both of these teams, the deciders were Cafe and Border. We never got to those maps because they weren't necessary, both of these teams winning 2-0s in the quarters. It's just interesting that it's a third different map coming out as the decider, and boy does it look like the Keydstars Academy wants to get off to an aggressive start.
Yeah, Keyd looking to make a move. It's Hash who's going to impact the doorway, pop on out, but missing his opportunity just by a hair. I think that, who was that on the rappel? Was that Neskin out there on that side of the map? You got someone like Midi who's working his way on the other side on the rappel, trying to begin to make a move and maybe pressure into Karaoke. Right now, though, the early first 45 seconds for Netshoes Miners are just going to be spent getting into the building. The Gridlock, of course, someone who is going to become very established in the meta in these next few weeks, next few months. We're going to see her again, this time in the hands of STK, throwing out those track stingers just about everywhere down below in Restaurant, making it very clear that if any defender want to rotate down below, maybe drop to safety from Drum or Mezzanine, well, it's going to be a rude awakening for them downstairs.
Evie starts things off onto Hash, though, get the opener, so a good start here for the attacking side of Netshoes Miners, and the frag grenades down below. SDK still having both. Neskin as well with 2 frags in the pocket. Matrix and Flashy trying to hold out in towards Geisha. Installing momentum tactic here, but there goes Neskin rotating down below with the frag grenades as well. The vault out of the terrace window and unsuccessful for Mitrix. Basetta will shut him down. Another frag grenade goes flying towards Guto. He will drop Levy and turn his attention towards the black stairs. Has the potential to make a play, but Midi will drop Arthur. So it's just the Valkyrie. He gets one, but cannot claim all the lives. Neskin will shut things down. It's Netshoes Miners on their own map pick, taking the first round.
Talk about making a statement in round number 1. That one was quick and decisive, and the objective, frankly, it never really mattered what site we were on because we didn't really get to see the site played much. We didn't even get close to the execute phase of that round. It was just kill after kill after kill found by Netshoes Miners. A couple of nice nades from below that really spurred an early bit of success for them, and then they continued that with some good transitioning of that attack to that top floor. Well done across the board. The only 2 kills found for Keyed Academy, that was Guto, who found 2 kills before eventually dying in the end. So a good start for Miners, and that will force Keyed to move to a different site now as they need to change things up.
This is kind of carrying over from the quarterfinals here as well against E1. Netshoes Miners winning 3 attacking rounds against E1 on Skyscraper, so showing that they might have the code unlocked for winning attacks on Sky. See the Keystars Academy as well, just trying to go for every run out and every peak possible. We're going to see it again coming out from Hash on the Bandit. He might be going for the Nitro Cell into spawn. No, he's just going to go for the straight up peak, and instead he's not going to find anyone, vaulting back into the window into office. So I also did not clock through all of our rambling. This is a bedroom defense. Little odd of a choice to bring out in round number 2 from the Vivo Keystars Academy. But we'll see if maybe this is their pivot point. This is their moment where they rise and they take over on this map off the backs of winning probably one of the toughest defensive sites to win. Midi, though, with the Blitz and the Diffuser in hand, in tandem with the Lion and the Dokkaebi. This looks like a collapse onto the bomb site that's going to be very tough to repel for the Academy team.
Midi just waiting for the moment to pounce there. You see the Blitz just waiting for that opportunity to get into the map and make the move. Waiting to group up with the team as well. That'll be a critical component of this attack to time well. Right now, all alone, though. Maybe waiting for the Lion Scan to come out. It will, but no action just yet. Polar opposite between round 1 and round 2 in terms of the overall pacing. Miners waiting to strike rather than making a quick and dirty move. Now, Mitrix get on the board first to kill onto Neskin there to get the opener. SDK looking to respond, but can't quite do it just yet. The Blitz dropped and finished off without any bit of hope restored for Miners, and that is a key component of this attack that they're now going to be missing in these last 60 seconds.
Here goes Gudo as well onto Pasetto. The flashbangs come pouring out. Levy will get one onto Gudo, but immediately traded out from Hash, so it's just SDK on the Dokkaebi, turning the corner towards the lobby desk and is able to down off Flastry. Hash low on HP, and this DMR is going to hit like a freight train. Though, some potential here in the 1v3, with Mitrix low on HP as well. Arthur taking damage in a previous skirmish. Going to bait out the swings from anyone on the Vivo Keystars Academy side. SDK constantly bouncing back and forth, and now that he's removed the intel on him in the form of that Valkyrie camera, the swing does come from one, but it's a double swing, and Mitrix will drop SDK after Hash meets his maker. And it's a 1-1 game off the backs of, like I said, a bedroom defense. Not the most common phrase on this map.
Yeah, a site that we almost never see. I mean, even as far as tertiary bomb sites are concerned, not even just primary and secondary. I mean, we usually see kitchen and barbecue brought out. We rarely see the house side of the map come into play, other than that top floor, other than exhibition and office, right? It's an easy thing to miss. The bombs are in almost identical positions as far as their silhouette on this side of the map. So it's like, wait a minute, are we upstairs? Are we downstairs? Well, Miners, clearly a rude awakening for them, as they had to figure out a way to deal with that bottom floor defense, something that it appeared they were ill prepared to do. They had a good read on that early. It wasn't like they didn't know what bomb site they were headed. They just didn't have a good approach in mind. And I think that was very clear from the way the Blitz came into play in that round, or I guess the way the Blitz didn't come into play. Usually if you bring a Blitz, that's where a lot of your attacking hopes are going to lie, and that's a lot of focus has to be on that play as well. But not only did the Blitz not get involved until about 90 to 120 seconds into the round, but it found absolutely nothing, right? There was just not a lot of coordination alongside that operator, just not a lot that showed us that Miners were prepared and ready to go for an execute on that site. So a good adjustment and a good choice for Keyd Academy to bring that one out. They tie us up at 1 as a result, and they're looking to keep going with that advantage. Here goes Hash out the window. A kill onto Midi there. Doubtful that he will be able to survive much longer, but a good early damage nonetheless.
This is one awkward fight. We had a lot of solos ended up on the exterior of Skyscraper in this LCQ, and SDK will finally put Hash to rest. So, the excursion outside, like you said, does claim the life of Midi, but will be traded out, and good response there from Netshoes Miners. You can see Hash again. He was just checking at the bottom of the Black Stairs window for the entire time, looking for a claymore or an air jab or something. Dissuaded him from going for the jump, and as soon as he saw nothing and heard the rappel, it was game over for Midi. EMR up against a P90 flying out the window. It's a tough battle to win for anyone. And unfortunately for Midi, he lost that engagement. At least his team had his back on the trade. Wasn't able to get back into the bomb site for free. Frag grenades going soaring up here from SDK, trying to remove anything, the bandit batteries off of the Geisha exterior wall to try and facilitate Levy opening up the wall. And as I say that, Levy will open up the Skull of Flastry instead. Askin trying to push his way in towards the top of the Black Stairs as well. As again, this is a defense that the objective is office and exhibition, but we have paid so much attention to just about everywhere but the objective.
Right, there's so much focus from both this attack and this defense at this entire map as a whole, right? You saw that from Hash early, jumping out the window on the complete opposite side of the map, showing that roam, showing the importance of that extension, and, well, of course, showing that a little surprise can go a long way. That certainly slowed things down for this Netshoes Miners attack, and, well, they're fighting tooth and nail to maintain this one-man advantage. Neskin will do that with a good kill there in the end, but still a 3v2, 40 seconds. And they still have to make their way over towards the site. They've cleared out the most of this west side. Guto is really the last player standing in their way of an actual execute, and there he goes. He will get felled. Levy downed outside the office wall. That drops the diffuser and will slow things down even further, but these two players, all they've got to do is chase the kill. On a 2v1 like that, they made the right choice, and they will end up securing the round for Miners.
Yeah, that started to get doable on the defense in terms of the 1v3 with the case lost, but yeah, and just overexposing himself, not really having anywhere to end up. Collapse there, and good recovery, like I said, for Netshoes Miners, surrendering this opening pick, and yet on the attacking side, they just play the numbers advantage onto the bomb site, continuously trade out, and even at a 2v1 at the end, making sure they're collapsing at the same time. So we're seeing the attacking proficiency for Netshoes Miners on this skyscraper map, possibly aided by the aggression coming out from Vivo Keedstar's Academy. But nonetheless, very impressive attacking rounds that we saw in the quarterfinals for Netshoes against E1 yesterday, and continuing on here today. Again, it seems like their kryptonite is the bedroom defense for whatever reason that is, but attacking the normal bomb sites on this map has gone fairly well for them thus far.
I wonder if that means we might see this Academy team try to bring out maybe that other tertiary objective, maybe try to throw in Kitchen and Barbecue instead of rotating between these primary sites. Very clearly, Netshoes Miners are comfortable on those primaries, like you mentioned. So maybe we have to see that adaptation come from this Vivo Keedstar's defense. We'll see. We'll see. Only 3 rounds in, both teams, still a lot to figure out, still a lot to feel out about each other right now. As we said, they both had exceptional performances on this map yesterday and the day before. They both had their upset wins against E1 and Black Dragons, respectively. So certainly both teams have it in them to win this map and to do it in spectacular fashion. But we'll just have to see what they can both come up with here as Miners look to get an early start to this one. Geisha, the first place that they are going to pressure. And Besetto will have to quickly get a read on what exactly lies in wait on the other side, because Flastry always interested in going for a bit of a run out here or there.
Well, it seems like Midi, after getting killed by Hash going for the jump out of the Black Stairs window, said, I'm going to put my face in this and never let anyone jump out on me again. And unfortunately, Hash did cross his window, but he was only able to deal about 50 damage onto the Valkyries. Flastry will avoid the frag grenades, and Hash able to escape making a mistake downstairs, and as well will drop Neskin. There goes at least 2 of the frag grenades off the board, and there goes the last one from STK. So, much better perseverance here upstairs, able to avoid the nades and not surrender the opening pick here for the Vivo Keedstar's Academy defense. You can see Midi, though, rotating with the diffuser. STK working his way up main stairs. Still haven't done enough to dissuade anyone from playing inside of Geisha, and there goes Hash again, the man that got away, doing damage onto the side of the Netshoes Miners attack. This collapse in towards the bomb site now, not going well, being picked apart by one MPX that was allowed to escape at the bottom of those Black Stairs.
Hash staying active. relocated means that STK might have an opportunity to sneak in from behind. Nope, just kidding. That's Flastry to deny it. Nice crossfire set up. Miners denied entry into Geisha. Basetto still here on the rappel for the majority of the round, has been outside on that Geisha balcony. Finally, we'll have a chance to shine, getting just one kill there. That is just about it for the hopes of this Netshoes Miners attack. So much for the primary bomb site thought that we had kind of thrown out there. Vivo Keydstars, they made sure that they will find a way to bounce back on Karaoke T. The diffuser all the way on the other side, so Basetto is going to take the time to at least rotate over there. Gonna forego picking up the diffuser though, because it really doesn't matter at this point. A nice kill onto Mitrix. But again, 1v3 now. One player from behind, make it a 1v2, but all that will do is just to buff up the stats there for Basetto, make him look a bit better in that supportive role, but an otherwise uneventful round for Miners across the board.
Yeah, tough one there for Midi, like I said, just allowing Hash to escape when he was holding that flank on the rappel on the Black Stairs window. But really just much more aggression coming out from the Vivo Keydstars Academy defense in the proper locations, trying to make sure that they're rejecting anyone from entering in down below with the frag grenades, not getting caught up by those frag grenades either, so able to avoid the explosive death from underneath and able to make sure that they don't surrender that Geisha control throughout the entirety of the round. Much better response there for Keydstars Academy. And now, like you said, we're going to see all 4 bomb sites on this map, at least on the defensive side of Vivo Keydstars, bringing out the barbecue and kitchen. This is a tricky one. You do have Office and Exhibition available to you to go back to currently, or, again, if you're very adventurous, you could go back to Bedroom. That is one of the 2 bomb sites you have won. World is their oyster, and they choose to go to barbecue and kitchen. So maybe these tertiary bomb sites are the answer. Maybe they are the Netshoes Miners kryptonite. Maybe they're just responding much better than they did in the first couple rounds.
Yeah, tied up at 2, so we go back to, I suppose, the drawing board for both teams. A new objective, new defense here for Keyd, and a new attack for Miners now to see what they've got on this objective. They don't bring out the blitz, so hopefully they're not going to look as befuddled as they did last time they tried to attack one of these first floor sites, but they will still have a lot of frustrating utility to chew their way through. You've got Guto, right, on the Fenrir. Those dread mines are going to come out and are going to be quite the nuisance for this Miners attack to deal with. That's why hopefully someone like the Brava and those Kludge drones can alleviate some of that pressure, but it'll take time. Time, of course, something that Miners want to keep, well, Miners really want to keep going their way. Near disaster strikes for Vivo Keys there, as almost a team kill happened. Flastry letting a couple of bullets fly in Hash's face. So far, unscathed, both teams, as they work their way up.
Yeah, both teams spending a minute not really accomplishing a whole lot. One frag grenade is being used at the bottom of the Black Stairs window once again. Arthur will persevere, though. Avoid another frag grenade, but Guto taking a lot of damage, and there goes Mitrix getting down at the T-door. SDK will finish him off. Walking into the smoke, and Levy will clean up Arthur. It's now the aggression in towards T from the top side, but no, the flank comes out from Hash. The man they cannot pin down in one location, going on a rampage now, and Flastry inside of Geisha as well will shut down Levy's entrance to the top of the Black Stairs, leaving Midi and Neskin alone now in a 2v3. And Guto's been revived, so this is a very tough position to be in. Now they're going to try and head topside. They got to recover the diffuser and then work their way back down to the bomb site. Awkward engagement across the railing, but Neskin will drop Hash, waiting for the rotate from Flastry, and he just looks away at the most inopportune time, leaving Midi alone in the 1v2. No diffuser control as of yet, and Flastry not holding the same angles as previously will allow Midi to slowly encroach up the hallway towards Geisha. Trying to find an angle towards the Warden, as then it would just be a 20 HP Guto laying in wait, but there goes the EDD. It'll drop some health off of Midi, and Midi, the preemination towards the main stairs. An unbelievable 1v2 clutch, and the Vivo Keydstars Academy exposing themselves at the end of the round.
Wow, what a 1v2. Way to make that one happen. You saw it. It was a dicey situation with so little time left. Then Midi walks into the EDD from the cap can. You gotta think that round is over, but Flastry misses his chance, and Guto, I think, probably just didn't see the head of Midi. Slight, I would say, Peaker's advantage, but they are in a LAN environment. They really shouldn't have that sort of difficulty to deal with. It was just a heads-up gunfight from Midi. He was ready. Probably had some info to work with because he knew exactly where to look, and he knew exactly what had to be done to give Miners the round. But snatching one away from this Keyed Stars team that really looked like they were about to take their third defensive win.
Really should have as well. Just a 3v2 down to the 2v1 and still just unable to stop Midi and his para 308. And for Netshoes Miners now with 3 attacking rounds, they have equaled their performance against E1 yesterday with the opportunity to even one-up themselves from yesterday and get 4 attacking rounds. They are heading back to Office and Exhibition for the last round of the first half here in the Vivo Keyed Stars Academy. They look to be successful for the first time on this bomb site. They've gone around the world on Skyscraper thus far in the defense, just trying to find something that fits for them and something that can cause some issues for Netshoes Miners attacks. They've had some success, but they can't go back to T-Karaoke. And I imagine if you were gonna just throw it out there, what bomb site do you think is more viable in terms of getting a 1-round win? What are we doing? Okay, I guess we're waiting for the frag grenade down below, and we are just not accounting for a magnet coming in. Like I said, if you're gonna go for one bomb site to win you 1 round, you probably take Office Exhibition over running back bedroom a second time.
But a good observation there, because Levy only 1 exothermic able to get actually put on a wall and used. And that's the only hard breaching that Miners are going to be able to get done here unless Basetto is able to kind of sneak around and make those X-Kairos work. Now, Basetto, as long as he can stay alive, which he's been doing quite well so far, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But right now, the focus for Miners, it's dealing with these players on the other side. It's dealing with someone like Flastry. Midi's done that well. STK, now looking to support that position, knows that Hash is probably nearby supporting this, but is just looking for his moment to step on up. Up he comes. Hash backing off, a bit more of a passive angle. He'll end up winning that fight anyway. So the 4v4 now back to even, but as I say that, look who it is. Basetto, who I mentioned a moment ago, would likely be the hard breach now to focus on, is actually getting involved in these heads-up gunfights. There's another one. This time it's Mitrix to go down. Arthur able to take care of Basetto in the meantime. Essentially 3v2 here for Miners.
Yeah, Mitrix bleeding out, and not quite sure if he's resable with that presence from the X window, so tough one to be in there. If you're Mitrix bleeding out on the floor, at least you can be a human drone laying on the ground. Neskin taking a lot of damage from that MP5K, and Gudo and Arthur are going to double team inside of Dragon. Try and repel the rest of the advance coming from the attacking side of Netshoes Miners. Gudo constantly bouncing back and forth between the angles, but there goes Arthur. It leaves Gudo alone in the 1v3. Make it a 1v2. No! It was Levy who cleaned up the down. I just thought with the positioning of that reticle that it was a headshot, but no. Levy picks up 3 at the end there. Not sure if he was the one to originally down off the Bandit of Mitrix, but nonetheless, it's Netshoes Miners taking a 4-2 lead on the attacking side of Skyscraper.
But really a half that should absolutely be 3-3 if it wasn't for that 1v2 clutch from Midi. So, Vivo Keys, I mean, they clearly know that they are close. They know that this lead is just a slight one. But they are still going to have to put together some pretty decent attacks to bridge this gap. 2 rounds is no joke, right? It can disappear in 6 minutes, maybe even less if you're quick and aggressive, but at the same time, that can extend to 5-2, that can extend to 6-2 before you know it, and all of a sudden you're playing for the map. So they are going to have to keep an eye on that scoreboard and see what they can do to get back on the horse as quick as they can. So far, I'm really going to be focusing on Ash and what we see from him on this attacking side. He was involved in 3 of those entry engagements on the first half, just on the defensive side, going 2-1 overall on the entry, but now you put him on the attacking side. I'd imagine he gets pretty active, but over here playing a supportive role, playing on the ace, might mean that we see him take a more passive role. It'll be interesting to see exactly how these players fit in and slot into those roles, though, as we work our way into round number 7.
Well, we saw the early round shenanigans coming out from the Vivo Keydstars Academy, jumping out, impacting for runouts, just trying to get in the face of anyone on Netshoes on the attacking side. Gudo, though, will drop Levy to start things off, so a good start to the attacking side. Another one here as Hash is able to make his entry at the bottom of the house stairs. Now it's suddenly a 5v3. Eskin was aiming to go for that jump out on the Dragon balcony. A lot better of it. He's watched 2 of his teammates fall in the blink of an eye. He's trying to contend with the Geisha insertion coming from Vivo Keydstars Academy attack. The upside down rappel, just as their Headbana had done but previously. Flastry is going to catch Neskin out. Unfortunate there as another one goes wandering to the window. And just like that, like you said, Jonah, in a blink of an eye, in the flash of an instant, a 5v5 becomes a 5v2, and this could be a one-round ball game in just a mere matter of moments.
Yep, it just happens that fast. Especially with these two teams. I mean, we know what they're capable of. Clearly, after seeing these first 6 rounds transpire, we know how quickly, how confidently this Keydstars team is comfortable moving in, taking space. They've done it well here in round number 7. Midi can't do it from the long range with the 416, so it all comes down to Basetto on the smoke. The SMG-11 will get one, the Bear Trap another. This one is doable, but not great considering Basetto is so low on HP already. First Toxic, second Toxic Babe goes out, does not touch the diffuser going down, however, so this one is now a post plant with Basetto fighting against the world. To look to deal with this drum player first. The shotgun connects, but it's not enough. And Hash will shut him down, taking the round for Vivo Keydstars.
Hash letting them know. And honestly, I think for Vivo Keydstars, this is a team that likes their aggression, and they're responding well to their aggression, the aggression being brought in kind. You can see them decimate those early peaks and those early roamers, just being isolated across the map, and Netshoes Miners might have to recalibrate what their expectations are in terms of dealing with these quick advances in the early portions of the round, as it certainly did not seem like they were expecting as much resistance as they inevitably faced. So we're going to move away from teen karaoke on the side of Netshoes Miners. We're going to go over to Office and Exhibition. It's been a wonky game in terms of what bomb sites are successful and which ones aren't. I imagine for Netshoes Miners, this is a situation where they just kind of peel back a little bit and play closer to the bomb site. We can get back onto a sense of normalcy in a hurry. And I think for the VKS Academy here, this is an opportunity to keep your foot to the throttle and continue the tempo, because that was a very fast round. You know, the plant was down with a minute left in the round, and it was a 5v2 with, I think, like a minute 30 left in the round. So very swift round, very efficient round, very good response for the Vivo Keydstars Academy on their first attack round on a map that is very defender-sided normally, but we have seen some exceptions.
Looking to make their mark here on their attack. Second round, go a long way to really shutting this Miners team up. Hitting the attacking ground running, per se. You've got Hash, who was on that ace before, was playing that more supportive role, but now on the Finca, might see something a bit more explosive there, especially as you also see Gudo switching over to the Dokkaebi. They want to get this pressure going early, though. They will have to deal with some of these players, some of these defenders playing a bit more aggressive, a bit more forward. Talk about a C4 toss for the ages. STK, what a throw, and the Finca is already gone.
Yeah, there go the nades, there goes the Finca. A beautiful start for Netshoes Miners. Like I said, kind of peeling back a little bit, but it's actually the aggression coming out that seems to be confounding the Vivo Keydstars Academy. This impact hole into the Geisha wall. As soon as that was brought out by Levy, the Wamai playing just outside of the Geisha hallway, as soon as that impact landed onto the Geisha wall, everyone in the Vivo Keydstars Academy responded and moved away from it. Said, okay, we're not dealing with this. We got to go a different route. That just afforded the opportunity for that Repel in the karaoke window to be alone and untradeable and no one there to help. And after they got the pick, Netchu Miners have all fallen back except for STK himself. And it looks like after being droned out, he's going to play his life in here inside of Drum up on the ledge. But here comes Mitrix up the main stairs, and he gets shut down immediately as Midi. It had his attention drawn from the exothermic, but nonetheless, everyone now for the Vivo Keystars Academy hitting the deck, and not long for this world as Arthur tries to make his entrance into the top of main stairs. Last year will at least get Neskin, but the entrance from the Thermite does not seem like it's going to have much success on its own against Midi, who still has a Nitro Cell in hand. Last year, he's slowly elevating himself towards the depths of Dragon. Going to join up with Arthur. Flashbangs come flying in, and really just waiting for this collapse to come from the last two remaining attackers. Last year, able to push his way all the way up, but he gets rejected from Midi. And looking for even more. Arthur escapes on 1 HP, dropping the Valkyrie. 1 HP. Does have the diffuser. 25 seconds. This is looking very undoable for Arthur. And Netshoes Miners get back on the board and reestablish the 2-round lead.
I think worth talking about Mitrix there for a moment, and the play that he tried to pull off there obviously did not work out. But we saw kind of what the approach was there. And I think you called it out nicely, Flynn. Right when that exothermic was opening up the breach, you could assume that the defense is going to be keeping an eye on that breach, that they are going to be aware of some attackers holding angles outside. Maybe they're going to worry about somebody coming in quickly and using that opportunity to just jump on into the site. Instead, it was Mitrix from the other side who decided, all right, now that they are focused on the breach, let me just sprint up the stairs, maybe trying to use the sound as cover a bit as well. But he did just sprint up the stairs, and that's not a quiet thing to do. And it's also not the first time that either of these teams have seen that happen. Netshoes Miners, they were clearly prepared for that. They had somebody keeping an eye on that position, and maybe they had a camera on it. Maybe they made a call out. Maybe it was intuition, but more likely it was probably just a sound cue. That's not a quiet operator running up the stairs. So a valiant effort and a good one that, could have certainly quickly turned the round into a VKS win, but that's obviously not what we saw there, as Netshoes Miners were able to get that kill and get just about every other kill, cleaning up that defense without question.
So for the Miners being successful over towards Office and Exhibition, they will now run back Teen Karaoke. So we haven't seen them kind of employ the Esports Academy strategy of, well, if the primary 2 bomb sites aren't working, why don't we try bedroom or barbecue and kitchen? It's a very odd strat, and to be fair, they did go 50% on those 2 bomb sites when they ran them, so fair play to them. But we're seeing Netshoes Miners adopt a little more of a normal strategy from what we've seen from around the world and inside this region as well this stage. Heading back to Teen Karaoke, a very defensible bomb site. And I imagine, again, we're not going to have a bunch of roamers caught off guard, although as I say that, SDK is once again at the base of the main staircase side, waiting for this window to get opened up, and springing into action. The pre-fires are not going to land. You see a couple attackers for the Keystars Academy masking themselves outside that bedroom and bathroom window downstairs. Ash getting in on the rappel, and it seems like the Keystars Academy will be going for more of a far side across take this time, instead of hunting down the roamers downstairs and then immediately swarming into the bomb site to the top black stairs door.
Well, STK pointed him out earlier. One of these players designed to get in the way of said clear. Same for Midi. Trying to stay active on this top floor, not just near the site, but all the way on the other side, making sure that Exhibition and Office stays under wraps. STK does have to be aware of someone down below creeping up into bathroom. Now maybe trying to get a bit more aggressive. That's Mitrix. SDK been very lit up. So gonna maybe rely on the support from Midi here to bolster that. Levy, careful. Careful, some pressure from below. Overwhelming right now. The nade will miss. Oh, no, it will connect. It looked like it may have missed its mark, but after all, he was down. Only needed a little bit to finish him off. So, not the fastest and most successful of starts of all time for Vivo Keystars, but certainly they do have the opening kill, and Miners, they are going to have to be cautious here. There's someone in really looking to get aggressive down below.
Yeah, repel in through the karaoke window. At least Gudo got cut down, and Midi responds onto Arthur as well, so the 5v3 evaporates in a moment's notice. You can see here the push from Midi reclaiming the power position at the top of main stairs, but he just looks away at the most inopportune moment. There was an attacker from the Vivo Keystars Academy circling inside of Geisha. Seems like SDK is occupied with the member downstairs as well. Flastry's the man with the diffuser alone inside of Geisha for the moment. Throwing out a drone for any of his dead teammates to hold, and SDK just getting cute with it as the Finka was looking skyward. Mitrix had no chance of fighting back, but the quick peeks removed the opportunity to go for the spray from SDK. The good news is, though, he's occupying his time. No more adrenal surges, no more frag grenades, chipping away at his health one by one, every single bullet landing, and it's just eating up more time on the clock. Midi comes downstairs, SDK finally finishes off Mitrix, and now it's just Flastry alone, who's left inside of Geisha with his 2 attacking teammates down below, but Midi shut him down as he tries to descend the main stairs. And just like that, it's Netshoes Miners getting back in control of the game, putting their map pick on match point.
For us back and forth as this map has been, there's been a pretty consistent pattern of the team that gets the opening kill wins the round. We've seen that happen in all but 2 rounds now, thanks to a nice little comeback there from Netshoes Miners. I mean, they did not have the opening kill. They did not have the first 2. It was a very good start for that Keystars attack, but they just could not keep the pace up, and they could not take those kills that they had found and really leverage that into an eventual execute. Part of that comes from staying a little bit more individual and not being as, coordinated as a team, not playing those trades, but part of that comes from Miners being in the right place at the right time and taking advantage of some of those solo gunfights, just playing that really, really well. You don't get those opportunities unless you're playing a very roam-heavy, extension-heavy, borderline aggressive defense. It's what we saw there from Miners, and that's the sole reason that they were able to come back and now have themselves on map point. So again, it is Miners who have, every time they've had the opening kill, they have won the round, but twice now we've seen this keyed team get an opener, but just not be able to close it out.
Go down to barbecue and kitchen, so no bedroom defense coming out from Netshoes Miners. And you see SDK again for the jump out the Geisha window. Both of these teams, similar play style, similar map pool. Seems like Netshoes Miners, they had the formula to win some attacking rounds on Skyscraper, and that really is the difference. It's the attacking win rate, really the difference between these 2 teams. And Flastry trying to go for an immediate entry more towards the bomb sites. We've seen this from the Vivo Keystars Academy, an aversion to entering in on a parallel plane to the bomb site and clearing across the map. They don't want to contend with the roam. They want to avoid it as much as possible and get towards the objective as an isolation play. Skeleton Key coming out onto the office wall will spring Neskin into action again. Everyone for Netshoes Miners loving to get into the fight, loving to take the engagement. The only problem is he's got Hash coming in from down below, at the bottom of the house stairs. He's got 3 attackers out on his balcony. Man, this collapse onto the Legion of Neskin is gonna be deadly. Here comes the frag grenade from up down below, and Neskin just narrowly avoids, as I don't think Hash actually let that one go. He put it back in the pocket, and instead he'll miss the first one. Neskin gonna have a lot of company here in a minute, but instead his friend Midi joins in, and Hash will trade him out.
Good 1-for-1 though to keep this one even. The Miners, they've got to be careful here. DKS starting to heat up. Neskin goes for another. Again, Arthur's there for the trade. Miners doing such a nice job of playing together, but this is where they're going to get tested. STK is now pretty isolated over in Lounge. He's got a kill right in front of him, but he misses his chance. Flastry and Arthur each get 1. Basetto, the only Miners player who can deny this. Good long-range shot with the SMG-11. He gets shot in the back as he works his way upstairs. His position known. And so Keystars should also know that they have this site should they want to approach it. Up top, Basetto, maybe he'll look to leverage this vertical control, but instead, it looks like he's going to head back down the black stairs and look to get involved. He does have some options, though, because just like the attack, they don't have to push in right away. They have a couple of moments here where they can regroup, drone this out, and now tease the diffuser. Basetto just barely missing his chance to get that kill. He's got so much information. The pings just all over the place. He is tracking Arthur all over this site. Vertical destruction coming in. He's spotted him. But he can't quite land the shots, just barely, and in the nick of time, he's able to shut that down. Hash, now he's got to panic. He's got to find a way to get this diffuser down, but it's Basetto with the 1v3 clutch. The SMG-11 will close it out, and it is Miners who close out map number 1, 7-3 on Sky.
And what a beautiful play from Basetto. The presence of mind in that moment. In a 1v3, he gets the first pick on the tables and gets shot in the back and doesn't re-engage. He thinks, well, you can see every dead defender on his team was watching a bulletproof camera inside the objective. He had all the intel he needed. You could see all the yellow pings coming out. And like you said, Jonah, hunting with that M590 up top, then able to descend the black stairs and get the planter in the 1v1. A beautiful, beautiful, intelligent play from Basetto. And that's NetShoes Miners winning their map pick 7-3 on Sky.
And they do it in spectacular fashion in the end. Had a couple of those clutch moments, a couple of those hero plays that put them on top. It was closer than I think the score line may have indicated, but a powerful, decisive win for Miners nonetheless. Map 2, we still have that coming up. Still got to figure out if this Academy team can bounce back. We'll figure all that out and get a bit more from our desk on the other side of this break.
All right, Netshoe Miners starting it off strong, securing their own map pick on Sky with a 7-3 win. I mean, look, we were saying Vivo Stars Academy has been really strong roster, and we've seen great siege from them, but they've got a little bit of a run for their money this time around, CDAPS.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot closer of a game, but at the end of the day, Netshoe's Miners had the bigger play capability. 2 huge clutches on the attack coming out of Midi, and then on the defensive side coming out of Baseto. And those are just the kind of plays that can completely win games. Right here, the Midi clutch, it's coming across your screen, just a 2v1 in a seemingly unwinnable position, went the way of Netshoe's Miners, and boom. It's just so much momentum that they were able to swing. They got on the more advantageous defensive side and never skipped a beat.
Never skipped a beat, indeed. I mean, they skipped 3 rounds, but that's okay. You got to give them something to work with. But I think this really puts into perspective how much Netshoe's Miners has improved over the last week. Literally, it's only been a week, and it has been incredible to see. I think this is just showing us that at the end of the day, all they can do is go up and up and up. And even looking at how this went in their favor when it comes to the entries, when it comes to the cost, when it comes to the kills, beautiful performance.
Yeah, I mean, overall, sure, the entries might say, you know, this was a good old close game, especially in the early round, but Netshoe's Miners, they did a bigger job, a lot better of a job, equalizing the man count, getting immediate trades, and making sure that they never found themselves in significant just difficult positions. And sure, even when they did in those couple of rounds, those 2 big clutches found themselves in those holes, all of a sudden they were able to just use their overall momentum and their experience to absolutely explode and win the rounds that they had to.
Absolutely, and they have 7 rounds to be able to win that. We're looking at the entry, STK specifically going very positive. In general, every single one of the members today from Netshoe's Miners steps up to the plate. And that is something that we said we wanted to see, because we wanted to see this team effort. We wanted to see them at their best. And it feels like that's what we got.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, the Netshoes that we got was across the board, everybody looking so strong. Even Levy at 7-7 being your quote-unquote worst player is definitely something that you can hang your head high on. It's just going to feel so good, because even if your worst player is still not a technical statistical just deficit, it's huge, especially when you have players like, once again, Midi and Baseto stepping up and elevating the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that step up is something that has been so incredibly crucial, especially with the timing, this being the LCQ. And they now put themselves in that position where they already have that first map win, which is a really great position to be in individually, because yes, when we're looking at the side of Vivo Stars Academy, they've had some individuals stepping up, but again, they are now down 1 map, and this is the best of 3, so they obviously are going to have a chance to be able to make a comeback. They have their own map coming up, Chalet. We saw it with the main roster from Vivo Star, how that map pick, that comfort of their own quote-unquote home has really allowed them to excel. But that then brings the question if that is going to be transferable to Vivo Stars Academy, or whether or not this is kind of that final punch that they take and that's going to be sending them tumbling.
It's going to be hard, because to say that Vivo Stars Academy is a Cinderella story would be a little bit of an understatement. What we saw them accomplish through the open qualifiers, the Swiss stage, the open qualifier playoffs was pretty much dominant. They weren't really dropping maps, so we don't really have any direct comparison to see like, hey, you know, here's where we can highlight the overall resiliency of this team, their ability to bounce back after a loss. Because even against Black Dragons just a couple of days ago, they didn't drop a map. We don't know how they're going to react. Yeah,
exactly. And that's the beauty of seeing these best of 3s, the beauty of these competition getting more and more heated, more and more exciting maps and scenarios are coming forward. And that is these teams battling adversity. At the end of the day, having to deal with adversity is going to be the name of the game, regardless whether you make it through the LCQ and you go all the way to Atlanta, or whether this is the end of it. This is such an incredible and important learning point. But for Chalet specifically, when we're looking at Vivo Stars Academy and when we're looking at how they have performed on Skyscraper, what is the main pain point that you think, if that is repeated on Chalet, it might actually be done and dusted?
I don't want to necessarily say it's done and dusted too early, but at the end of the day, there's not really a whole lot of just negative points you can immediately push out on Vivo Keystars Academy. There's no just massive hole that you can point at and be like, hey, they need to fix this. At the end of the day, I think they were just overall outclassed by a better team, and that's not something you can necessarily diagnose and fix in such a quick turnaround between maps. Sure, when they're going to be a little bit more comfortable on Chalet, they'll probably be bringing just that little bit of extra heat, but Netshoes Miners, they're also very comfortable on this Chalet match. It's going to be so incredibly hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be finding out Chalet and how that will go in favor of Netshoes Miners, or whether it will be Vivo Keystars Academy pretty shortly after the break. So do grab yourself a little bit of water, maybe a snack, because we're going to be back with some more action.
To map 2 we go. Chalet. After a decisive victory on Skyscraper, Netshoes Miners look to close out this series in 2 if they can. This, however, their opponent's map pick, and where Keyd Academy might be looking to take this to 3. As we talked about already, Flynn, and I think many people in our audience are aware, we saw both of these maps played by both of these teams in their independent quarterfinals yesterday. But here in the semifinals, only one of them can move on to face Los in the next round.
Yeah, and I think for Netshoes Miners, this is another situation where you displayed a dominance on one side that is a little antithetical to the norm, which is that the attacking side was very good for Netshoes Miners on Skyscraper, both in their quarterfinal and now in their semifinal game. And for Netshoes Miners, the defense was actually winning a 5-1 half in their game against E1 yesterday on Chalet. Which again, you know, Chalet is more 50-50, maybe even slightly attacker-sided these days. And yet, a 5-1 half for Netshoes Miners on the defense yesterday. Starting on the attack, so even if things don't go too well to start things off here on Chalet, and we're looking like we're trending towards getting to Clubhouse, our map 3 for the second time of the day, they still have that one in the back pocket. But I think with how successful they were on the attacks on Skyscraper, just having a little more freedom here on a map like Chalet, this is a very, very tough position to be in if you're the Vivo Keystars Academy. But like you said, they did play this map in their quarterfinal matchup, and they did win against Black Dragons on this map. So you can't take that away from them. It's just that demonstration of clearly a different level of performance on Skyscraper from Netshoes Miners. Certainly weighs heavy in my mind in terms of walking into map number 2 and trying to imagine who could come away with this series victory.
Setting up down below, we've got this Academy defense starting out. Barn Games, their site of choice. We know that Miners not only are capable of a bit more speed, but have a lineup that might favor that kind of a thing. You've got the Finca out here after all, the Lion as well, the Seto, those smokes, those fire arrows can be quite deadly in use in the right situation. But right now it is Hash, oh my, who gets a kill onto Baseto, uses a Kiba barrier to cover his escape, but chooses to swing back in and die anyway. But a good start regardless for Hash on the defense, something that he did so well on map number 1. He's looking to continue that with that aggression on map 2.
Frag Grenade's getting caught by the magnet there, and I think the really concerning point is that there goes the frag grenade. Only one magnet up for Gudo to play behind, so STK will reestablish a man advantage, jumping into library. There goes Midi as well, jumping Metrix, but Arthur with 2 from the top of blue stairs. The collapse comes in just a moment too late from Neskin. 1v2 now, but that diffuser, the point that I was going to make a very lot of kills on long ago, the diffuser was dropped inside of Mudroom. It was Baseto carrying it, so if anyone was able to spot that, if Hash was able to see that while dying, maybe there's a possibility for Flashtree to play around that here in the 1v2. Worried about a collapse coming in from the lobby, and he's constantly looking skyward. These last 2 attackers, though, for Netshoes Miners separated. If it's Neskin topside, Levy outside the front door, the last EOD will hold the Frost in place. As Flastry looking to aggress towards the blue stairs. He might have the intel of where the diffuser is. He drops Levy, and now waiting for the approach from Neskin topside. Using an Adrenal Surge, he is overhealed at the moment, dropping towards the lobby. And no, it'll be Flastry instead, taking the top control away from the Finka. There goes one frag grenade. Still got one in the pocket as well. Flastry looking down and towards Bar. There goes Neskin recovering the diffuser from Mudrooms. Now a tough position. It's Flastry with the advantage topside. The Finka still with one more Adrenal Surge to overheal herself. Neskin and be pushing in towards the bomb site and getting a plant down. Flashbang on 40 HP, and Neskin's still up, but he's shotgunning in the correct location with the shots. They come up to the floorboards, and Neskin, I don't even think even saw where Flashkey was, just shot at the shotgun hole and was able to collect. And that is Netshoes Miners winning the first round attack.
I mean, this is the beauty of this Miners team, and I think they've showed it to us all throughout Map 1, and we're already seeing it here on Round 1 of Map 2. And it is they're just... I mean, their sheer dedication to every single round and every single moment. And despite, being in some pretty awkward spots like that 1v1, certainly going to favor the defense in that situation. Winning it anyway. Losing the opening kill in that round. Winning it anyway. That's the kind of thing they've done so well. And that's why this Keyed Academy, right, their conversion percentage on those entries and on those moments where they do have the advantage is lower than they'd like it to be. Because it's not their mistakes necessarily. It's that Miners are just a really good team in those clutch moments like that. So again, that's well done for them, and that is a good start to Map 2.
I think they're Hash gonna try and go for the roams like we saw in Skyscraper, try and get aggressive towards Trophy and play inside of Dining. They're gonna play with the hatchet open, so they're gonna need to maintain that first floor control. You can see Gudo as well on the Solus. He's gonna go for the jump any moment now, trying to grab anyone towards the helipad spawn. There goes the jump, goes flying out the window, but no one to engage with. So no opening picks that early into the round, and Netshoes Miners, you walk away safe and you have the information. Mitrix getting right into the game's double window. Man, the Vivo Keystars Academy just trying to put their face in any engagement possible across the entirety of the map. They're holding such an open plan here with so much roaming potential. This is a basement defense, but they're occupying all 3 floors.
CK hoping to alleviate some of that utility-based pressure on the IQ, but maybe some of the fragging pressure alleviated nicely. Now that Gudo's been taken off the board, again, there's this aggressiveness that Keyed is showing us, and, it's had its moments, but it's also had moments like that, where Gudo tries to make a move, and Miners are sitting, waiting for it. As a result, Keyed Stars are now going to back off a bit, knowing that they now have the disadvantage, and the manpower that they like to maintain here is starting to dwindle. When it comes to this eventual execute on this basement site, it will behoove them to have just as many bodies, as many guns up as they possibly can, but that's going to get ever more challenging as they keep getting picked apart. STK, a nice kill there, pinpointing the Mozzie's location and shutting him down quick.
That roaming potential just getting picked apart by Netshoes Miners on their clear, and like you said, very ready and waiting to deal. And that looked like it was pre-placed Nitro Cell. Yeah, Flastry's Nitro Cell was pre-placed. He gets spotted by the IQs. Even less utility to be useful on the defensive side. Besetta will finally get the snowmobile wall open after contending with the extensive roam coming out from the Vivo Keyed Stars Academy. Gonna be Hash trying to hold down blue, and there goes the Kaid to the bottom of the main stairs. Flashry tries to swing, but Neskin wins out once again. Certainly hitting his shot so far at 5-0. Ash debating going for the flank as the plant's going down. He's got pings in towards Bar, but he gets shot down and rejected, and it's a flawless round for Netshoes Miners. The flood into the bomb site. No one can fight back, and it's a quick 2-0 lead.
Quick 2-0, sitting real pretty right now in that second round. A lot cleaner than round number 1. Really never a doubt at who was going to take that one. And that's definitely why we're seeing this Vivo Keyed Stars team take this time out, because this is when they really want to stop the bleeding before it gets out of hand, right? They're not too bad right now. This is just 2 rounds. Today alone, we have seen so many 2-round leads completely dissipate in a matter of seconds. But here, with their backs against the wall, they know that this is a great time to try to regroup, right? This Academy team, we know they've got some reps now, and we know they've got a great organization with a lot of experience backing them here, but this is exactly when a coach is going to come in. You're going to hear the wise words from someone who's been watching from behind, that additional perspective to see if they can, get back on their feet here and jump into round number 3 with a bang.
Yeah, I think for this team, I think more of the deception and more of the laying in wait in terms of a roam is going to be much more valuable, because we've seen a few instances on Skyscraper and really to start off Chalet of Netshoes Miners in the attacks, skipping a couple steps when it comes to prerequisites, when it comes to droning, whether it comes to checking a corner or having a teammate nearby to be able to trade. There's a couple things in the checklist that kind of get omitted. They kind of get skipped on by in the effort to expedite things. And I think that's where Vivo Keystars Academy has the opportunity to take advantage. This aggressive, absolutely balls to the wall, put your face in every window, fly out of every window and door strategy, it has not worked, because Netshoes Miners are just going to sit on a rooftop, they're going to sit on an upside down rappel, and they're going to wait for it. And clearly, even in that position, when they're sitting and waiting for those aggressions to come, they still had plenty of time to be able to execute onto the bomb site. The plant's going down with, I think, 45 to a minute left in the round. This is a perfect execute on the bomb site and a flawless round for Netshoes Miners. So I think for Vivo Keystars here, maybe dialing down the aggression and more just trying to maintain as much map control and catch some of these Netshoes Miners attackers off guard when they're clear.
C4 from perfectly timed, but it's actually the shot from Arthur that will do it onto Basetto instead. So well combined there, the pressure from both above and below. The trade, though, found. So Miners not in too much trouble. They do have midi as well, the Selmas, as far as that hard breaching potential is concerned. So it's not like they've got all of their hard breaching taken care of, but this is certainly not going to be any easy feat to do what they'd like to do with the utility they have remaining. That garage wall, after all, still reinforced. And with only 2 Selmas, all of that pressure is probably going to have to come from the back. Heat Academy, they probably know this and can turn their attention towards the wine cellar side because of it. This is probably the best situation they've found themselves in at this point.
The SDK, though, not skipping any steps, spotting the Valkyrie cameras up in the rafters on the top floor, and looked like there was at least one pre-placed Nitro. Mitrix, I think, actually got his Nitro back. Not sure what went on there. There were only 1 Nitro cell available on the defensive side, and now there's 2. Not quite sure what happened there. Mitrix, though, standing on top of the black box and connector, looking up through the connector hatch towards the lobby stairs, will drop midi. So you said that the ace was able to prolong his survival and live a little bit longer to keep the hard breach potential alive. Well, there he goes. Both the Thermite and the ace taken off the board. Frag grenades come flying in, and Gudo's going to have to win this engagement against a very hot Neskin so far on Chalet. Pushing even forward. Neskin 6-0, has not died as of yet. The frag grenade goes soaring in and will down off Gudo. That's a lot of snowmobile control here for this Netshoes attack. They try and condense onto the bomb site. Hash taking damage. You can see all 3 defenders. They're stuck beside each other inside of Wine. The entirety of Snowmobile is in control of the attack, and now the plant going down from Levy. A good reaction there towards Connector, but no, the spray. Mitrix will drop SDK. It'll force Levy to come off the plant now, up against the bookshelf at the bottom of main stairs. Gonna bait out the peek from Connector, and I imagine he's gonna have to do it with a plant more than anything. The flashbang goes into Connector, and hitting the deck on the saw file, but there's goes Neskin from inside of Blue, removing the impediment from inside of Connector, and the plant being completed from Levy momentarily. He will stick this, and now it's a DMR and a spear that have rampaged this defense of the Vivo Keystars Academy. And now Levy trying to take aim towards Connector, taking some damage on the escape, but Neskin inside of Blue in a very good position, absolutely refuses to be dropped, and the recovery from Netshoes Miners to go up 3-0, absolutely beautiful.
I mean, you said it right there, Flynn. The recovery from Miners. It's something they keep doing, and it just keeps getting better. After the timeout, Heat Academy, they bring out all the stops. I mean, they started off that round so well with that 1-for-1 trade. They continued it there with another. And in the 2v3, Neskin and Levy have to do it all. And they make it look easy. I mean, at that point, what are you supposed to do if you're this Keat Academy team? You've got one player, Neskin, who is 9-0 right now. That is ridiculous at this point. We are 3 rounds in and he is 9-0. How is that ever going to happen again? I mean, this is a roster that is clearly firing on all cylinders right now. We know they've got some weaknesses, but here on Chalet, we are seeing none of them.
This does not look in any way like the team that we saw in the group stage from Netshoes Miners. This, like CDAPS has said on the desk a couple times now, feels like an evolution, an overhaul of this team. Without any roster moves, it's inside the same stage, and yet just seems like an entirely new team. So heading topside now, trying to grab some kind of momentum here. The Vivo Keed Stars Academy. Trying to get one round at the very least on the board just to try and stop the momentum. See, very deceptively here, it was a very quick skyscraper, and suddenly Chalet getting out of control means that Netshoes Miners are on the brink of not only certifying that they've won the first half on the attacking side, but heading to a defensive side that they were very strong on to close this out as a 2-0 and set themselves up with a date with Los tomorrow in the finals of the LCQ. And here comes the collapse in towards Trophy. SDK taking some damage, and Flastry actually will drop Neskin, so a man who seemed impervious will finally falter. He will be dropped from inside of Kitchen. Now the collapse is going to have to be re-attempted here from Netshoes Miners.
Good shot there from Levy to equalize. Again, every time the Keat Academy think they find an edge, feels like Miners bring it right back. At least Levy will do it in this round. Without Neskin, of course, this is going to be a bit more of a headache to get this one done. Nade from SDK will miss its mark, but at least opening up an angle to work with here and using that angle. Look at that, he finds Gudo, appearingly to go AFK a minute later, and he gets traded out. Not exactly sure what happened there, but he did get the 1-for-1 that he had been hunting for. Did shut down the Azami, but it is still going to be a 3v3, but early progress, a full minute 20 to work with. This is Miners still playing well. They just have to be careful about these angles from above. Mitrix nearly taking advantage of that one onto these players below. Throwing out some of these toxic smokes as well. But again, from all sides, Miners beginning to build this pressure.
This is a smart play. I think it's Hash inside a bathroom. He's not shooting the Selma, and actually, sorry, it's the mute of Arthur. Hash is giving him a bunch of OMI magnets. Now, Hash is actually going to rotate over to try and peek towards the bathroom window, but Basetto will claim Arthur's life. So not shooting the Selma doesn't pay off. His location eventually gets revealed. The flashbangs come pouring in from the big window repel, and Basetto getting the plant down the swing into the big window, and Mitrix will fall through the hatch, but it won't matter as he's bleeding out on the floor. Hash at least makes it a 1v2, but he's left on 1 HP, and there goes Basetto again. It's Netshoes Miners surrendering the first pick and yet still bouncing back to win their 4th round in a row.
Oh man. Keat Academy, where did it go? Gonna have to find it again because this is slipping away very quickly from them on their own map pick. I mean, up top, they just could not piece it together. It was Miners again who just had it all going their way. The big difference there for both teams, I think, is that the trades were flowing a bit more freely. It didn't just happen in that opening engagement and then Miners run away with it. Academy put up definitely much more of a fight there towards the mid-round. If Mitrix had found that kill through the vertical holes above, maybe this round would have been different if, you know, one other swing had gone their way. We're talking about a completely different outcome, but it's still Miners who not only started that round out so well, but then used the control they had and the manpower they had so well. You don't often see a team with 2 or 3 bodies left take time to rotate someone all the way around towards piano or rotate someone all the way around and put them on that master rappel, right? All these important positions that you usually see staffed in a 4 or 5 man stack. Right, when you've got 2 bodies left, still putting in the work to make that happen, I think it just shows you that they have their priorities in order. They know what they need to do and how they need to get it done.
So, I feel like a broken record. Evo Keystars Academy trying to find some traction. Instead of it being topside, they'll head to kitchen and dining. I believe now that is all 4 bomb sites being utilized through 5 rounds here for Evo Keystars, and unfortunately unsuccessful through 4 rounds. See if the 4th bomb site is the answer. The drone comes topside. Basetto able to spot Gudo playing inside of Solar at the top of the stairs. He does have Hash for company, though. So again, trying to decimate and decipher this positioning topside for the attack from Netshoes Miners could prove problematic, but here come the Selmas onto the office wall. Flashry trying to trick it, but he gets dropped through the office balcony door. And the response, just not quick enough from Hash. He tries to lay waste through that balcony door in response. And now he is able to at least trade out STK and again try to bang through the wall towards the office balcony. But Midi makes his entrance into office. Neskin hits the deck and drops Gudo. It's just Hash alone topside now for the VKS Academy as he tries to push his way into Master up against the wall that Neskin and Basetto were pushing up against. Now Midi opening up the wall and just missing the rotation. Mitrix, though, will drop Basetto from the Solar Repel. So now Hash has a friend on the Solar stairs, but Neskin will drop Mitrix. So now again, Neskin alone upstairs decimating the defense, and it's just Arthur alone.
It's Neskin with 12 kills right now, who's got his eyes set on a 13th. Arthur down below. Last player standing in the way between Miners and a 5th round. It'll be Levy to do it, but it will be 5 in a row for Netshoes Miners. My goodness. Talk about a one-sided map 2.
Like you said, you know, this is an instance where some of these rounds haven't been close. Some of them have. To give the Evo Keystars Academy the credit where it's due, some of these rounds have been very close, and they've been on a knife's edge, but it seems like Miners, they have that extra little edge in the end of the round to compose themselves, even when things look like they're stacked against them. And unfortunately for the Academy team, that composure just doesn't seem to be there. They aren't able to convert on those opening picks into successful rounds later on, and just again exposing themselves and taking fights in awkward positions that lend to being in a 1v1 situation. And it doesn't seem like on Chalet, Neskin has any intention of losing another 1v1 after losing it as the opening pick 2 rounds ago. He's on a rampage, absolutely dominoing everyone on the Evo Keystars Academy side. I don't think if you're the Academy team here, you should be playing for some 1v1s against a guy on a heater this strong. Going back to bar and gaming, try and at least get 1 in the first half for VKS Academy. I did say that Netshoes Miners had a 5-1 half in the defense yesterday on Chalet against E1. It was not the case for the VKS Academy against Black Dragons. It was a 3-3 half. So the attack did look strong, but the defense not as strong. And I think for Netshoes Miners right now, they feel well in control. 2 rounds away from setting a date with Los tomorrow in the finals, and Mitrix immediately taking damage.
Yeah, again, it's just every little thing seems to be going Miners' way right now. Just a few stray bullets through a window. Mitrix, he'll get damaged just a hair, and we'll have to be a little more cautious with how he takes these further engagements in this round. Shouldn't change too much, though. He's got a bead on exactly where these attackers are approaching from. That's the beauty of the Solus. So as they work their way on up, they'll be able to relay that information to the team, to what's going on the other side, and maybe even get a kill himself. There it is on the scoreboard here, shutting down Mighty. So that's a great place to be. Neskin lit up, forced to fall back, and he is in a load of trouble as well. Good start for Keystars right now as they finally managed to quell the storm that Miners were sending their way, and at the very least, slowed them down temporarily.
You can see as well for Miners, the reaction to this is hit the bomb site. Everyone amassing outside of the game's double window, and Basetto jumping into Mudroom. Levy coming up from underneath, coming up from the bottom of blue stairs now as well. Arthur with the potential to collect 3, but there goes Neskin. He gets 1. Arthur on the swing gets 2, though. Levy and Neskin both fall, being shot in the back, and the super shorty for 3. Arthur dominating on top of those blue stairs as just 1 hurl misplaced for the side of Netshoes Miners. The spray comes out. Arthur won't collect 4, but Gudo will get on the board. And there it is. It's the Evo Keystars Academy first round on Chalet. They just need a 5-1 half of their own to force overtime.
A little chuckle from me there as we saw SDK It was very funny, the little image of him sitting on that diffuser trying to get it planted when everyone was dead and dying around him, alone in the middle of the site with like 4 defenders above. A valiant effort in the end, but at the end of the day, that one, for the first time, was a Keyed Stars round through and through. It started with that information that we called out from Mitrix, using that Solus scanner, getting that opening kill. And Miners, they tried to keep up the pace and ride that momentum that they had been carrying in between each of these rounds. But finally, Keyed Stars managed to stop it, shut that momentum down, and send Miners packing for the first time. Still a 5-1 attacking half, however, means that Keyed Stars have quite a hill to climb as they work their way back on Chalet. They're going to need 4 rounds just to tie us up, and Miners, they're going to have the threat of series point if they just get a single round further on this map. They've got a lot of cushion. They can mess around with pretty much any bomb site they'd like to try out. And they can play, as we're seeing, as active as they'd like. You see someone like Midi who's going to be doing that down below, but you also see most of these defenders still comfortable, staying mobile, and setting up their power positions that they'd like to maintain.
God bless you, SDK, for shooting the jukebox. That doesn't always happen, and we have to survive with the music through the depths of the rounds, but at least the jukebox gets taken care of. And like you said, I think for Netshoes Miners, they have a lot of opportunities to make a mistake and learn from it. I guess if that's the nicest way we can put it, which essentially means they might get a little active in the early portions of the rounds and just try and close this thing out with a bang. They have the opportunity to do so. It doesn't look like we've seen much of that, though, through the first minute. Basetta was peeking outside of the piano window for a spawn peek, but nobody showed up to engage, so at the very least, everyone moves on. It's a 5v5 STK, though, doing some damage to a wooden barricade, but instead it's Hash. Collapses from the bottom of the blue stairs. There goes the Azami early, and a very good start here for the Vivo Keyed Stars Academy. Starting on their attacking half, like we said, they need at least a dominant attacking half, whichever scoreline that takes shape in, be able to prolong this series. It's on a knife's edge in terms of Netshoes Miners being able to collect this thing with 2 maps and send themselves to the grand finals tomorrow.
Midi should have a read on Hash here on the other side. Nope, doesn't matter. Focused too much on the drone. Did not know that the Finka was up and in his face. Keyed Stars furthering that advantage. Miners only 3 defenders left to defend this site up top. Neskin, one of them, of course, with 13 kills right now. A force for Keyed Stars to reckon with, but still sitting pretty. Still have a couple of nades to work in from below. Neskin chooses to take that gunfight heads up and ends up winning it. Got one more player out the window. That's Flastry to worry about. This will be another important one to win, but Neskin chooses to maybe get a bit too aggressive for his own good.
Goes Bassetto getting one, but unfortunately traded out immediately, so it leaves Levy in a 1v3 with it all to do here as Arthur's going for the plant, peeking towards the piano window. Flastry's going to bounce back and forth off the angle. He's actually going to vault in on the opposite side of the hallway. And yeah, the flashbangs come pouring out, and Levy with a UMP in a 1v3. Not the most opportune weapon to be using in this scenario, and taking a hailstorm of bullets and a hailstorm of flashbangs. It's the second one will hit him in the post plan alone. 25 seconds ticking away. The swing towards the half wall. Nobody on the side of the VKS Academy revealing themselves as Levy will slowly make his way closer and closer to the diffuser. Lots of shots ringing out from Library. The swing, though, Arthur will collect onto Levy. He exposes themselves to the kill holes on the office wall. The VKS Academy, they stack back-to-back rounds together.
And they start off their attacking side well. It's 1 of 4. Now we said they needed to close this gap. And that's a start. We saw them do it with a good first 2 opening kills, force Miners into an awkward 3v5, and from there, all they had to do was 1, play the trades, and 2, deny any sort of shenanigans or hero plays or, you know, huge dramatic efforts that Miners were likely to throw down in order to get out of the hole they found themselves in. One example was Neskin there, right? Who did find a kill fighting with Hash down below, but who was unable to get a successful jump out because Flastry was keeping an eye on that. So things like that, when you get the lead, how to maintain it, right? Those things come with time, and it looks like Keed Stars, well, it may not be working for them on the first half now that they've transitioned to the second. Things, at least for their first attack, are off to a good start.
Vay's not quite cooperating with Levy's plans of destroying it, and causing a moment of hesitation there. And I think for Netshoes Miners as well, like we said, didn't actually end up going for too much aggression early round, but we did see it later in the round. Neskin peeking the floor holes and being successful at grabbing the kill on the Hash, but also going for that vault out the bathroom window, which did not have the same kind of success rate. I think for Netshoes Miners, like we said, okay, it's one mistake. You've got plenty in the tank to be able to make before this starts to become a problem. For the VKS Academy, you're just trying to take advantage of as many rounds to get back into this game that Netshoes Miners are willing to give you. In a bar and gaming defense, this is an opportunity to kind of isolate the position and go for a straight bomb rush, but no one's doing that as of right now. As the top control with the hatch open, still going to be dangerous. They haven't dissuaded Levy from playing inside of Library. Not enough utility being brought in, no flashbangs, no frag grenades. Everyone's just kind of standing static. For the more than the first 60 seconds of the round, not a lot has been done. There goes the Nitro Cell from Levy as well. So he's allowed to live on. Gudo will grab Levy in a trade with the Claymore, but Basetta will drop him as well. So Gudo drops to 2 and 7 on the Ash as well, and it's a man advantage for Netshoes Miners.
This is exactly where they want to find themselves here with 90 seconds to go. One thing they just have to maintain, their composure. Eskin needs to just stay back. Let Keed Stars come to him rather than trying to force the issue too much. So far, Netshoes Miners have realized that, and they've done exactly that. STK, he'll be the first one to go for the swing, and that doesn't work out for him. It's Flastry to end it. So it is now a 3v3. BKS still working their way back in. Arthur pushing his way upstairs, trying to maybe find Neskin, but joke's on him. Neskin has already rotated down below and back around the other side. C4 from Midi misses. Arthur low, but not finished off. So a 3v3 as we enter these final 30 seconds. This was going to be close.
Midi doing battle up through the floorboards while being called out onto the drone. He's just trying to find some safe haven to try and burn the last 30 seconds. Find that inside of supply. The frag grenade comes soaring in as well, but it won't collect onto the target. So Basetto's still persevering as well on the bomb site, and you have to worry about the flank from Neskin. Playing at the base of the snowmobile stairs. The last frag grenade will be used here from Hash, but he gets down in the process and finished off. 2 quick kills onto the bomb site, but it's a 1v2. Neskin, as soon as that plant starts to go down, will be in a 1v1, but Flastry will win it. It's 3 in a row for the Vivo Keed Stars Academy.
And this time, they do it from the back foot. They were the ones to bridge the gap and make a mid-round comeback, something that we talked and complimented Miners for up to this point. This time, it was Keed Stars to do it, a 3v4, bit of an awkward situation that they quickly remedied upstairs, and then transitioned that into a patient but successful execute. The big problem for the Miners defense was playing as a team. Once they found themselves in that 3v3 situation, they presented 3 separate 1v1 engagements to that Academy roster. I suppose on that site execute, there were 2 players there playing the site itself. But, I mean, think back to when Miners had 4 people left. One of them was upstairs completely alone in Mezzanine. He got killed, no trade. Neskin had rotated all the way back down, so when he eventually went for the retake, he was all alone. There was no trade available because both of his teammates who had taken gunfights in the site itself had already been finished off. So maybe they could have afforded to play a little bit more unified. Hard to say, right? You know that they were close. You know that it was a round that on paper they probably should have won, but it was a well-orchestrated comeback from Keed Stars Academy, no matter how you slice it.
I think now the pressure starts to ramp up a little bit for Netshoes Miners. You've allowed the Vivo Keed Star Academy to win 3 rounds in a row as starting to build some momentum. This was a game that was out of reach. This was a series that looked like it was over, other than for the final whistle to be blown. And now, all of a sudden, the Vivo Keystars Academy are within 2 rounds of tying this thing up, and their attacks have not looked as dominant as we saw from the Netshoes Miners. They're still getting the rounds successful either way. Levy going for the peak, top of the snowmobile stairs, out towards the balcony. He's not going to find anyone as the duck behind the boulder works out well for Arthur, and the hard breach successful into the snowmobile garage. So step 1 accomplished for the Vivo Keystars Academy, and step number 2 is isolating and identifying and locating these roamers. Neskin, who was on a heater for the first half, did get 1 kill on the defensive side, but has certainly slowed down his rampage. Not on the same torrid pace that we saw STK heading to the top side as well. We could end up seeing a lot of flanks coming out here from the side of Netshoes Miners, try and put us on match point and series point.
All right, if the anchor play, if that more turtle style didn't work, maybe it's the flanks. Maybe it's a bit more of that extension that they're going to rely on. Tough part is, for Mitty, he's already been taken care of. Not going to get a chance to come in the late round. Of hash and quickly get us back to even. Levy playing close on the breach. Riskier prospect for him. Thankfully, at this moment at least, most of this Keyed Academy pressure is coming from the back. Maybe Arthur will rotate around towards that position, but for now, Keyed Stars are keeping their options open. They're trying to track down Neskin, but not finding much success while doing it. The position of the Valkyrie, it pays off. And now Keyed Stars are sent scrambling.
As the diffuser surrendered inside his snowmobile, as well as Arthur tried to push in and just not knowing the location of Levy playing on top of the garbage bin on a drone hole next to the breach. Udo holding for the swing to come from the Valkyrie, but Levy's not going to lose sight of that diffuser the rest of this round unless he gets picked apart by an AK-12. The push-in will not matter, as there goes Netshoes Miners cleaning up the round. And there it is, match point and series point. They stopped the run that the Vivo Keystars Academy was on, and they're 1 round away from the finals against Los tomorrow.
Yeah, 1 round away, but I think as Keyed Stars have proven, this one's not necessarily over just yet. I mean, 3 rounds in a row, that's a good comeback. They just have to do it again. Same comeback, copy-paste that, 3 more, you send us to OT, and you are not out of this series. You are not out of this LCQ just yet. Of course, that is easier said than done when you look at this Miners team. A much more confident defense in that last round. Once again, heavily spurred on by the man himself, by Neskin, with 17 and 4 right now. Trying to do the math. Just barely, if you add up the kills of all of his teammates, they do surpass him by a hair. But it's close. But it's close. And, well, I suppose I'm not going to say win condition, because I feel like that's not giving enough credit to Miners as a whole and this roster as a whole, but there's no doubt that if you've watched these past few rounds, you can recognize that Keyed Stars are having a tough time dealing with Neskin, and he is just, I mean, they can remove him from play. That's just going to be such a relief that they won't have to worry about that ever-present threat just roaming all over this map.
Yeah, I just had to say something. He got like 1 kill through 3 rounds, and I had to pipe up, and he shut me up pretty quickly. So, Neskin returns to form, and now this library hold once again. We saw this be a problem for the Vivo Keyed Stars Academy on their first time attacking this bomb site. They didn't win the last time they attacked this, but for a minute, and we're almost in the same situation, just no utility coming in to dissuade Levy from playing inside a library, results in the Nitro Cell being launched out the small library window, claiming the life of one of the attackers, and yet again, here we stand. Just about 60 seconds elapsed in the round. There goes the Nitro, and again, without much utility being sacrificed, Levy will vacate the position himself. The Flores drones will move on in to confirm that, and drop the Kiba barricades as well, so Neskin's going to lose some of his cover, some of his utility, and immediately patching it right on back up. So he's still got a friend up here towards the top of Mez as well, in STK, who just allowed Levy to rotate downstairs and evacuate library and make sure that he can be a presence on the blue stairs now. He's in a lap of the map, and midway through the round here, the VKS Academy, with match point and series point against them, slow moving thus far.
5 drones left. Still, well, make it 4. Still some information that Keyed Stars can acquire in this back half of the round, but they will need to make a move soon. They still have to deal with these 3 defenders on this top floor, and they've yet to fully take advantage of these openings. A nade here from Hash, maybe that's good enough. No damage dealt at all. He will get the kill onto Levy, and that's something. Neskin, the pressure really starting to build now. Blastry there goes Midi. Neskin done as well, but oh, here's the problem. They don't know that STK is here. Lying prone and waiting for his moment to strike. He's got plenty of openings, but he's gonna finally step up. There's 1. There's 2. No! Denied from behind! Great coverage from Mitrix, and STK could not do it. Keyed Stars, a very explosive top floor clear, and a nice bit of coverage in the end to send them to yet another round here on Chalet.
Oh, that could have been the play of the year. Just chilling behind the library case, waiting for that perfect moment to strike. He heard the Gemini clone from the Yana, and he knew it was his time to strike. His one gun was forced to be put away, and oh, close one there. And like I said, again, Vivo Keyed Stars Academy, some very slow tempo and not a lot of utility being used in the early portions of the round, but once they eventually do get to converting onto the library execute and rotate their attention downstairs, they're picking up a lot of the kills, and they're able to establish quite a number of crossfires that just make life unlivable topside for the NetShoes Miners defense. Not going to be running back barring games. NetShoes instead will elect to head to kitchen and dining to try and close this thing out. Bomb site that we have seen earlier on today in this matchup. I think for the Vivo Keyed Stars Academy, I don't know if it's nerves that they're moving that slow early on the round, or if that's just how they want to play. It seems to be working in the end. It just does not look like the same amount of dominance that we saw displayed from NetShoes Miners on their attacking side. They don't ask how, and they ask how many. Right now it's Vivo Keyed Stars with 4. They need 2 more in a row to force overtime.
They have come a long way. They really have. From 5-0 to 6-4. Gone from a blowout to a completely reasonable outcome if it were to end here. Doesn't feel like it will, though. Not with the way that Keyed Stars Academy have been playing these past few rounds. We will see. Miners, they clearly know, or at least they've clearly got a pretty clear plan in mind on how they want to delay this attack and find these round wins. They're really trying to get in their face with these extensions, with this utility, keep barriers from Neskin. That's just one example. But sometimes, and more recently, this Keyed Academy team has been able to deal with that utility. It may have taken them a while, like you said, Flynn. It may have looked like they are waiting until the last possible moment to do it, but when they choose to strike, they have been landing some pretty good blows.
That's the thing. We're seeing, again, a similar position where you've got a location for the defense, a hard hold spot inside of office that you need to displace members from. Same thing was true of the last round with library and top of mezzanine. Midway through the round, and just about nothing has been accomplished in terms of the VKS Academy, in terms of dissuading any of these members from playing Tide. So you got the Kiba barricades, you still got the reinforced wall in front of you, the frag grenade will not connect onto anyone, SDK peeking out onto the balcony door is going to do some damage to Flastry. Now the breaches start to come out. Another frag grenade being opened up here in SDK between a rock and a hard place. He's going to have to dodge the frag grenade and Flastry's DMR out from the balcony, but he does successfully evade the frag. So now SDK able to move on here and down off Hash. He is the Finka, so he'll immediately revive himself. And now the swing to the doorway once again. Flastry boosted up just momentarily, but has to whip out the pistol in response. Arthur, though, will grab SDK. So there goes the castle. And with such a nuisance, the Nitro Cell will miss. But there goes Levy with the TCSG up to the floorboards.
Back and forth early here, but still even. 4v4. Neskin up top. Oh. What a shot! Oh my! Hatch is gone, and Neskin is still a threat to deal with. Basetto is outside.
What?
Long range shotgun onto Mitrix. Are you kidding me? That's 2 insane kills for Miners. Desperately looking to close this one out here. The 2v4. Flashtree and Guto looking for options, trying to get something done, but they are simply out of time and out of options. Neskin, Midi, game over. Miners take it on round 11. They're going to the finals of this LCQ.
Well, we have our matchup. Netshoes Miners against Los for the final spot in Atlanta. Again, heading into this LCQ with the likes of Black Dragons and E1 and Liquid, and to a certain extent, Vivo Keydstars as well. I don't think heading into this LCQ a few days ago we would have picked these two teams specifically, but boy have they performed. Giant killers on the side of Los, the Cinderella run seemingly coming out from Netshoes Miners as well. A very impressive run for both of these teams. And I think for the Vivo Keydstars Academy, it's just too much of a hill to try and overcome there. 5-0 deficit, a valiant attempt on the comeback there, but it just falls short.
Yeah, they did come close. They did come close from, again, 5-0 to 7-4, a blowout to a very respectable finish. They obviously could not send us to Clubhouse that third map, but they put up a pretty decent fight on their way there. And a good win in the quarterfinals, right? This is a team that clearly has got something going, and I'm sure a lot of players, maybe not on the same roster, but this Academy roster has a lot of talent that you're going to see in this league for quite some time. But to close out the day, we're going to send it back to Ginny and CDAPS for one final time.
Thank you, Jonah and Flynn, for covering the action, for covering Netshoes Miners qualification to the final here in the LCQ. I mean, CDAPS, both Jonah and Flynn have put it perfectly. This is a team that at the beginning of the LCQ, we had not the highest hope for based off of how they were performing during the regular stage. They didn't even make it to the deciders, but look at them now. They are actually one step away from the Atlanta Major.
It's just crazy to me that I feel like we're in 2018 where we're either sending cameraman to the major or we're sending the old core of Team 1 that won Mexico, the Mexico Major, back to a North American major. But my gosh, has the progression of Netshoes Miners been wonderful to watch. At the beginning of this LCQ, you would say, you know, it's a pretty long shot for them to make it here to Atlanta. But then Basetto said, hold my shotgun, and hit it from 30 meters.
No, absolutely. Some crazy plays coming out from Netshoes Miners, and that's what you wanted to see, right? You're in the LCQ, you want to see them having fun, you want to see them trying crazy things, but at the same time, you want to see them succeed, and that's exactly what they've done. I think they've really set the bar high for themselves, and they've genuinely made up of the performance that we've seen from them during that regular stage. Looking at how they have been doing, I mean, the entries I think is something to highlight here, not really going in their favor, but everything else has gone perfectly.
Yeah, and once those entries didn't go their way, Netshoes Miners, they equalized significantly more often than Vivo Keydstars Academy were able to do, as well as, like we were mentioning, those big play capabilities coming from Netshoes Miners, where they could just pop off and explode at any given moment. The sight play and the anchorage on the defensive side were a massive factor as to why 2 of those defensive rounds went their way, and you know, that's one extra round than we saw Vivo Keydstars get on the defensive side.
I mean, look at the KD, plus 14. What is going on here? Rating of 1.93 for Neskin. He really said, I'm gonna pop off today. We're running it back.
Yeah, that was prime Neskin at the Mexico Major form, just playing so well, being so incredibly explosive. Plus 14 is just mind-boggling. And even if a player like Midi and STK didn't necessarily have the best game, for Midi, being a hard support on a map like Chalet is quite difficult, and you typically see that, hey, you know, it's hard to accomplish those crazy stats when you're on the defensive side.
Yeah, but they still managed to do it, and they're coming out on top. This is the 2-0 series. It's not going to be going all the way to that third map, unfortunately, for Keydstars Academy. But it's really, as you already highlighted and touched upon a little bit, when we're looking at Vivo Keydstars Academy, this roster has done incredibly well. We've even heard Jonah and Flynn mention and kind of dabble around the fact that we could be seeing some of these players in Tier 1 during the next year? That's a question that will be answered in due time, but they've done so incredibly well. I don't want to take anything away from them. They've made it this far into that LCQ, and for that, hats off to them. But Netshoes Miners were the better team today, and they are going to be going up against Los in those finals tomorrow, which will be deciding our final team from Brazil that will be joining Major. And also that means that we can do a little draw show, CDAPs.
Yep, because it's not only the last team from Brazil to make it to the Major, it's the last team in the world. Japan will be wrapped up later on this channel today, and then right after, we will have the LCQ Grand Finals for Brazil finishing and wrapping up that game against Los and Netshoes Miners. I'm incredibly excited for it because those stories, they just write themselves.
I'm really looking forward to it. It's like the end of a chapter, right? Stage 2 is now completed. Tomorrow, the final is going to be completed. I mean, we're going to be sending our final team to the Major. We're going to be doing the draws of the group stage. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be great vibes. And as CDAPs already also touched upon, Japan is also going to be covered on this channel. So if there's one promise we can make you, is that for the next 24 hours, there is going to be a lot of action, a lot of siege, and a lot of excitement.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
It's gonna be exciting indeed. We are gonna be heading off. That's it from us for today. But again, stick around. So much action happening on this channel. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. And trust me, you don't want to miss the group draw. We're gonna try our best to make it as fun and as memey as possible, but I'm sure the group draw will do that by itself. Enjoy the rest of your evening, the rest of your day, the rest of your morning, wherever it is you are. Take care of yourselves, and we're gonna see you tomorrow.